Sword of Coming Chapter 1192. Chapter 1192. Senior brother and junior brother. In the territory of Xuanhuan County, there were 3 horsemen driving side by side in the wind and snow. Following the map instructions, they branched off the relatively wide official road and turned into a small mountain road. At noon, just because the heavy snow fell non-stop, the 3 people's vision blurred, making the already rugged mountain trails more and more difficult. Thanks to the 3 mounts, all of them were not inferior horses, but horses from the Beijing Taoist Academy. It is said to be a descendant of the mountain scorpion. Although the blood is thin, it is like walking on the ground. This time, besides their respective customs clearance documents, the most important thing was the official document that was written by the minister of the Ministry of Officials in their own capital, drawn and stamped by the real person protecting the country, and approved by the largest Taoist temple in Ruzhou. Leading the ride, a young woman wearing a black gauze crown and a thick and warm blue-green Taoist robe. With curvy eyebrows and plentiful cheeks, his figure looks thin and solid, riding a light yellow horse. A pair of embroidered shoes were slightly exposed, and the golden stirrup was lightly tapped. There are 2 horses behind, a man and a woman. The man rides a black horse, dressed in elegant green robes, wearing bamboo hats on his head and swords on his back. The woman is burly, her skin is already dark, and it looks even more like black charcoal under the snow, but she is dressed in a fancy dress, a carmine red dress with gold circles and embroidered cuffs. As a servant girl, she is not very old, but her figure is too strong. With a knife hanging from the waist. She was also riding a tall horse with an old box hanging on each side. A box of clothes, a box of books. There is also an invaluable square-inch thing which the young lady also gave her to keep. It was a treasure bestowed by the grandfather of the family when the young lady entered the cave. With square-inch objects, they can travel lightly this time except for their messenger bags and the 2 boxes hanging on both sides of the saddle, which can be folded and crossed, food boxes and flowers and bottles and jars. They are all packed in squares. A woman named Jianxu who came to Xuanhuan County, Jianghu County, to serve as the abbot of a small Taoist temple. She just entered the cave in the winter last year and has no Taoist name yet. Senior brother Yu styled Yuanjia Guanheijing, Taoist name Xingma. His ancestral home is not in Nanshan Country, which belongs to Xuanhuan County, but in the Hulu Country where Shimon's Golden Coffin sect is located. The ancient trees in the country are towering, and it is very famous in Qingming Ruzhou. The maid Su Cheng nicknamed Fancy. He is an out-and-out flower nerd, who is good at planting all kinds of flowers, especially peonies. In the capital, Jian's gardens are all well known, and half of the credit goes to Fancy. In the past year the weather has been strange. First, there was a severe drought in the summer last year, which is said to be rare in 500 years. The water gods and Narcissus all over the world complained incessantly. I heard that many hebos were directly exposed to the sun, and their golden bodies were cracked, and then it continued into winter. Blizzard, let's just say that today is late spring, and the snow is still as big as a flower. Yu held up his hat, put his hand to his mouth and said, "Junior sister, in the spring of next year the Jade Emperor City will issue a Taoist number as usual. When you arrive at the Taoist temple in Jianghu County, don't forget to make up a few favorite Taoist names. It's best to send them to the Jingxing family and the Sherman Zushitang before the fall of this year, so that both parties can do it for you early. Prepare, help you plan and plan, strive for a certain Taoist name you like, and make sure that you can pass the Jade Emperor City. At least 1 letter exchange, listen to the advice of the senior brother, some Taoist names that are too meaningful, don't think about them. If you try your luck, you will definitely not pass." Although each Taoist official has 3 self-designed Taoist names, which can be reported by the Jade Emperor City, but the 14th Qingming Prefecture, a grand event that can only be met in a period of time, I hope here. There are so many Dao officials in the world, millions of them, 3 per person together, there are tens of millions of Dao names, and the difficulty of successfully obtaining a seal can be imagined. Jianxu smiled and interrupted her brother's broken thoughts. Discussing a seal with the Jade Imperial City of Baiyujing is a matter of chance. It's normal to pass and it's a surprise if you pass. Anyway, if you can't get a seal, if it's a big deal, just use our own backup Taoist numbers in Nanshan Country. Whether or not the state officials have Taoist numbers is a watershed. This means that the Taoist priests have found the masters, such as the vulgar and the crown, and have a character. It's just that in the world of Qingming, it is not easy to have a Taoist title. The imperial courts of various countries have specially set up an archives dedicated to recording Dao numbers. Because the 14 states of the world, large and small Taoist temples, and all the jungles in the 10 directions belong to the Baiyujing, the Taoist title of any Taoist official cannot be repeated. Therefore, Every time the period of Jiazi comes, it is a grand event of seeking the Tao, as many as the Crucian carp crossing the river. If you can get a Taoist title issued by the Jade Emperor City and send an official document, it will be regarded by Taoist officials as getting the Tao. Dao, asking for a big good sign, so Chayu and Jiansu would call it seeking a seal in their small talk. Moreover, the Taoist priest who founded the Jade Emperor City was also the headmaster of Baiyujing and the first disciple of Taoist ancestors, so the Taoist title obtained from this is of great significance. Therefore, the Dezhangjiao Koming is like the master of the Taoist official Jiazi's heyday of the imperial examination. In order to compete for and reserve the Taoist title on the spring day, the Jade Imperial City of the White Jade City, which is promulgated by the Taoist genealogy records of the Taoist priests in charge of the world, will open the door in Zishur and transmit the flying swords and colorful talismans like a swarm of locusts. Covering the sky and covering the sun, they flocked here, just to help the Taoist officials in their own dynasty dojo to get a beautiful Taoist name that was seen early. In the 14 states, many of the great monks who had been in the upper 5 realms for a long time did not even have a serious name so far, in order to take a chance, and as a result, they have failed to obtain a seal after more than 10 times. Huaqiao stretched out her hand to brush off the snow between the manes of the horse's neck and said, "Miss, the imperial court has reserved a road number from Baiyujing to Aruzhou. It has always been passed by the Qijin dynasty, and it may be necessary to repeat it during the period. It was screened by the other great dynasties and finally came to our Nanshan kingdom. There are only 100 or so names left, and they are all picked up by others. The meaning is mediocre. It doesn't look like a Taoist number anymore. I don't even know some of the characters, but there are still some 3-character and 4-character Taoist numbers. Is it like a word? If it's a little more decent, it has long been snatched by those 2 sect patriarchs, or by the largest Taoist temples went through the back door with the imperial court and quietly bought them with a lot of money. Finally, the few good Taoist names left were all scrambled and robbed, breaking their heads." Seeing that the younger sister was still a little absent-minded, Chayu said, "There are often disturbances because of this, and many wealthy and aristocratic families are fighting openly and secretly for this, and they are at odds." Jiansu stretched out her hand to take the falling snow falling on her palm and muttered, "Isn't the Taoist name also an external object? It's understandable for ordinary people to compete for fame and fortune, but we are Taoist priests." Chayu shook his head, feeling helpless, and was about to defend himself, so that junior sister's ideas would not be so naive and unrealistic. Jiansu obviously didn't want to quarrel with her senior brother. She already smiled and said, I know, I will definitely take care of it." In addition, the Taoist names of all Taoist officials in the upper 5 realms, even those who have passed away, must not repeat their Taoist nicknames in future generations. Hearing that Headmaster Lu has always suggested that the Taoist names of those Taoist officials in the Jade Pure realm in history be open to the outside world. It is rumored that the headmaster also suggested that the names of some deceased Earth immortals could be sealed and kept for 100 years on behalf of Baiyujing. The descendants, disciples and grandchildren of the various dojos, or family members, if anyone succeeds in becoming an Earth immortal in the future, they can fill the gap and be regarded as inheriting this Dao title. Before that, the Taoist priest could also follow the process and have a Taoist name that came step by step, but when he became an Earth immortal, if he wanted to inherit the Taoist name, he could take a trip to the Jade Emperor City of Baiyujing and retrieve it in person. The Dao name of the patriarch of the dojo or the ancestor of the family, and the 2 Dao names do not conflict. There is no need to choose. You can have 2 Dao names at the same time, just like the self-name and alias of the literati. But unfortunately, neither of these 2 proposals was approved. The whole world knew that the Taoist priest Baiyujing who could reject the suggestion of Master Lu could only be Master Yu. I heard that there is no such emphasis on xianxia. Only some monks from Daxian Mansion will have their Dao names strictly reported and filed by the Zhongtu Confucian Temple. The genealogy monks of the Shaman school, as long as they don't make any noise, they secretly enjoy themselves when they get cheap and don't publicize the matter, and of course don't take the old Taoist name that is too famous. Generally speaking, it's nothing. The Confucian Temple, the academy, couldn't manage it, and the local court didn't want to. As for those so-called Yamazawa Yeshio, you can take the road number casually. To say that the wild world, let alone mention it, is a lawless land and there is no rule at all. The maid Huaqiao was very worried. "Miss, when Hong Miao stepped down he left a big mess. The identity of the female ghost who is running and breaking the ban has not yet been determined. This ghost has not been captured yet. The trail is unknown, so we still have to be careful. Try to take the post road official road as much as possible, and avoid these mountain trails." The ancient roads in the mountains are inaccessible, the roads are narrow and horses cannot get up at all. The grooves between the mountain roads are mostly horseshoe potholes left by the tea, horse and salt merchants. With a turn, Xiaoyu supported the bamboo hat on the top of his head, nodded and said, "What Hua Qiao said is not bad, we still have to be careful." Jianghu smiled and said, "According to the county records, there is an abandoned gymnasium with a long history in the mountain. We have seen it and we will continue to take the official road." Xiaoyu said helplessly, "Junior sister, if I remember correctly, you seem to have said that when you visited the Huangting Temple at the foot of Jitsuifeng Mountain before, and the following two ancient ruins. The largest historical site in Ruzhou is the Huangting Temple built at the foot of Jitsue Peak. She worshipped the ancestors with a high morality and was the deputy city lord of Nanhua City. She was honored as Madame Wei, and the Taoist name was Zixu, the first female Yuanjun in the Qingming world. Mrs. Wei is also one of the 10 candidates in the world this time. Among her direct disciples, there is a female crown gifted with divine powers, who is in charge of the blooming and falling of all the flowers in the world. In the history books, she once had the act of distributing the fragrance to the mountains and not blooming in the spring of the world, so she was almost detained by Zhang Jiaoyu himself. The Xianxia cave and Jinhua palace thought about it, but the headmaster helped to intercede, and then walked with the female crown to all the states in the world, returned Baihua to the world and made up for the fault, and then this punishment was relieved. Generally large Taoist temples, especially certain palaces, often preserve a large number of inscriptions with a long history, such as the rebuilt inscriptions of a certain year and a certain month, the inscriptions of pilgrims' donations, or the inscriptions that record the family's production per mu, and other types of inscriptions. Incense tablet inscriptions that specifically record the inheritance of Taoism. Every time there is a temple fair, merchants gather and rub shoulders. Every time there is a Dharma meeting, it is a miscellaneous place of immortals and mortals, and the spirits and monsters who take shape come together. Come here to listen to the treasures of green words of Taoist immortals, the bells and drums are chiming, and the jade chimes are melodious. The 3 riders came to the dilapidated gymnasium in the mountains in the snow, and they were all disappointed. Originally, according to the content recorded in the local county annals, there was an anonymous dragon and snake song inscribed on the wall of the inner hall of the gymnasium. There is an illusion about the immortal family. There was a young woodcutter who strayed into this mountain. By chance he was taught the immortal method. He returned to the mountains with his Taoist companions and built a gymnasium. The master of the Taoist gym is good at dancing. He once erected a screen in his own Taoist gym, and used his brush to dot the horses, which are ever-changing and lifelike. A horse jumps out of the screen and turns into a spirit to gallop between the heavens and the earth. The horse on the screen will lose its color. After 100 years, the painted horses have all turned into line drawings. The owner of the museum likes to play in the world and he often hides his name. Eagles and sparrows are vivid, they are true when they are seen, and they are false when they reach out and brush them. Legend has it that this fairy once painted a dragon on a white silk cloth and presented it to a certain last dead state monarch. Clouds lingered in the scroll of the silk cloth, and he kept it in the painting box, and there were often thunderous vibrations. In the end, the owner of the museum brought 2 the Taoist companions flew away together. The rest of the empty gymnasium, passing woodcutters and custodial merchants, all said that they could often hear horses raising their hooves on the wall at night, as if they were asking for water and fodder from passers-by who were staying here. In the end, when they arrived at the gymnasium, which had already been reduced to ruins, there was nothing to be seen. Not to mention the screen, even the horse map on the side hall wall is full of chisel marks, and even many blue bricks have been pried away. It is estimated that they were carved into brick inkstones, which became the later literati clear the desk on the table. Jiansu sighed, "It's a pity that it was abandoned like this, otherwise it would be more than enough to build a Fuqing Daoyuan here." Qiaoyu smiled and said, "If the county annals record is true, and the pavilion's master immortal once painted Sulong as a gift to the emperor of the previous dynasty, then the founding emperor of Nanshan Kingdom, who is the new king, is of course unwilling to rebuild the pavilion here." He took a break in the side hall, reluctantly used the broken wall to avoid the wind and snow, and took out the things from the square-inch objects, started to build a fire, set up a pot to cook rice, and warmed a pot of rice wine to the Taoist official Qiaoyu. Sitting on the small embroidered stool, Jiansu remembered something and asked, "What is the specific situation over there in the spiritual realm view?" "Miss, I finally remembered the business." The maid Hua Qiao hurriedly put down the bowls and chopsticks, and took out a booklet from her sleeve, which finally had some use. It was the content she carefully sorted out from various channels, one by one recorded by her. As soon as the previous Guanzhu Hong Miao left, there were no Taoist priests in the temple. There were only a few Taoists who lived there. The temple blessing was Lu Feng. He was 53 years old. He was a local. Half of the fields belonged to their Lu family. It seems that the Lu family has an ancestral teaching. Each generation of the Lu family in future generations should allocate a little incense field to the Taoist temple. Do your best. Jianghu smiled and nodded and said, I'm very kind. When we get there, we'll settle in the Taoist temple first, then visit Liu's family, prepare a decent gift and talk about our hearts. Chayu said with a smile, actually Hong Miao, as the abbot Taoist priest, has never had a Taoist ultimatum. He is only an alternate Taoist priest. You are in the same situation as you. It is an exceptional appointment to be the master of the temple. Jianghu said, it's not an unusual use. After all, Hong Laoguan is a candidate Taoist priest in Guanheijing. It's not a good job to come to Jiangxi County to serve as the abbot Taoist priest. Hua Qiao grinned. Mahjong, Lu Fang's distant relative, is the spiritual view of entering through the back door. Hong Miao specifically mentioned in his resignation document that this Mahjong has a certain opportunity to practice. Of course. Hong Miao's resignation document also has an appendix, which does not need to be filed at the official side. Naturally, it is deliberately reserved for the new Guanzhu for reference. It is said that Lu Feng, the temple Zhu, promised the spiritual realm concept in his early years, and will allocate 2 acres of paddy fields to the Taoist temple. And a mountain full of persimmon trees. The mountain has already been handed over, but the 2 acres of paddy fields have been dragged on for all these years, and at first glance, it is suspected of repayment. Oh, poor mountains and rivers make bad people. Dianka Changgung is a local literati with a middle-of-the-road family. When he was young, his family was rich. In the counties of Yingchuan County, he was a famous playboy. He was used to living a comfortable life. He is too old to make ends meet. When he gets older, he will be in a pinch. It is said that it is because Ling Jingwen owed him a debt in his early years. It is a confused lawsuit. It seems that the amount is not small. It was not easy to pursue it later, so Changgung was allowed to enter the Taoist temple as a pawn, which has been an honest duty these years. Qin Song, 16 years old. He is a relative of Dianka Changgung. They entered the spiritual realm in the same year. Lin Xian. Hey, next to the handle, add a word of consideration. My family has 3 stores in the county seat and I have a little money. It is a wealthy family. Their ancestors were all local county magistrates. Because a few years ago, our Nanshan kingdom vigorously abolishing the redundant staff of Baishu subordinates, Lin Xian's father's generation could not survive, so he turned to business, and now he has a good relationship with the county clerk, and he can barely count as a local snake, which is relatively reluctant. The soil paste. The soil paste that all the yang energy is steaming, the soil paste is pulsating. When Hua Qiao said this, she also smiled. The rain urges the soil to move and all the plants and flowers bloom. Jiansu asked, the clay paste? Is it your real name? Hua Qiao nodded and said, it's his real name, but in fact this person is of ordinary background. His ancestors were foreigners who migrated from other counties to Jiangxi County. The martial arts hall that had been open for a few years will soon be out of business, and he may save some money. Only some family background can let the ointment enter the Taoist temple. Chayu said with a smile, the surnames are rare. Jiansu frowned slightly, and the more she listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. No matter how small the spiritual realm view is, it is still an orthodox Taoist temple recorded by the imperial court and funded by the local government. If you want to become a resident Taoist of this type of Taoist temple, it seems that you can't just spend a few dollars. Come in? Chayu couldn't help laughing. It's not difficult to understand. Yingchuan County is not a big county and Jiangxi County is the poorest one. The place is remote and it is estimated that Taoist temples are too poor. Similar Taoist situations are not uncommon. It's just that the junior sister came from a wealthy family in a country and cultivated since childhood. Of course, she doesn't know much about this kind of local customs. Let's just say that the Taoist prefectures and counties within a country have their own scriptures that are difficult to read. Some counties are so rich, some are so poor that they can't open the pot. Many prefectures and counties that seem to have a vast territory may pay taxes every year, which may be far less than that of a county in other places. Jiansu asked, did Hong Guanzhu write in the official document, did he teach them 1 or 2 kinds of entry-level Xinjia Daoyin? Fancy nodded and said, yes, but the effect is not good. Maybe it is a little bit related to the Taoist official, only the horse is heavy. After all, how is it so easy to become a Taoist official without the foundation of Taoism? If you want to obtain the status of a second-class Taoist official by virtue of the imperial examination, it will be more difficult to obtain a turbid Taoist ultimatum, and the requirements for literary talent are even greater. Jianxu sighed. Since Lord Hongguan has not taken any of them away from the spiritual realm after his resignation, it can explain the problem very well. Whether it is a Taoist embryo, whether it has the qualifications for cultivation, whether the root is good or bad, the Taoist temples in the world, and the various wealthy clans, there are many secret methods of investigation. Jianxu asked again, what are the temperaments of these teenagers? Huaqiao hesitated for a moment and said, lazy. They are all tired and lazy. They do their daily homework and Taoist temple affairs. They can hide whenever they can, and none of them are diligent. Miss, they are unreliable. It's okay. I will be responsible for these daily cleaning affairs in the future, and let them do it, but I am not at ease. Chayu said with a smile, after all, it is a land of fish and rice. There are still a lot of scholars who cultivate and read their families. There are some literary works, but they are scattered and not gathered. Chayu said again in his heart, Hong Miao and Tan Tao, who came to the Taoist temple later, are quite old-fashioned in doing things, especially after Tan Tao's investigation of feng shui. There must be no problem in Jiangxi County, only the vicinity of Taoist temple or the stable. Su Qing grinned and said, I heard that Tan Tao entered the cave realm at the age of 30. He is far worse than our young lady, and he is not a genius. Chayu shook his head. Tan's family has a profound background, and she is a well-deserved noble family. Tan Tao is the hand-picked heir of the patriarch. She will definitely not be as simple as the bright side, and she can't just look at the realm. Chayu clearly remembered that when the owner of the Tan clan was a guest of the Golden Coffin School, he was the least interested in welcoming the patriarch who was sent to him. He even personally greeted a Jindandi who was a junior based on his age at the mountain gate. Furthermore, Tanjia is most famous for having a private altar. This is extremely rare in the entire Ruzhou with its vast territory. After all, in Ruzhou, there are no more than 20 altars of various veins that have the qualifications for private caskets. Jianxu said, Fancy you will be in Jiangxi County when you arrive, and you will spend money to buy a house. I will find you when I have time. As the abbot of a Taoist temple, you can completely decide the whereabouts of the group of resident Taoists in the temple. Don't mention the abbot's identity, just say that the Taoist priest who is the 8 classics, and the resident Taoist who is not even a candidate Taoist, is like the difference between the officials in the yamen, and the difference between clouds and mud. But Jianxu felt that there was no need for a new official to take the 3 fires, and the Taoist temple should be kept as it was. She devotes herself to studying and cultivating Taoism there, and they continue to mess around, so don't bother. Huaqiao became anxious when she heard the words, and she hurriedly persuaded her own lady, Miss, without me by my side and without a caring person to serve, how can this work? Absolutely not possible. Besides, in the spiritual realm view, it is the lady. A woman, the young lady is still so good-looking. Those tired and lazy people in the Taoist temple are not very promising, but they are just the reckless age of the blood and energy. God knows what kind of deeds they will do if they are not clear. The young lady is a cultivator, of course. I'm not afraid of some of them being muddled, but daily life is inconvenient after all, bathing, going to the toilet, washing clothes to dry. Chayu immediately nodded in agreement and said, Huaqiao is right, after all, there are differences between men and women. It's better to let Huaqiao place in order to practice in the spiritual realm view, just give some money. I believe the county government will not pursue such trivial matters. Although he was not at all worried that there would be competitors in the spirit realm view, he just thought of the scene of those stunned youths staring at the bamboo poles to dry the women's clothes. No, when I get there, I have to let those young men from small places gain more insight and let them know what the difference between immortals and ordinary people is. Jianxu joked, you can't blame yourself. If you have the official status of Taoist official, I can take you to the post with you and you can talk about anything. In the end, it's better for you. You will feel sleepy as soon as you turn over a book in elementary school and others are reading. You should be washing books with saliva. If you are not too open-minded, how can you not even get a Taoist ultimatum and you are still a candidate Taoist? If you are willing to put half of your mind on planting flowers and practicing martial arts, put it on endorsement above, you have already passed the exam. Hong Miao, the previous master of the spiritual realm, belongs to this category. In fact, the realm is already enough, but he cannot pass the final assessment, and he has never been able to obtain the official ultimatum issued by the imperial court. Huaqiao whispered, It really doesn't work. You'll find a altar to buy a private altar. Don't worry miss, I've saved some money and I can pay for it myself. Jianghu glared at him and said, they are all candidates for Taoist officials, and there is only one assessment of the Beijing Daoyuan Academy. How can it fall short? Can you pursue it a little bit? It was agreed in advance that when you arrive in Xianxia County, you will continue to endorse me honestly. Don't be lazy, I will check your schoolwork every month. If you fail twice, you will go back to the capital obediently, including your great-grandfather. It's useless for anyone to intercede for you. A certain surnamed Fa altar is used to teach private ceremonies and issue ultimatums. In the Qingming world, it belongs to this side door and left way, but this is actually very common in the 14 states of the world. In addition, many monks and Dao officials on the mountain in history have established their own portals, built altars, passed down the line of law, and the incense has continued to this day. Tan Ta's birthplace, the county Wang Tan family in Ximi County, is here and has a private altar. Therefore there is a saying in the Qingming world that can be taken seriously or not. I would rather provoke a sect's direct descendant than go to a certain altar. Just because there are no exceptions, the ancestors who have private altars must be richer, and they are definitely not ordinary rich. At least the Taoist priests in the Jade Pure realm started. Some maverick monks, when they reached the realm of earth immortals or even the upper 5 realms, were still just private Taoist priests. Although the ultimatum given by various altars will definitely not be recognized by Baiyujing, but Baiyujing deliberately or unintentionally makes a side of this net, that is to say, these endless private Taoist priests, because of their unjustified names, cannot be accepted. As a Qinglu official in the imperial court of various countries, he cannot hold any position in various official Taoist temples, but he goes out and calls himself a Taoist priest, and there is no problem. In some dynasties that strictly forbid private purse, and even regarded all altars as a crime, these unrighteous side-door officials can only make a detour. In history, the largest private altar is a rice thief from the Yanzhou lineage. But this matter has become a taboo topic for all Taoist officials in the Qingming world. Pretty grimacing. I had known that she would not talk about private matters. The bells and whistles stopped talking. Chai Yu flipped through the large and small matters on the booklet, and it was orderly. Regardless of Su Cheng's appearance, rough, she was actually very careful. The reason why she has been dressed so brightly recently is something she can't do, because in the downtown area, passers-by who are often asked for directions or accosted will say, "This strong man." Hua Qiao complained, "Miss, the incense of the Lingjing Temple in Xianxia County means that there is no incense. Poverty is really poor. If it hadn't been repaired again in the past 2 years, we would have to drink the northwest wind this time, literally." The kind. A goose feather snow collapsed several houses, and it was Hong Miao who asked his grandfather to tell his grandmother for a few donations from the local gentry. He only said that the Taoist temple next door to Xianxia County, how could it be like this? We are stretched thin, and the Lingguan Hall and the Taoist Lecture Hall, which cover several acres of land, were only expanded last year. Generally speaking, Taoist temples will have temple property, and there will also be incense donations for lectures and fasting rituals. If there are more good men and women, Taoist temples will not be short of money at all. The abbots of some Taoist temples are somewhat famous and can also serve as priests. Taoist temples are equivalent to having their own French origin. But in Xianxia County's spiritual realm view, you don't have anything you want, and you don't have anything you want. If you put aside the repairs that Hong Miao had done, since a good person rebuilt it in the early years, it seems that no one has added a tile to the spiritual realm view for 200 or 300 years. Jianghu couldn't help laughing and said with a smile, "From another point of view, this remote Taoist temple called Spirit Realm was really solid at the beginning of its construction. Surely the civil craftsmen at that time did not cut corners?" Chai Yu was drinking wine worthy of being a junior sister, and her heart was really big. Jianghu said, "It's not very good. You don't have to send it to us, it's clean." She left Beijing this time to hide from Jingjing. Otherwise, based on her family background and cultivation qualifications, she would go to those imperial Taoist temples that enshrine the emperor and the empress dowager to transcribe the Taoist scriptures. It is still a little difficult, but it is said that Jianghu's great-grandfather is willing to help in the operation of the Ministry of Personnel, plus the icing on the cake of the Golden Coffin School of the Division. Let Jianghu go to a certain large house, the imperial court, to build a Taoist temple and seek a job. There is still no threshold for leisure and beautiful jobs that do not seek real power. Chai Yu remembered something. For some reason, it seems that the large-scale Taoist temples in various countries are now expanding the Lingguan Hall at the government level, and they are in full swing. The snow has stopped. Jiansu said, then continue on the road and try to find an inn in Xuxian, which is next to Changxi County, before dusk, and get up early tomorrow, go to the Taoist temple in Xuxian County, and then we will rush to Lingjingwen. On the central axis of each Taoist temple the buildings are similar. After the mountain gate, it is the Lingguan Hall. There is a slight difference. The former is in the Patriarch's Hall, and the portrait of the head teacher is often changed to the original surname of the patriarch who founded his own Taoist temple. However, the side halls on the east and west sides and the Taoist temples of various countries are different from each other. They often worship different Taoist gods: Xianxia, Wenchang Hall, Yaowang Hall, Leibu Tianguan, Dragon King Hall, Marriage Temple, Wenwu Temple, etc. And foot. Chayu took out a few bags. Junior sister, take them all, you will need them later. Among them, the noodles were asked by me and a female warrior from Yashan. She once passed by our division gate and it was me. She met by chance, and according to Yashan's seniority, her master is that Mrs. Qi. A bag of gold leaves, a bag of broken silver, and a well-crafted noodle. Before this trip, junior sister had never touched anything yellow or white in her life. Jiansu smiled and said, I'll accept the gold and silver. As for this face, I'm not a martial artist. Am I so shameless? Chayu smiled and said, it can always save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Huaqiao exclaimed, Mrs. Qi Ji Jing Wu Fu. She is our second disciple of Master Lin. The entire Ruzhou, whether it is a Taoist priest or a warrior, is proud of having a Lin Shi in his own family. This powerful maid of Kongwu, she always did this, she always dozed off when she heard the anecdotes of various gods, but when she talked about the martial arts masters in Ruzhou, she was full of energy. Jiansu exited the dilapidated gymnasium, turned around and made a bow. After going down the mountain and entering the official road, the three cavalry galloped all the way to Su County, where they found an inn to settle down. The county government of Changxi County has received an official document from Yingchuan County that the new Taoist priest, the abbot of Lingjingwen, will be here today. A county magistrate, the magistrate must be a Taoist, but Han magistrate has always had a mediocre relationship with Lingjingwen, and almost never communicated. The main reason is that Hong Miao, the former master of the sanctuary, is an alternate Taoist official. He has been in charge of the spiritual realm temple for so many years, but he has never visited the county government office. Come to the door, does this official have to go to the spiritual realm to find you? There is no such rule. Because I heard that the abbot of this Taoist temple, Jiansu, is a son of a big clan from a high gate in the capital. He is very young. Generally, such Taoist officials come to the place to be gilded, and they will move to other places after a few years. The local officials know it well, and there is no need to make the relationship between the two parties too stiff, so this time the Changxi County government gave Lingjingwen a little face, and let the county magistrate and the county lieutenant go out at the same time. All of them were recorded by the Ministry of Officials, and they had to be candidates of Taoist origin. If those large counties, ordinary Taoist officials, don't have enough family background, don't even think of becoming a county magistrate or county lieutenant. Early in the morning, two distinguished guests came to the spiritual realm temple. If I remember correctly, they may have set foot on the Taoist temple for the first time. The snow is not cold and the snow is cold. Yesterday was a good snowstorm. Today the teenagers in the Taoist temple are frozen like quails, their heads are drooping, their sleeves are stomped and their feet are stomping. After all, there were two high-ranking officials in the county government present, so it was not easy for the teenagers to openly bring out the charcoal cage to keep warm. Lin Xian felt that the opportunity was rare, so he leaned forward and stood at the door of the living room. He bravely called out to Uncle Huang, who was sitting by the brazier in the house. At this time Huang Xianwei was stunned. Where are the relatives? Instead, it was the county chief who stroked his beard and smiled. It's the son of shopkeeper Lin. Yes, he's a resident Taoist priest in our local area. If you continue to work hard, study hard here, and strive for a candidate Taoist priest, you will be considered a glorious lintel. Already. Lin Xian's face flushed red, and his expression was very excited. Unexpectedly, the county prime minister recognized himself. He was very sensible and did not dare to disturb the county prime minister's rest. The boy just felt warm all over his body. Seeing that Lin Yuan could even chat with the county magistrate, Ma Zhong and Tu Jia were both envious, and Tu Jia rushed to Lin Yuan's side and asked this question in a low voice. Lin Xian asked, "Where's that guy Qin Song?" Ma Zhong didn't reply angrily. He was very thief. He was a ghost. The two officials were drinking tea here, but unfortunately they were on official business and could not drink. As a result, when it was noon, I still couldn't wait for the figure of the new spectator, so I was a little murmured, But don't go straight to the hilltop of the county government office? No, if that's the case, both of them are close confidants of the Han County magistrate. There must be a subordinate official who came here to inform them, that is, they are still on their way to the Taoist temple? The concept of spiritual realm is too small, and Changgung, the guest in charge of dealing with people and things, also has many errands such as cooking and cooking. Since it was time to eat, the old man made a lunch and added a few dishes. The two officials and masters I just dealt with it a few casually, and then continued to move to the living room to wait for the new Guanju who was said to have an excellent background. The ability to rely on a good family background alone is not enough. From early in the morning until it was almost dark and I couldn't wait for the figure of the new spectator, no matter how good my patience was, it would be exhausted. Dian Kachang Gung boiled water again and again, and changed the tea leaves again and again. The two county magistrates continued to drink like this. With the Taoist family they could really only drink water. Huang Xianwei had a dark face, stretched out his hand to use iron pliers to stir the charcoal fire, and said softly, "This is too hot, Brother Qin, what do you say? People in the capital are amazing, they don't say anything about the rules." The old man said indifferently, "Wait for another half an hour, it won't be timed, well leave when it's time and we really won't serve you. Don't go to our county office if you have the ability." In the evening, Lu Fang and the guest Chang Gung stood in the corridor outside the living room and gently pulled the house. Lu Fang said that Yang Mozi's family had just killed a pig. "Let's go drink 2 cups. Chang Gung rubbed his hands and nodded, repeatedly saying that it is good to be brave, and it is good to be brave. Turning his head and glancing at the extremely ugly faces of the two officials in the house, Lu Fang shook his head gently and said in a low voice, "It's still the same, life is hard. Hong Guanju is not good at managing relationships, but Ling Jingwen and the county government have maintained their politeness on the surface. How will you get along in the future?" Chang Bo smiled and said, "It's a pity that the county magistrate Han didn't come today." Lu Fang sighed heavily, "Let's just wait for the shoes to be put on after the Taoist temple. The new temple masters may not be afraid of this, but it's just that we, the resident Taoists who do not depend on both sides, suffer. The relationship between a Taoist temple and the local government is more of the former relying on the latter, and some poor Taoist temples that rely on the incense of the people to maintain their daily lives. Can give or not, give more and give less, anyway it is a doorway, it depends on the relationship between the Taoist temple and the local government. Not coincidentally, the spiritual realm view is on this list. Ma Wuya grass is not fat, and the concept of spiritual realm is in Hong Miao's hands. It is the idea given by the aide, Chang Gung, that allows a Taoist temple to issue 2 Taoist robes for young people to wear in winter and summer every year. With Taoist incense money? It is only said that the last time various parties raised money to repair the Taoist temple, it was Chang Bo who helped to go out and contact. It is estimated that this is why Hong Miao has an honest duty, in his comments on the resident Taoist, regarding the venerable Chang Gung. In the words of that boy Chin Tsong, if a pilgrim is willing to throw 2 copper coins into the merit box, it is the sound of thunder. In the eyes of Miaozhu Lu Fang, Chin Tsong, a child who is lazy or a little bit lazy, is smart and energetic, and usually speaks a little interestingly which can relieve boredom. Looking at the honest young man, in fact, Yenner is bad and full of ideas. This doesn't seem to have persuaded Lord Hongguan to come, saying that relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. We Taoist incense is not prosperous. In the twilight, the top of the hill where the spiritual realm view is located is an inconspicuous hill, but the old locust trees on both sides of the road still look the same. The 3 turned over and dismounted together at the foot of the mountain. Jane Su led the horse away, raised her head and smiled. "The scenery of the Taoist temple is much better than I imagined." Hua Qiao said helplessly, "Miss is too good to talk." Chayu squatted down, stretched out his hand to wipe off the thick snow on the road, then grabbed a handful of dirt, twisted his fingers, sniffed and nodded, "The soil and water here are okay." Hua Qiao is not surprised by this. The young lad's senior brother Yu is actually very close to the young lady, but the young lady doesn't seem to have any thoughts about this senior brother. At the Taoist temple, the 2 county magistrates were actually about to return home, and they were full of anger. As a result, they went out and saw 3 foreigners walking towards them. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Just based on the positions of the 3, he could guess that his new watcher was the young and beautiful elder sister in the middle? Is she the new watcher of our spiritual worldview? The teenager only feels that there is hope in life. In the future, he will get along with such a beautiful woman day and night every day, and he must pay attention to schoolwork sooner or later. Tu Gao asked curiously, "Which one is the spectator?" Ma Zhong stared blankly at the fairy who seemed to be walking out of the New Year's picture. Chen Tsong quickly glanced at their clothes. These 3 horses are so impressive they can't be seen in the county town. Jian Su handed the reins of the horse to the maid next to her, and made a stern showdown with everyone. Jian Su, the new abbot of Lingjingguan, the Taoist priest, I have seen all the fellow Taoists. Chai Yu wanted to introduce himself, but after thinking about it he gave up. Chai Yu, a disciple of the 7th generation of the Golden Coffin sect, and as the evangelist of the Patriarch's Hall, was actually quite deterrent when he arrived at the local prefectures of his own country. The maid was fancy, deliberately put on a fierce face and glanced at the young man. Fortunately, they were all laymen with turbid breathing, and it was estimated that they were thirsty and not timid. Lingjingguan is not the kind of temple that has been passed down from generation to generation. It can open its doors to entertain people from all walks of life. Even if it is so poor, how can there be friends from other places who come here to harass, hungry and staring every day? Chai Yu intends to stay here for a while anyway under the guise of traveling down the mountain so that he can accompany his sister on a landscape journey. The guest Chang Gung hurriedly returned a good-looking Jisho, and pulled a temple blessing around him. The guest Chang Gung and the temple blessing Lu Fang welcomed Jian Guanzhu. These 2 masters are counties in our Changxi County. Sir Qin, County Magistrate Sir Huang, the 2 adults have been at our Taoist temple since 1900 hours to wait for the spectator. We can't wait any longer. Seeing that it was getting late, the county magistrate of Qin made an appointment with the county magistrate Huang. Waiting outside, the Taoist temple is not big and it is dark today. If there are no words here on the mountain, it is estimated that Lord Jianguan will have to find it hard. Seeing the slim young woman's crown in front of her, the anger in the hearts of the 2 officials disappeared in an instant. As for the decent remarks of the guest Chang Gung, they were also pleasant to the ears. A small spiritual worldview, a talented person. I will communicate often in the future and have tea and talk with the master Jianguan. Chang Gung's cooking skills are not bad, so when he turned around he asked the yamen to send some seasonal vegetables to Taoist temple. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and the incense of spiritual realm view, can't our county government help? Jian Su apologetically smiled and said, Jian Su has no Dao number yet. I have met Qin County Chancellor and Huang Xianwei. I'm sorry to keep the 2 adults waiting for a long time, and am afraid. This is an official document, please take a look. She took out the official document from her sleeve and handed it to the 2 county officials. Qin Xianxing took the official document. The sky was dark. The old man squinted and glanced at it. He nodded and said, it's correct. I'm the county magistrate of Changxi, and I would like to congratulate Jian Guanzhu on his appointment. In the official document, it was clearly stated that one day he must arrive at Lingjingguan to take office. But Jian Su did not expect that the county government would let 2 officials come to Lingjingguan to meet him, and he never thought that they would be here early in the morning. Wait. She thought for a while and smiled. It stands to reason that when I first arrived, I should take the initiative to visit you at the county government office. Jane Su reminded in her heart. Fancy, let's see how I will chat with them next. If you need it, you can ride a horse to the county seat and find a bigger restaurant later. Chai Yu did it on purpose. In the final analysis, she still hoped that the younger sister could return to the teacher's door to practice. She really wanted to practice Taoism in the red dust, so she chose a Taoist view close to the teacher's door. The Golden Coffin sect is in the country and belongs to the top 3 avenues, but in recent years, it has been crowded out by the joint efforts of the 2 front sections. Zhou Daoguan may have heard of a Golden Coffin sect in Nanshan State, but it is estimated that he can't even remember the name and Dao number of the leader. The sect, right? The other 2 immortal gates, in a strict sense, do not belong to the local dojos of Nanshan Kingdom. Just because there are vassal hilltops outside Zushan, and the mountains and rivers border Nanshan Kingdom, they are regarded as guests by His Majesty the Emperor. The head of the Golden Coffin sect was not even able to become a real protector of the country. It's not that the Nanshan Kingdom's court is unwilling to support the Golden Coffin sect, but it's really not appropriate to have a bad relationship with those 2 behemoths who are on the side of the couch in the same country. Junior sister never paid attention to these inside stories, and even if she heard about it, she would just ignore it. But Chai Yu, as a redisciple of the contemporary master of the Golden Coffin School, was highly valued and loved by his master. As soon as he entered the Longmen realm, he intended to let Chai Yu be placed as a servant in the Nanshan State Rights Department and hone in the officialdom for a few years. When there is a sign of forming an elixir, he immediately returns to the mountain gate to retreat. As long as the elixir is formed, While the opening ceremony is held, Qiayu can take charge of the Ministry of Industry of a country. The two officials still declined Jianguan's dinner invitation, saying that they still needed to return to the county government immediately to inform the county magistrate of the matter, and some procedures needed to go through each room of the county government. Jiansu sent them all the way to the foot of the mountain. The Taoist temple is really simple and there is no mountain gate or archway. There are no stables in the Taoist temple. Fortunately, the temple wished Lu Fang that there was a place to take care of the horses in his village at the foot of the mountain. Hearing that the Guanju had already eaten dinner, the venerable Changhua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The lunch at noon had eaten up a lot of the Taoist family. "Jia, I didn't use my chopsticks much, so it's cheap for those who just waited for the officials to leave the restaurant and started to devour them. Don't look at the temple Zhu Lu Fang, who is old and eats less." When he left the table, he burped and went to the living room. On the way, I walked slowly, stretched out my hand and pulled out the shredded meat from the gap between my teeth. Today's meal is not far from the new year. Chang Bo led the new Guanju to a room, worried that she would have grudges in her heart, so he specifically emphasized that the quilts, wash basins and other objects in the room were newly bought by the Taoist temple from the county seat. Jane Su nodded with a smile and thanked the well-rounded old man. She had a good impression of this guest, indeed. Being honest, she was actually very observant, but she didn't give off that slick feeling. When the old man arrived in the house, he always stood by the door. When Jian Su sat on an official hat chair, the old man said goodbye and did not forget to gently close the door. Jian Su stretched her waist. Compared with the family in the capital, in the Sherman dojo, everything she saw and heard here was new. There was a legendary fairy in the nascent soul realm from her ancestors, and her great-grandfather, the current owner of the house, was a golden elixir, but at this point, in the words of the great-grandfather himself, it was already exhausted. At the point where the energy and oil are exhausted, let alone the nascent soul realm, it is the second floor of the 3 floors of the golden core realm. Don't even think about it in this life. Therefore the outside world praised him as a young golden pill, but the old man said that he was a veritable old golden pill. In any case, becoming a Jindan Earth Immortal, the great-grandfather of Jiansu, still belongs to the family's well-deserved ancestor of ZTE. Although there is a nascent soul in the ancestor, the Jian family is still not a family of Zhongmingding food that has been attached to the hairpin for generations, just because that patriarch, the process of enlightenment was covered by clouds and mist, and seemed to be a little unspeakable, so that there was no record in the family genealogy and biographies, and in the Nanshan kingdom, whether it was in the middle 5 realms, forming a pill or even becoming a yuaning in the realm. I haven't really put my mind on the open branches and leaves of the establishment of the mountain or the officialdom of the imperial court. I just closed the door to practice, and I didn't accept many disciples, so when the ancestors quietly died, there was no such thing as the Jian family, which formed a climate, quickly declined all the way, until Jian's great-grandfather was a genius, and with the ancestral preaching book that no one could understand, he practiced smoothly and succeeded in forming elixir. It was only when the Jian family began to revive the family tradition. Jian Su's grandfather and 2 uncles were successively admitted to Taoist officials. The Jian family was thus able to gain a firm foothold and a place in the Nanshan kingdom's court. However, when it came to Jian Su's father's generation, they began to fail. There was no one in the house who had the qualifications to practice, and no one was admitted to the Taoist official. It wasn't until Jian Su was introduced that this predicament was changed, and the family could be said to be proud again. But no matter men and women, children of aristocratic families, when they get old, they can't get around the matter of marriage. The Jian family has always regarded themselves as the first of a scholarly family, and simple parents are really unwilling to fall into the reputation of clinging to the powerful, but it is reasonable to marry. After all, it is impossible. Avoid, plus Jian's cultivating qualifications are good enough. Jian's parents are not in a hurry, but those fathers and grandparents in the family ancestral hall have some thoughts in this regard, and want to help her find a good family, except for a few Jingqing Junyan, who is already an official Taoist official, and Jian Su's fellow senior brother Qiayu in the Golden Coffin sect. Aren't they a good match right now? Therefore, when Jian Su took the initiative to request to go out of town, and finally selected the spiritual realm concept of Nangchuan County, Changxi County, as the abbot Taoist priest, senior brother Qiayu followed in an open and fair manner. In fact, at such a young age, Jian Su can serve as the abbot of a government-run Taoist temple. Regardless of how shabby the spiritual realm view is, it is still not enough to rely on the face of the Jain family. In fact, the number of abbots in any government-run or government-run Taoist temple in Nanshan Kingdom is a contest between the Jin and the 2 sections. Jianghu is only 19 years old now, and before she is 20 years old she is already in the Dongfu realm, and successfully entered the middle 5 realm, which is no different from the carp leaping over the first dragon gate. The key is that Jianghu is talented and intelligent. She has read the family's collection of books since she was a child. She often had unique opinions when she was young. Therefore, when she was 14 years old, she was admitted to the Taoist official who passed the examination in the capital of Nanshan Kingdom, and her ranking was extremely high. Back then, this incident was quite a sensation in the capital. For example, among ordinary masters, it is equivalent to someone who passed the imperial examination at the age of 14 and was ranked in the top 3. It's a pity that Jianghu's practice is still a bit slow, and it is still a little bit short of the real genius Tao seed on the mountain. Otherwise, the number of people who come to the Jian family to ask for marriage will only be more, and it is estimated that the threshold has already been crossed. There is an earth immortal in the family which is so good. Jianghu stood up and hung a scroll on the wall. The portrait was of a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a travel crown, sitting cross-legged on a futon. Inscribed on the painting is a poem written by Cinnabar, with 8 characters at the end, meaning similar to the message, "Leave the country, sit and forget, and cultivate the Tao honestly." The signature is Qingxiao real person. This is the Taoist name of the Yuan Ing patriarch of the Jianghu family. What a beautiful meaning of this name. However, Jianghu has checked the archives of the Ministry of Rights of the country, and there has never been such a Taoist official in the history of Nanshan Kingdom. Today, the Taoist official who owns this Taoist name, Jianghu, has heard the name for a long time and can be called thunderous. Just because the other party is a celestial priest of the Hongnongyang clan in Yuzhou. There was a sound of pushing the door behind her, and Jianghu retracted her gaze. It was Huaqiao who had returned to the Taoist temple. This burly maidservant was skilled in her movements. She put the pen, ink, paper, inkstone, water in the pen holder, and bamboo yellow arms on the lamp to make offerings to the study room, one by one. Take it out and put it on the table. Dozens of Taoist classics were taken out from the bookcases and bamboo crates. Because there were no bookcases in the house for the time being, they were all placed on the table, as well as a complete set of porcelain tea sets. As well as some precious letterheads secretly made on the mountain. They are stunners in paper, and ordinary rich people can't afford them. A set of pastel flowers and 9 sets of plates, used to display melon and fruit desserts. Thanks to the small room, this desk by the window is quite large. The maid even took out the hammer nails that had been prepared for a long time, jingling. It turned out that she had to choose the hanging position of the vase on the wall. Flowers could be arranged in the porcelain vase. The wall vase of the half-moon vase was designed to hang on the wall. Don't look at how tall and majestic she is, in fact she is ingenious. She only talks about the sachets she knitted by herself, which is the favorite of the women of the Jian family. There is an ancient inkstone on the table which is very close to the celadon wall vase. The suddenly rich and extravagant family, and the scholarly family of Gingdu and heirlooms, always have their own decorative styles. Huaqiao took a few steps back, glanced at the wall vase, then leaned closer to the wall, supported the vase and muttered, "Miss, I will go to the county town tomorrow to help you buy some winter and summer bedding, mosquito nets, and also this bed is too small. Why don't I hire a skilled carpenter to make a bed with money? I will abide by the agreement not to show the realm of martial arts and family techniques here. The big deal is to hire a car to the foot of the mountain. I deliberately choose a twilight to come here, and I will carry it myself anyway, just a few steps of the mountain road over the wall, to ensure that the ghost is not aware of it. No, it's not a trip to the spring and autumn period. The grandfather has a mantra, Taoist priests are not poor and who are poor." Jianghu smiled and shook her head. "Besides, with such a big bed, you can move it up the mountain. How can you move it into the house?" Looking at the decorations on the table, Jianghu laughed at herself. "It's not so poor, it's almost as good as hiding and enjoying the happiness." Huaqiao glanced under the desk and said in a heartfelt voice, "Hong Miao said that there is a family talisman of Tan Tao secretly pasted on the bottom of the desk, which can last for several months. Miss?" Jane Su said in her heart, "Be careful sailing the 10,000-year ship, just keep this talisman." She sighed softly. There was no officialdom outside the mountain. This kind of favor is owed. Jianghu couldn't help but appreciate it. Fancy nodded, a little depressed. "Miss, I looked at Lin Xian's young men and my eyes were not right. When I looked at Miss, my eyes seemed to have charcoal fire." Jianghu smiled and said, "You know again?" Huaqiao suddenly remembered a face. "Especially pay attention to the young man named Qin Kong. He looks quite Zhou Zheng, his eyes are thief and he hides a lot of thoughts." Jianghu joked, Is it possible that you have bad intentions? Fancy shook her head and said, That's not true. It can be seen that he is the only one who is not so reincarnated as a lecher, and he pays more attention to the lattice clothes. Jane smiled. Pretty and sternly said, Miss, people's hearts are unpredictable, the intention to harm others is indispensable, and the intention to guard against others is indispensable. Since there are people who want to see beauty, there must be people who want to see money. Jianghu smiled casually and said, Oh? That boy is still a money fan? So why don't you talk to me? Wuxia rolled her eyes and said, Look at his thin arms and thin legs, and he is shivering from the cold. When I pass by him in the future, I am afraid that a gust of wind will blow him with my quick steps. Jianghu held back her smile. Then take it easy. Wuxia is a martial arts prodigy with amazing natural physical strength, but the Jian family has neither a martial arts master to worship her, nor a suitable martial arts secret book for her to learn. Is a little guilty. It is always said that this child of fancy, it would be great if he could go to Yashan in the Qijin dynasty to try his luck since he was a child. Unfortunately, he did not enter our house until he was 10 years old. For a top sect like Xianxia, I believe that she may have great achievements. There was only one chair in the house. Jianghu let Fancy sit. She sat on the edge of the bed, put her hands on the edge of the bed and asked with a smile, Stop the ink, go to the county town to find an inn and then buy a house. The whole person seemed to be stuffed with chairs and asked tentatively, Miss, are you really not allowed to live in the Taoist temple? I asked. The temple wishes Lu Fang to have a room and he doesn't live often. They'll pay him to rent it. Looking at the pitiful her, Jianghu felt a little soft-hearted, and without waiting for Jianghu to say anything, Huaqiao laughed and said, Miss, I have already negotiated the price with Lu Fang, and I will take the house over there. Order. As expected of senior brother Chai, he really taught me a clever trick. Jianghu said helplessly, Okay. They say they are masters and servants, but they are actually sisters. Huaqiao smiled brightly and said, Miss, let's talk for a while. Jane nodded. Huaqiao took out a book from the pile of books on the table. She didn't like to read books, but there was a treasure hidden in this Taoist book. Jianghu looked at the soft and flirtatious movements, and couldn't help joking, Have you met your lover again? Is it like every 3 autumns if you don't see each other in one day? Fancy grinned, I'm not worthy of him, miss. I'm not worthy of my conscience either. Jianghu nodded and said, That's for sure. Huaqiao took out 2 pages from the book, which she carefully cut out from the 2 xianxia newspapers. The Jian family is not one of the first-class wealthy portals in the capital, so every expensive xianxia dibao will be carefully preserved. This is a 2-page dibao that I finally collected after asking the lady for help. Lover, of course, is a joke by his own lady just because there is the same pure martial artist on the dibao. But it is another world. His name is Chao Ci. On a page of the D newspaper, he wrote about how he broke through the border and retreated from the enemy in a place called Fuyazu in the vast world. On the second page of the D newspaper, it was written that he won the battle between the blue and white of the Confucian temple in China. When again? This also has something to do with the prosperity of Russia's martial arts. Gossip about this Chao Ci will be spread on the mountain. In other states, it may only be heard of this person on the top of the mountain. However, such a person who is far in the horizon is really a figure far in the horizon for Huaqiao. From Huaqiao's point of view, Chao Ci, who is a majestic world, is unattainable, and he is not much different from the city owner and landlord of the 12th floor of Baiyujing 5 City. It may be because of preconceived ideas she has a bad impression of another Chao Cis peers, to be precise, very bad. If you lose and lose again, how can you still have the face to entangle Chao Ci endlessly? Huaqiao started talking again. Miss, can you imagine that Chao Ci is only in his early 40s now, and he is already the master of the end of the martial arts? I take him as the second master Lin, isn't it too much? The Di Bao said that Chao Ci has never lost anything so far, and he will definitely not lose to anyone in the future. Hearing this, Jianghu asked with a smile, Didn't he have a master and there is no competition between them? Since there are competitions in teaching boxing to feed boxing, there must be winners and losers, right? Huaqiao's eyes widened, her face dazed, she shook her head and said dully, How do I know about the situation of their master and apprentice teaching boxing? Anyway, that world said that Chao Ci never lost. Jianghu said with a smile, I heard that there is another person of the same age with the surname Chen. Although I lost a few games, but the most recent match made Chao Ci's face swollen? Huaqiao said angrily, Bah. This kind of person doesn't teach any martial arts at all, so is he worthy of being a martial arts master? Jianxu joked. If you saw that xuanhuan one day, would you dare to scold him face to face? Huaqiao suddenly lost her anger and said listlessly, of course. I don't dare. The surname Qin, in addition to being a young martial artist, is one of the 10 young people in the world, Qinshi? It seems that he is still an official, Xuanhuan? Oh, it's bells and whistles, flashy, look at our Chao Ci, isn't it just Chao Ci? Are there nicknames and titles? Just the name of Chao Ci is enough. Thinking of this, Huaqiao's mood improved. It was dark at night and there was nothing to do. Chayu was carrying a money bag full of money from the 9 emperors selected from the treasury. Opening the knot of the bag, Chayu opened his 5 fingers, and 9 coins popped out from the inside. These are all kinds of treasures used as carving mother coins. They are all year names with excellent meaning, and behind each year number is a meaning, a period of peaceful years when the country was strong and the people were safe. Among them there is another bag hidden in the sleeve of Chai Ye's Taoist robe, which holds several coins carved from snow-white ivory, but there is no need to make such a move. There is this treasure in the family. In fact, Chai Ye's ancestral home is not Nanshan, but a vassal state bordering the Qijin dynasty. There is an official in the imperial court called Chen Fa Shirlang, who manages the coinage of Mingquan Bureau and Baoyuan Bureau. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Households all have them, and they are usually held concurrently by the right servants of the 2 departments. Occasionally there are also officers who serve as the head of the Qianfa Hall. Usually, it is a precursor to being promoted and reused by the imperial court. Occasionally there is a large government in the local area, and there is also a coinage bureau which is convenient for collecting materials and casting locally. Relatively speaking, Chen Fa Shirlang of the Ministry of Industry has more power, and the copper coins he casts can be used in one country or even several neighboring countries. Engraving the money sample is sent to the Ministry of Industry for appraisal. After this, the ancestral money is imitated and cast, and then the mother money is cast with the ancestral money. Even if it is mother money, the beauty of its appearance is by no means the currency of a country. As for the ancestral money, especially the copper coins carved from ivory, the Ministry of Industry and Industry of the Imperial Court will carefully record each one, have a serial number, and transfer it to the Imperial Treasury, which will be kept tightly sealed and not leaked. And all of Chai Yuji owns these treasures, which is related to his ancestors serving as ministers and servants of the Ministry of Industry. In addition, there are several forbidden books in the family, which are secret and treasures, and absolutely dare not let outsiders know about them. For example, there is a Book of Rites. The official chapter is devoted to such taboo content as Tugue surveying the depth of the geodesic veins and how to build a royal city in the middle of the earth. Therefore, Chai Ye's family has a deep family background, and almost all the Taoist officials of the family are born with a keen intuition for gold, iron and earth veins. Ma Zhong and Tu Jia both found it interesting, but Chai Yu didn't stop them. The 2 rural teenagers watched from afar, constantly throwing money on the ground and picking up money again. Behind the small Taoist temple near the vegetable garden, there is a dry well. Chai Yu had already put away the 9 mother coins and pulled out a talisman from his sleeve. The 2 teenagers were startled. The Taoist priest just blew it lightly, and the yellow paper talisman instantly burned as if holding a lantern. The lanterns illuminated the whole vegetable garden brightly. Chai Yu stood beside the wellhead, raised his arm and raised the talisman, and then looked down. It wasn't too deep, but there was some snow at the bottom of the well. 2 fingers twisted the talisman, chanted the incantation silently, and finally threw it to the bottom of the well. A talisman was driven into the snow at the bottom of the well as fast as an arrow. During this period, the fire burst into flames, like a slender fire dragon hanging in the well. No difference. To be careful, Chai Yu waited until the talisman at the bottom of the well was completely burnt out, then walked around the well, took out a long golden rope from his sleeve, and then took out a pocket copper coin sword, which was no more than a foot long and hung on it. In the golden long rope, he intends to fall into the well with his sword. If there is an evil spirit hiding in it, encountering this sword is tantamount to seeing a scorching sun in a tomb. I dare not say that with this copper coin sword, you can slay demons and eliminate evil on the spot, but it is certainly not difficult to force them out of the well. Chai Yu made up his mind that before leaving the Taoist temple, he would give each of the teenagers a copper coin of relatively ordinary material and shape. But if they know the goods, they can find a Xinjia ferry port or a large county temple and sell it, which is also a considerable windfall. Tu Jia secretly glanced at Ma Zhong. Ma Zhong was a little absent-minded. Inside the Taoist drum tower, Qin Tsong was lying there, watching the fire from the well in the vegetable garden. Both Changxi County Lingjing Temple and Naxi County belong to Taoist temples in small counties, so according to the ritual system, they are not qualified to hang such big bells and drums. In the late stop the Great Tranquility, the Taoists of all generations who have lived in the spiritual realm since its establishment have only heard about it. Either someone is willing to travel long distances to those Taoist temples, and when they come back they can brag about it. Hong Miao, the previous master of the temple, once said that when the imperial decree built the giant temple, the bells in the morning and the drums in the evening are loud and distant, and can be heard dozens of miles away. A few old-fashioned teenagers are just like listening to heavenly books anyway. All the rest of the Taoist temples pay attention to the red tape. When it comes to the Spirit World Temple, every time a pig is killed, the pilgrim will go down to help drag the pig's tail, and then carry 2 pieces of meat back to the mountain to open a small Taoist temple. It's not going to happen, there's no time to live. Just when Yu sacrificed the copper coin sword, the sound of the twilight drum sounded in the Taoist temple. Qin Song was taken aback, but he didn't even bother to turn around. It must have been Uncle Chang working here. Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled casually. After all, he was a Taoist official, and he was a received Taoist priest who had just arrived. He had to pay attention to a rule and put the pocket copper sword in his sleeve. Looking at the dry well, Yu turned around and made a bow at the drum tower. Originally, I was suspicious, and if it spread to the ears of my junior sister, I would probably be laughed at a few times. All night. The new official took office. The watcher was simple. He turned on the lamp and read several account books of Ling Jingwen. It didn't take much time to chat with his maid Hua Qiao for almost a night in the boudoir. Yu lived in a very simple guest room and he had no sleepiness. Except for the breathing of his homework at night, the next door was the place where the teenagers lived. Except for the snoring there was nothing. Unbearable. After finally waiting for the morning bell to ring, Yu opened the door of the house, only to see Chang Bo, who was cleaning the courtyard, and began to beat the ice awls hanging over the eaves with his broom, breaking the ground. Seeing this, Yu felt helpless. So did he use a broom? You can use a bamboo pole to hit the ice awl. But Yu still didn't say anything. Instead he took the initiative to say hello to the old man. Chang Bo hurriedly stopped what he was doing and called out to Immortal Chai respectfully. Yu glanced at the main hall of the Taoist temple and asked tentatively, "Chang Dienka, can I enter the main hall to see?" Uncle Chang was delighted when he heard it and said with a grin, "Don't talk about going to see it. If the Taoist priest sees something he likes, he can move it away as long as I don't see it. The valuables in the Taoist temple are almost all there." In the main hall, there are all the items, all of which have been reported in detail with the county government. The officials and masters of the household and workshop will come here to check each year as a rule, and if there is any need for repairs, the place that needs to be reported is a trivial matter of the officials and gentlemen. It has not been replaced for many years. It is better to lose it accidentally. It seems that it was the year before the year. The master of the workshop visited our Taoist temple in person. After reading it, I said it was strange. Is your spiritual conception so firm? You are safe everywhere, and the clerk in the household listened to it and didn't seem to say a word. Obviously, the other party is reminding the spiritual realm view. If you can repair or not, you should pay attention to it. Don't be dumb. Children who can cry have milk to eat. As a result, then the county government workshop will have oil and water. As for the household, you can also make a small profit. Even if the money is not much, you can invite your colleagues in this room to have a drink, eat meat and connect with each other. Isn't it a good thing? Yu choked for a moment. It's really out of sight. Isn't the local folk customs a bit simple? Yu was relieved after thinking about it again. This Chang Gung used to be a genuine scholar. No wonder. It seems that it is very good for this old man to be the Taoist watcher. Maybe you can really help your junior sister and help with Taoist affairs? There is only one thing. Even if it is an outsider, Yu is still uncomfortable and unhappy. After hesitating for a while, Yu asks, "Chang Dienka, it seems that you are not particularly good at playing bells and drums at the door?" Chang Bo said embarrassedly, "Hong Lao Guanju has taught him a few times, fast and slow, and I am old so I can't remember it and I can't learn it." Yu was speechless for a moment. As for whether the old man can't learn or is it troublesome, God knows. Then Yu didn't even bother to ask, "Do you know what the content of Zhongwen is in cooperation with Qinzhong and Megu?" Yu had to ask another simple question. "Uncle Chang, there are Dao Nao, Lin and Lang here in the Taoist temple, right?" Uncle Chang was at a loss. What did the Taoist say? "There are now board and copper chimes, but I don't need them at ordinary times. Hong Lao Guanju is gone, and now he is eating ashes in the utility room." Yu had no choice but to explain patiently. The Fa Zhong is named Lin on the left and Lang on the right. The body of the bell is often engraved with cloud patterns of spells. Generally speaking, the county Taoist temple should have it, but the material may be relatively ordinary. The old man snorted. The Taoist said directly that it's the kind of big bell with a long handle. Yes, why not? Hong Lao Guanju shook and chanted it was very nice. Every time a few teenagers can take the opportunity to fall asleep. Among them, Ma Zhong and Tu Jia are even more powerful. They have already developed a unique skill that can make them fall asleep with their eyes open. Yu rubbed his eyebrows and said nothing. This old regular guest, he was a scholar when he was young, but he definitely didn't study hard. Most likely, he didn't even think about taking the Taoist examination at all? Is it self-awareness? Can't even think about it? Uncle Chang glanced at the Tongpu house. It was rare to open the door so early. Lin Xian looked very energetic. They were all carefully arranged, and Tu Jia specially changed into a new Taoist robe. As for Chen Tsong, his junior, he was still the same, sleepy eyes, and when he rolled his eyes, he saw that the courtyard had been cleaned, and walked towards him quickly, smiling as he was about to take the broom. Guanju Jiansu walked out of the door, glanced at the resident Taoist priest in his Taoist temple, nodded lightly, stepped into the main hall first and began to offer incense. Except for Yu and Hua Qiao, the others waited. As for Lu Fang, who wished to pray in the temple, he didn't go up the mountain, and he almost didn't offer those horses as his ancestors. Hearing the bell of the Taoist temple on the mountain, the old man was relieved to go to sleep, and he fell asleep. The king and Laozi didn't even want to wake up. He must sleep well today. Jane Su started her first morning class. Although she was facing only some teenagers, but fortunately, the contents of these coursework were all contents that she had been familiar with for a long time. In the past it was listening, but now it is just lecturing. In addition, before coming to Taoist temple, she still did some lesson preparation, and once asked a family who belonged to the Taoist temple to worship, but Jiansu was still a little nervous at first. It's just that the group of teenagers still talked twice about whether they were listening to the class or watching the class, and the guest Changgung, who was sitting in the corner, had already started pecking at the rice, which made Jiansu quietly relieved. Is getting better. After all, she was admitted to the ultimatum at the age of 14, and coming here to give a lecture is actually similar to the teaching of a country's champion to Mengtong Murano. Yu and Hua Qiao, who were standing at the door, were also relieved. At the end of the morning class, it's a fasting meal. Chang Bo has already gone to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Officially run Taoist temples in various places, in addition to the rituals such as fasting, rituals, etc., must be vegetarian on the 15th day of the first year. In addition to not eating meat, there are also taboos of 5 meat and 4 sins. In addition, it depends on the rules established by each Taoist temple. They are all strictly vegetarian, and absolutely do not eat meat or drink, and marriage is strictly prohibited. However, the Taoist temples built by ordinary officials are not included in this list, such as the spiritual realm concept. Furthermore, sometimes whether or not the Taoist temples at all levels directly under the jurisdiction of the imperial court of a country can eat meat or not depends on the personal preference of the emperor or the real person protecting the country. There was a large round table that could seat about 10 people. As a result, there were steamed buns, white porridge, a few plates of winter pickles, and a large jar of chopped peppers and garlic. The teenagers all held their breaths and only waited for the new Guanju to give an order, and then they could move their chopsticks. Jiansu said with a smile, Chang Dienka, Taoism is very particular. Today is just 15. This garlic is among the 4 zins. Let's remove it. Chang Gung quickly apologized, rubbed his hands and took the jar of chopped peppers and garlic away. Yu was a little helpless. Didn't Hong Miao never care and teach? The eyes of several teenagers followed the jar of chopped peppers and garlic. I just depend on it for dinner. Without this thing the food is already extremely bland. What else can I do? Fancy is a little curious. Is this thing really that delicious? If you don't rinse your mouth after eating when you talk to someone, isn't it all the smell of garlic? It all. As for chatting at the dinner table, we can all be free. Jiansu smiled and took a sip of white porridge. She took the lead with her chopsticks and picked up a chopstick of winter pickles. She chewed it carefully. It tasted quite good. Because of the presence of Lord Jianguan, the teenagers were very polite. When Jiansu put down her chopsticks, several teenagers were still eating steamed buns and making porridge. Fancy can see the way, especially that Chen Song, who seems to be eating slowly. In fact, he really eats a lot. Hearing that Immortal Chai and the big ladies were going to the county to buy something, Lin Xian volunteered to help lead the way. It turned out that Lord Jianghuan did not come down the mountain with them, and the young man disappeared all of a sudden. After leaving the Taoist temple he began to feel sick. Jiansu began to wander around the Taoist temple. Outside the main hall there were guest rooms, a fasting hall, a kitchen, and a storage room where farm implements and sundries were stacked. In fact there were only a few houses. Tu Jiao and Ma Zhong were very attentive and led the Guanju door to door. Only Chen Tsong squatted under the eaves with his arms in his sleeves, basking in the warm sun, yawning lazily. Teenagers have always adhered to one purpose: to be lazy if they can be lazy. At the end of the day, except for a change of view, to this tired and lazy boy, there seems to be no difference. Compared to the excitement of the other teenagers, Chen Tsong was curious about several things that he couldn't say. For example, will there be toilets and urinals in the house of the new patron? Usually people have 3 urgency. Jian Guanju also uses the public toilet in Taoist temple? And in the future, the personal clothes that Jian Guanju hangs in the courtyard, hang on the bamboo poles and dangle with the wind, will it damage the majesty of the Guanju? The young man thought about it and thought it was very possible that Lord Jianguan would let the black charcoal maid rent a house outside the Taoist temple, or a village or county town, so that he could solve many troubles at the same time. Just ask Changbo if he has any spare money, rent an empty house in Lu Fang's village, and then resell it to Jian Guanju. You will only earn her a few dollars in a year. It's a pity, a penny stumped a hero and he lost such a fortune in vain. Dinner is still a veritable vegetarian meal. Fortunately, before Jianguan picked up the chopsticks, he said with a smile that as long as it is not a fasting day on the 15th day of the first lunar month, he does not avoid meat and spicy food. Chen Tsong hesitated to speak, but was stared at by Uncle Chang, who seemed to be an unpredictable prophet. The young man finally held back, otherwise he would have almost blurted out a sentence. Jian Guanju, should we avoid food or not in Taoism? It's a matter of eating meat or not. There is no need to hold morning and evening classes except on Liuwu Day. In the evening classes of the Taoist temple every day, incense and candles are first burned, and then the so-called chanting scriptures. Among them, as the first step of the Taoist evening altar, the virtual rhyme is actually fixed. However, when the old master Hong was replaced by a young master, the rhythm was also like singing and reading. Lin Xian and the others listened with great energy. At least on the surface, Chen Tsong was still drowsy. The scriptures are also selected from the Taoist classics authorized by the imperial court. Every year, 100 years, the 10 directions, the inspiration, the clear and tranquil, the redress and the sin, the ascension to heaven and the way to get away from the lost. It seems that Daomen rituals are such old rules that are passed down day by day. When the evening class was over, Ma Zhong and the others found Immortal Chai outside the door, and asked him where he came from, if there was that kind of fairy magic that soared through the clouds, as the book said, in the kind of magic that was higher than the sea of clouds. Do you practice Taoism in the mountains? Chen Tsong went to Chang Uncle's house. As soon as the twilight drum sounded, he had to go to sleep. Today is different from the past. After all, the spiritual realm has been changed to be the master of the house. In the past, the master of Hong Laoguan never cared about this and didn't sleep at night. Once the gate of the Taoist temple is closed, the back door will not be locked. Just slip out and stroll around. It's enough to make up for sleep during the morning class. Toilet bar. The old man continued to read the old book, which also had no title on the cover. Chen Tsong remembered that many years ago, whenever he wanted to read, Uncle Chang would hand over the book to him, and he would explain a few words when he was in a good mood, but it seems that since the beginning of the spring last year, it might be the end of the winter of the previous year? After that, he won't let him read this book. Chang Bo's reason is that your kid's memory is okay and it's not interesting to read it again. In fact, it's not just about this book. I remember when I was a child, Chang Bo still liked to talk a lot and he was willing to talk to him about everything, but the later he was, the less he liked to talk. This made the young man a little sad, as if he grew up day by day. Chang Bo was getting old day by day. Chen Tsong really remembers the content of the book. The first one seems to be about the rites and music of Taoism. What is the monarch who encourages the music? What changes the customs? The world is peaceful, the good and the good are happy, and they say that the bell is the head of the golden music. The immortal palace of the Brahma Palace must be used to show the sincerity of the audience, and the songs of ghosts and gods. For these, the teenagers are all ignorant. So-called knowing is just knowing. Chen Tsong is also not very interested. The only thing that thinks the interesting thing is that at the end of a certain subsection in the book, there is often a sentence like, "But Mosey is not right. But Mosey is not right." When I asked Chang Bo in the early years, I realized that Mosey was a person. The boy asked curiously, "Changhua, Does the old master who wrote this text have a grudge against that man named Mosey? So tit for tat that you have to write an article to scold the fight, and if you meet, you must not roll up your sleeves and fight? When the young man spoke, Changbo stretched out his hand and twisted the wick, shook his head and said, "There is no hatred, on the contrary they are still good friends." Qin Song wondered, "How do you know this?" The old man smiled and said, "It seems from other books." Qin Song said helplessly, "Uncle Chang, you only read the most miscellaneous books." The old man began to chew on words. "Most can't be talked about, it's relatively more." The young man smiled and said, "Okay, in the future I must engrave a seal on one side, and the inscription is Changhua has seen it, or in more written language Changhua has seen, how about it?" The old man said, "It's better to change the word look to the word read. When you are young you need to read. When you are old you can pick up books to read." The ancients said that reading 100 times is self-seeking, and it has deep meaning. In the past, people who wrote books were preaching and people who read books took it seriously. The more you go on, the more accessible the books are, and the more truths they have, the more they are worthless. Qin Song didn't like to hear some of these but just whispered a question that he cared most about: "Will Lord Jianguan really drive us away?" Chang Bo shook his head and said, "No." "Why?" At first glance, that Jian Guanzhu is a rich man from a big family. What's the point of this? Do rich people have to be kind-hearted? The old man smiled and shook his head. "That's not the truth. What I mean is that Jian Guanzhu won't care about petty profits, and the children of the real wealthy family, their method of calculating gains and losses is different from those of us who are resident Taoists. To put it simply, she didn't like us and felt upset, so she threw us out of the Taoist temple. It's okay for the two of us to say that we were helpless and had nowhere to complain. In the end, making a mess of chickens and dogs will only delay her clean life. In this way, Lord Jianguan can save some money or arrange his own manpower in the Taoist temple, but for her, every inch of time is an inch. Jean, you can take it seriously, but she thinks it's a very real and most valuable truth, especially if she is being dealt with by the common people. She will be very troublesome and really want to make trouble again and again, and even go to the county government to file a lawsuit. By the way, Jian Guanzhu is a loss-making business that does not pay for the gains, so do you understand?" Qin Song smiled brightly and said, "When it comes to money, I understand." The old man smiled and said, "Virtue." Ding Kuchanghua, inside and outside the Taoist temple, is indeed a good-natured man who is easy to talk and has no temper, but if he is said to be kind and amiable, it is really only the young Qin Song who faces his younger generation. Qin Song was habitually lying on the table and said, "Uncle Chang, what you say, the reason is such a reason, but you don't reach out and slap a smiling person, and you don't blame people for being polite. This principle is always universal. Is it right? Do we want it? Well, it means filial piety, meaning expressing." Uncle Chang snorted, "I don't have that spare money." Qin Song raised his head and wiped the table back and forth with his chin. "Giving gifts is really a skill." The old man smiled and said, "I'm usually not very bright, but my brain is not enough now. Don't you like to carve seals? I touched some different stones in the river. How much is it?" The boy's eyes lit up, he gave a thumbs up and said sincerely, "Uncle Chang, it's okay." The old man smiled. "Being so praised by the stinky boy makes me feel actually okay. It's better than being told by this kid, 'I can't beat Chui Yu but I can't beat a Mahjong.' This kind of is bound to happen, the old man can guess." The young man thought about it and muttered in a low voice, "What is written in the seal? I see that Immortal Chai seems to be a pair with our Guanzhu. Otherwise I came to Yingchuan County from the capital, and it's 1,000 miles away. Yes, you must not wear your off? But in case that Chai Xian is unrequited, I don't want to flatter the horse's hoof. Writing about calling the wind and calling the rain, flying through the clouds and driving the fog? Isn't it too tacky? Otherwise I will write about giving birth to a precious son early. After Jian Guanzhu there will always be a Taoist companion, and a Taoist companion will always have a child." When the boy said this, he laughed to himself. The old man squinted at the young man and Qin Song rolled his eyes. "I'm just joking, I think you're nervous. I said that whenever there is a big event, you're the only one who can tell the truth. Uncle Chang, it's really not me. This junior said your habit of being stricter than self-discipline must not be changed?" The old man smiled and said, "If I can take care of you, I should burn high incense." The young man clasped his fists in both hands and said with a hilarious smile, "It's easy to talk and talk." Chang Bo reminded, "Have you thought about the seal?" Qin Song began to talk to himself. "Master Jian Guan is now our preacher. The book says that Digeo is a teacher and a model, and the book also says that there is a regular advance and retreat, all rules quiet and holy. The king of action. The book also says that the simplicity is unmatched in the world. Oh, it's simple, but it's not just adding meritorious decorations. Well, the name of Jianghu is not bad, quite good. Chang Bo said with a smile. It's good or bad to have such a content, but do you think that you are a resident Taoist and it is appropriate to give such a seal to the new abbot? Qin Song nodded. That's right, the meaning is too big. It's similar to the message sent by the elders of the family to the younger generation. It's really inappropriate. Straight, gentle and honest, simple and clean and beautiful. It's actually good, but it seems it's too slick and disrespectful. I'm afraid it would be appropriate to replace it with immortal chai to send it? Yes, there is not such a sentence in the book. The beginning of the work is simple and the end will be huge. Haha, this reminds me of Horses. It was a romance novel that they didn't hide, and I saw that Wang Jun knocked out a fierce general from it. All the officials should take a good look at it, the red robe and red hair, the red horse riding alone, and the water on the waist to grind the slips. Stop. Uncle Chang felt a headache, bent his fingers and tapped the table lightly. Actually, it's simple, just engrave the word Jian. If the other party doesn't like it, you're not rude. The seal of the collection of the Lord's side. Qin Song said helplessly, Uncle Chang, it's really simple, thanks to you if you can figure it out. The old man smiled and said, it's not easy to teach you to write the word Jian in ancient seal script. Look carefully. Before the sun is exposed to 3 poles, it is a double pole. Taoist priests should cherish their time. There is a hidden heart. Qin Song looked up, Chang Bo raised his finger and wrote a word in the air. The bottom door was low and sun high. Qin Song wondered, can it be done? Chang Bo said, it's up to you whether you can do it or not. Speaking of this, the old man laughed to himself and shook his head. Qin Song asked curiously what he was laughing at. Uncle Chang just shook his head, and the young man became more curious to ask the reason. Chang Bo said, do you think the phrase I can do my own thing is okay? This is the first time a teenager has heard this expression, which means to stay away from officialdom and walk in the countryside. It seems to be used on Jianghu. Is it not bad? From the capital to Jiangxi County. Chang Bo held back his smile. I advise you not to send it. Let's change the content, just engrave the word Jian in that ancient seal. Otherwise you will really be swept out by the Lord of Jianghuan. Qin Song asked, why? Chang Bo smiled and said, because the original meaning is the self-reporting of an abandoned woman in the countryside. Qin Song sat up straight and stared. Uncle Chang, just think, well, get out of bed together. The weather outside is freezing cold and it will really freeze people to death. I can say your body? Having said that, the young man lay down on the table again and continued, actually, Uncle Chang's body and bones are still quite good and he is healthy. I remember it very clearly. When I asked you about your age the year before, you said it was 62. When I asked you last year it will be 61 this year, it must not be 60. The more you live, the younger you are. Very good. Ah. The old man smiled and nodded. I go wild. This seal, if there is a chance in the future, you can give it as a gift to Wenhai Zhoumi, who went from Howren to wilderness. Uncle Chang, why don't you carve the seal? Worried about being ugly and showing timidity? Was it thrown into the trash can? Qin Song grinned. In fact, he was afraid of self-defeating and not beautiful. Chang Bo said, giving gifts is your sincerity. What's the matter if I catch a knife on my behalf? Sooner or later it'll show my fault. When he started to make sense again, the young man waved his hand. It's all right, I'll engrave. I'm not good at engraving. My handwriting is not bad. Compared with Chang Bo, the difference is at most within an inch. The old man laughed and scolded, stinky brat doesn't even make drafts for bragging. Some so-called calligraphy masters and masters hide their characters. But Howren embroidered a tiger, but he is a well-deserved person to hide his words. In the Howren world, Chuiyu, who was once known to the world as the first disciple of Wensheng, was the most despised calligrapher. Therefore, among the hundreds of schools of thought, there should not be a place for calligraphers. A curse. Those painters on the mountain who are known as the masters of Danqing, or those who are awaiting edicts from various countries, feel that they are better than the other. But those Qi practitioners who specialize in calligraphy are frustrated. So much so that Confucian scholars and literati with little knowledge in Middle-earth Shenzhou began to feel that being called a master of calligraphy was indeed an unpleasant or even abusive statement. Since the text is to convey the Tao, then the text is the carrier. How can you, Chuiyu, regard it as a small skill of carving insects? As a result, Chuiyu said directly, do you think you are a holy saint? For this reason, there was also a lawsuit in the Confucian temple. Of course, the old scholar who was a Wunxing came forward to be responsible for the smashing. Instead of the nonsense student, I will make a mistake for you. But it is only said that as soon as the old scholar walked out of the Confucian temple and arrived at the Gongdalin, he patted the first disciple on the shoulder with all his strength. After many years, it was rumored that it was a discussion in the Confucian temple behind closed doors. The old scholar was really furious this time. He patted his chest and said, I never felt that my students were really wrong. Is because I'm Wunxing, yes? Not once my students never say wrong do wrong. The dignified sage in front of the Confucian temple masters and the school palace, sacrificed wine, sai, and a group of academy mountain leaders, swearing the 3-character classics. I dragged them and apologized and admitted their mistakes. It was because they were unlucky. I was so unprincipled in the stall, who couldn't write a good article after eating cold pork head. Whenever they make a mistake once, I, the gentleman, will let them apologize in person. At that time, a young man in a Confucian shirt with a hosta on his head sat silently on the steps. After the meeting, the old show sat down beside him. The young man asked with a smile, Did you lose the quarrel? The old Xianxia shook his sleeves, turned his head and spat on the ground, as if he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly stretched his neck and looked around. That's the only thing that says it can't be done. After a moment of silence, the old Xianxia sighed. In fact, the quarrel has never been won or lost, or it has always been lost. The young man nodded. The old scholar patted the first disciple's arm, stood up, walked away with a big laugh, went to Gongdalin and made a cup of wolfberry tea. Chuiyu, is this wolfberry tea really as good as you said? Why did Mr. find that Mr. Ziping's eyes were not quite right? Chuiyu said with a smile, Anyway, that's what the medicine book says. I think Mr. Sheeping is greedy, right? The old scholar laughed and said that it is necessary and I can't drink wolfberry tea. Where can students like you go? Chin Tsung fed a few times and shook his palm. Uncle Chang, what are you thinking? Chang Bo smiled and said, It's nothing, think about some old things that are not worth mentioning. In fact, the old man did leave some treasures at the bottom of the box for the young man. Among them there were 2 seals which were engraved with, Be careful with fire candles, and Ling Zhe. Chuiyu had been to Luopao Mountain in the past, and he also visited Linlu Academy in Piyun Mountain. Of course, Shanjun Wei Bo must take the initiative to rush to the academy to meet the national teacher. Chuiyu once instructed Wei Bo about one thing. If you need Wei Shanjun in the future, use the word Lingza, but if someone persuades you to use something else, listen to one word of persuasion, but it can't be the neighbor next door. You just listen to the persuasion and change without the word Lingza. As for why, what, and who, just wait patiently, and when the truth comes out, Wei Bo will naturally know the answer. Wei Bo was like a cloud and mist at the time, but his heart was inevitably shaken. In the dark, he always felt that this was a very important event for him. Chui Guosher, is this a prophet of uncertainty? Or is it the result of Daoist deduction? Chui Guosher, who seemed to have completely guessed Wei Bo's thoughts, had a slightly sarcastic expression on his face, and said with a smile, he had to admit that sometimes, luck is better than brains. What can Wei Shanjun say? Just take it as a good word. Anyway, Xiuhu said that he had a bad mind and it really wasn't a bad thing to say. Chen Tsong said softly, Uncle Chang, you said that your birthday is on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, and I haven't had a birthday for you before. In fact, I've saved some money over the years. They'll go to the county seat and invite you to a good drink. Chang Bo smiled and said, No, I don't like drinking. I understand it. The young man hummed but was obviously a little disappointed. The old man said, Let me tell you something about the book? Chin Tsong shook his head, I'm sleepy. Chang Bo, however, said to himself, In the ancient poetry of 5 characters, the 3rd character is often used as a key. 7 ancient and song walks are about the 5th character. Then a person's key is determined when he is young. Looking at people is like flipping through a book, www. Novel. Com is reading people. When you grow up, you will also leave this Taoist temple, travel far away and go out to study. Those who have made great achievements in ancient times and who are famous for thousands of years have not only outstanding talents, but also extraordinary ambitions. Taiyang Xingjian gentlemen are self-improving. In ancient times, Taoist scholars, sages, and sages all started from young people. I learned a few truths from books. Don't need much, you have to go far, leave your hometown, travel thousands of miles, to verify whether these principles are right or wrong, or to correct, improve, or even to overthrow these principles that were taken for granted when I was young. When the old man said this, the young man murmured softly, Uncle Chang, but I don't want to travel far away at all, you are old. The book said, parents are not far travel, travel must be well. But the world is big and he only has a relative like Changbo. Even if he can achieve the so-called travel in the book, he has to travel so far. When he comes back, Changbo still cooks fire and rings the bell every day in the Taoist temple. Playing drums and cleaning Taoist temples? In fact, the young man has long forgotten that the real difference between the senior brother and the younger junior brother is not in the future, but in the past, in fact, when they first met. At that time, the old man squatted down, touched the head of the child patched from a piece of natal porcelain, smiled warmly and said with a smile, "Hello, I have been forgetting to introduce myself all these years. In fact, my name is not Changgung, nor is it yours." "What, Uncle Chang? This is the end of this Tao protection. It doesn't matter if you don't understand this and you don't have to remember today. Don't be afraid because my real name is Chuiyu, and I am your senior brother. Just because Chuiyu came from the 3 sect patriarchs after they scattered." Sword of Coming Chapter 1193. Chapter 1193. On the shore of Chiochi Lake, a short man in cotton-padded straw shoes does not like the saber on his waist, and is used to holding the scabbard in his arms. Judging from the speed of his breathing, the weight of his steps, and his attitude, he seems to be a trainer who is neither high nor low. With a smile on his face, his hands wrapped around his sleeves, the man asked, "Your name is Wu Jiang?" The younger generation of Jianghu leaders, although not among Gao Jun's invitation to discuss matters, but Wu Jiang's presence here is not surprising at all. Wu Jiang nodded. Too much fame in the arena is also annoying. There are always people who take the initiative to get close to the set, but few are willing to give something affordable, even if they invite you to eat or drink. When the guy in front of him walks, his hands are always hidden in his sleeves. Could it be that he is a sect master who is familiar with hidden weapons? The man asked with a smile, "Is the person who taught you the sword technique called Lu Tai?" Wu Jiang frowned, hesitated for a moment and said, "Mingren, don't speak secretly, he is half my master." From the master to several uncles and uncles, plus the demon leader who was half a teacher, it seemed that they disappeared without a trace overnight. He spent several years traveling all over the Shikoku rivers and lakes, but could not find any trace of any of them. However, this guy in front of him is not too timid, and dares to call this demon sect leader by his name. Although Lu Tai has been missing for many years, he is not an ordinary person in the world, even if the world has become very strange no matter who it is. As long as Lu Tai is mentioned, he doesn't even call his name. It's not that person, or he still respectfully calls him the leader of Lu. As for the splendid demon sect in the past, because the group of dragons had no leader, it had long since been torn apart. If Wu Jiang hadn't forged his own iron, he would have dared not to be afraid of his relationship with the demon sect when he went out. The man said to himself, "Huang Shang, who was the real protector of the Nanyuan kingdom, has always been a Taoist priest. As for Huan Yin's character, he doesn't seem like a person who is willing to accept apprentices. In this way, half of your masters, is it Tao Xiang?" Wu Jiang nodded. This fellow is very clear to his own teacher. Is it also a Qi cultivator who has stepped on dog and cultivated immortal magic to keep his appearance from getting old? Are you a senior in the rivers and lakes of the same generation as your master? After suffering a big loss, he couldn't beat the old man. After finally waiting for the old man to disappear, he came to bully his junior? It doesn't matter, according to the master's words, this kind of useless character, practicing martial arts and cultivating immortals, will not be successful. The man in green shirt asked with a smile, "I heard that Lu Tai has hired a closed-door disciple who is about the same age as you? He doesn't seem to have a surname, so he is called Jianji. He uses a bamboo sword and is a swordsman?" Wu Jiang had a dark face. Does this guy think that he is Mr. Village School and that Lao Tzu is Meng Tong? The man twisted his wrist and created a pot of wine out of thin air. He didn't know if it was a trick of the rivers and lakes or an immortal trick on the mountain, and gently threw it to Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang didn't reach out to pick it up, but just pushed it out with a palm, and sent a thick martial arts chi to send the jug back. There are many ways to go up and down the rivers and lakes, and the masters of poison are especially hard to guard against. Once Wu Jiang was caught in the hands of a girl and the boy almost died. The man stretched out his sleeves and caught the jug that had returned the same way. In an instant, Wu Jiang approached him, holding the scabbard, placed it on the opponent's shoulder, patted it and said suspiciously, "Dude, that's all. Dao Xing, dare to come out and run around the world?" The man remained motionless and asked with a smile, "Did Lu Tai enter the nascent soul realm before disappearing here?" Wu Jiang looked blank. "What?" While speaking, the short swordsman swept back and resumed his posture of holding the sword. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party had been chatting about things related to the master, Wu Jiang would not be interested in chatting with him. Wu Jiang and the guy who was based on seniority and had to call out a little uncle had only met once, and it was a guy with eyes on his forehead. But I once heard from the master that the master was a little too fond of this closed-door disciple. He not only taught the immortal art in person but also taught boxing, and sent out a lot of swordsmanship alone. The master also gave the same age a bamboo sword. Hearing the master drink high, he mentioned it. The bamboo sword has the word xianhuan engraved on it. The man smiled and said, "By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Pingan. I'm a friend of half of your master, a good friend." Wu Jiang twitched the corners of his mouth. "I said I was dinging, do you believe it? There are a lot of new tricks in the current charlatans." Qin Pingan raised the jug in his hand, shook it and said, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, I am Qin Pingan. This jug of Xinjia wine is real, do you dare to drink it?" Zhong Qian, the unidentified goddess Jiang, the Wu Jiang who belongs to the remainders of the demon sect, and a large group of young martial arts masters springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain, although there is only one martial artist in the golden body for the time being, Zhong Qian, but there are 6. The number of Jingwu is far more than that of Qin Pingan when he entered the lotus flower-blessed land, almost doubling. The key is that the number of 6-level warriors will continue to increase in the next 20 or 30 years, and it will only stabilize after 30 years. The great disciple of Kaishan deliberately broke the boundary here. The few martial arts gifts from Pei Chen are of course very important, but if we push a few steps forward, it seems that the old Guanju is still in his own 1/3 of an acre of land. Have already cultivated a lot of good seedlings? Otherwise, no matter how strong the martial arts of lotus root blessed land is, it will gradually concentrate on a small group of pure martial artists, rather than the current big year in the rivers and lakes. Wu Jiang stared at the man of the divine way, silent for a moment, and said, "No merit, no reward, tell me who is the enemy who wants me to kill." It was agreed in advance that it is okay to kill people but not to kill people. Now the court is strictly controlled and the wind is tight. Since you are the kind of chi cultivator on the mountain, you must be a good enemy who you do not deal with. It is not difficult to sneak up on him and chop him a few times, but if you really want to cause death, it is not what a trivial matter. I don't have to be forced to be a wanted criminal running around for a jar of so-called Xinjia wine. Qin Pingan burst into laughter. As expected of a disciple taught by Tao Xiang, it was a blessing that Tao Xiang didn't teach it carefully, so he raised his arm and said, "As soon as I see it, I will give you a drink without any payment." Wu Jiang is considered Lu Tai's disciple and grandchild in any way. He has become an elder when the tide has risen, so he must give him some greetings. Wu Jiang sneered and said, "Are you planning to use a long line to catch big fish, or do you want to sworn brothers with me, and I've gotten to know each other well so that I can work for you?" Many jianghu romance and koan novels are written like this. They seem to be a gentleman with a sanctimonious appearance, but in fact they are very dark-hearted, and murderers have no blood on their hands. It's a good thing that I haven't married a beautiful daughter-in-law yet, otherwise I'd have to take it easy. As soon as Wu Jiang thought of this, he looked at the other party again, and he was quite a dog, so he had to stay away. Master is right, the rivers and lakes are sinister, and there are not many good birds flying around in high places. Farmers say farming is hard, and those who read say reading is hard. Swap them and see how. Those who practice martial arts say it is good to practice martial arts, and those who practice Taoism say that it is good to practice Taoism. In a fight, it's the difference. A man and a woman are fishing by the lake. Either way, put down the fish basket first. The perch of Chiochi Lake is very famous, and it is the favorite of the gluttonous people in the northern Jin dynasty in Songlai. Those who really like fishing often also like to watch people fishing. Sitting in the shade of a tree with wicker sticks hanging like a curtain, I saw the young man who looked like a chi trainer suddenly raised his rod and caught a new perch. The young man took off the hook and threw it into the fish basket. The woman on the side was born with a plump body and a dignified temperament, with a charming face, but there was an awe-inspiring air between her eyebrows. She was born in a mountain and wild spirit, but she succeeded in refining her shape, and looking at her spirit, she was probably in a lecherous temple somewhere, and she had not yet received the official seal of the imperial court, so her golden body of the temple was not stable enough, and her true appearance occasionally swayed, like the wind after the wind. Qin Pingan sat on the bank, lifted the mud seal and drank wine. Wu Jiang hesitated for a while, but came to squat beside this person. Wu Jiang was not worried that the other party would violently attack, and the other party didn't look like that kind of powerful thing. In the words of Xuanji Yuxian on a certain knife score, it was light-hearted. The only exception is the kind of martial arts masters who return to nature, such as the master Lu Tai. Private fights are now strictly prohibited in the Chiochi Lake boundary. Once discovered, both sides will fight regardless of the reason, regardless of whether it is about boxing or fighting, all of them will be won. A few guys have been arrested for a vegetarian meal in Demugwon these days. Qin Pingan asked in his heart, Master Wu, do you know their identities? Wu Jiang nodded and said, they all come from the barbarian land in the southernmost part of Songlai country. The man is Xuanhuan. He is a so-called cultivator genius like you mountain chi cultivators. It is said that his marksmanship went straight to Qing Yuanshan, and he rejected the invitation of the Hushan faction a few years ago. The woman is the goddess of the mountain, goddess of the Daishan temple. What is the name of the begging flower field? Xuanhuan was born as a young ranger, and his family was ruined. In the middle of the night when the snowflakes were as big as his hands, the young man sneaked a gun at night, entered a military town official residence and stabbed the enemy's head, and then stomped him down. Huang finally found a long rope that was several feet long, tied the enemy's head at one end and tied his hair in a bun at the other end, dragged the spear and ran wildly in the snowy night. His figure was faster than the arrow, and the horse couldn't gallop. It's a good one to solve the grievances and take people's heads. Wu Jiang continued, Xuanhuan has a better-known friend. He is short, and he likes to meddle in his own business. He specializes in the kind of injustice that has nothing to do with him. Every time he takes a shot, he is either cut off or chopped off. Legs Wu Kei knows I used a knife like me. Several disciples and grandchildren were slaughtered by this person. Wu Kei didn't dare to fart, but it was not impossible to beat him. The desperados who wear shoes, Master said, most of the Edo seniors who have a reputation in a sector like this. There are no requirements for swordsmanship, let alone anything in return, just to let me not become like this in the future. I think it makes sense, so I have never thought about opening a martial arts hall or relying on witch court, not asking people for power, money and territory. If you want a woman, you can ignore the sky and the earth and be more free. After talking so much about Wu Jiang, he turned his head and asked, Dude, we are all going to the rivers and lakes. What is the primary purpose of going out? I'm so honest, can't you tell the truth? To be precise, please drink again? Qin Pingan smiled and replied, treat people with sincerity. Wu Jiang was silent. This young master with a knife was covered in fine sweat on his forehead. Just because the only time I followed the master was to meet the master who was the leader of the sect. Impression is too deep. The main altar of the demon sect that twists and turns, and the impression of the heavily guarded, bone-riddled, mourning. I thought I walked into a fairyland of fat powder piles. It was even more awkward when the young man saw that master, seeing that the other party was neither an old man with a childish face nor a burly man, but more like a son of a noble family, and he was more beautiful than the women he saw on the road earlier. The young man, with a gold hairpin on his head, wore a loose snow-white robe, took off his boots, and sat cross-legged on a dragon chair that was brought from nowhere. He looked at the restrained boy who was standing at the door, kneeling and kowtowing. Lu Tai smiled and asked, Young man, he looks like a piece of black charcoal. Not bad, that's very pleasing. I ask you a question, if you answer wrong, he'll let Tao Xiang screw your head. Come down, the answer is okay, so don't call Shigong, but at least you can be full of beards and tails, where you come from, where you go. If you answer well, I will tell you how many times your master has to learn the unique skills of Heratzi Qijing Wufu, just around the corner. What do you think is the purpose of walking alone in the rivers and lakes? The young man has long been frightened. Tao Xiang coughed to remind the boy who couldn't afford to kneel, the leader asked you something. The young man regained his senses and said in a trembling voice, live. Lu Tai rubbed his chin, just barely, let's do it. Remember, walk the rivers and lakes and treat people with sincerity. Remember? The dark boy's teeth chattered, report to the leader and write it down. He raised his chin, a maid holding a box took out a martial arts book from her sleeve, and threw it to the boy at the door. It is because of this knife manual that Wu Jiang can improve his martial arts and his skills skyrocket. Of course, Master took it and copied it. Wu Jiang used the method of gathering sound into a line, and asked carefully, dare to ask the name of the immortal. Qin Pingan laughed heartily, I said that I am Qin Pingan, but you don't believe it. Just change the statement and you will believe it? Wu Jiang whispered, how dare you believe this kind of thing? Also in the capital of Nanyuan, Ding Ying killed Zhu Lian and you killed Ding Ying. It is said that Yu Zhini, who even let Yu Jian fly, did not dare to enter the city. Especially Wu Jiang, I once heard a terrifying news from my master. The master and the xianxia named Qin are close friends. Qin Pingan threw a pot of wine and asked, Wu Jiang, what do you think about the world today? Wu Jiang was not pretentious this time. He reached out to catch the jug, lifted the mud seal and sniffed hard, good wine. Before drinking, the young people are a little drunk. Wu Jiang raised his head and poured a large mouthful of the so-called xianxia wine brewing. After taking a sip, the whole rinxiao acupoint was like a rainy season. After a shock, his face flushed red, he snorted and sighed, no wonder everyone wants to be a god. After digesting the spirit of the wine, Wu Jiang regained his senses. Just like when he was a teenager, he met Lu Tai for the first time, carefully considered it and said solemnly, the current world is mostly bizarre and mysterious, and it is impossible to change everywhere. It's possible, things that I never dared to think about before have become a dream come true. Those who learn martial arts and practice boxing have the hope of surpassing those legendary figures who once seemed invincible. Great masters like Qiu and Xuanhuan, those who practice immortality can even think of longevity. It seems that overnight, all the famous mountains and rivers in the world have their own masters. All countries are worshipping and officials are busy. Build ancestral temples and the common people are especially pious when they burn incense. Having said that, Wu Jiang looked up at the sky and said with a complicated expression, I once met a friend who accidentally hit and stumbled halfway through the practice of immortality, saying that this is the beauty of the gods. Shaking his head, he took another sip of wine. He didn't dare to drink too much this time. Wu Jiang looked at the dazzling autumn lake and murmured, it's just that gods have appeared and ghosts are brimming with ghosts. I have martial arts skills. It will be considered a good thing and the common people may not find it interesting and more panicked. Qin Pingan nodded, it's good for you to think so. You don't have to think about how to save drinking and have another pot when you're done. Just drink it with confidence, your alcohol capacity will definitely be no match for my magic power. In terms of persuading wine, the second shopkeeper is at least equal to the realm of martial arts. Wu Jiang was shocked and said, Qin Jianxian will still use the fairy method of wine? Qin Pingan smiled and said, I can't teach and I can't teach. Because this magical power is also called rich. After all, Qin Pingan doesn't have the realm and face of Master Lu, so he can really carry immortal brew from all over the world without asking for it. Qin Pingan took out another pot of wine, handed it to Wu Jiang and asked with a smile, since you view the world this way, how have you been in the world all these years? Wu Jiang hesitated, thinking about it, but he swallowed those beautiful words and answered honestly, a bachelor, if you just want to go around the world at least it won't hurt anyone. Qin Pingan nodded with a smile, just relying on this outfit, you know you're not lying. 6 realm warriors already have a share of martial arts in their bodies, and where they can't eat hot and spicy, even if they go to the court to find a military general with a high official status, it is a trivial matter. Wu Jiang was full of embarrassment. Not all the storytellers of Tianxiao said that he was unshaven, disheveled, wandering the rivers and lakes, either a hero or a hero. On a ship bound for Luodai Island, Pei Xiang, the lord of the Fox Kingdom, who had already taken away the power fence, was sitting on the top floor drinking tea and enjoying the scenery with 3 remaining fox fairies by his side. She is the temporary steward of the building boat specially waiting for the national lord Pei Xiang. She is a young female crown from Demugwen and one of the direct disciples of Xuanhuan. At this event, she was specially responsible for receiving people and things. At this moment, she knelt on the white ivory mat and made tea herself to entertain guests. Bo Xing handed over teacups for several distinguished guests and said with a sweet smile, my family is the Lord. In order to welcome the Lord, I made a special trip to build a new mansion on Luodai Island, named Guyuexian, just waiting for the Lord to land on the island. Don't dislike it, Guyuexian will be the private mansion of the country lord in the future, and in the future, Qi cultivators from the Fox Kingdom who come to Chiochi Lake to play, can live there. Demugwen seems to be willing to give special treatment to female Qi practitioners and gods of mountains and rivers. Pei Xiang nodded with a smile, I saw Gong Hujun when I looked back and I must thank her face to face. After some small talk, she mentioned Bo Xing's background. She smiled and said, my ancestors lived in that Lanjiang River for generations not far from Chiochi Lake. My ancestors were all the people who were discharged from the river. Guizhuzhou leaned back, stretched out his hand to lift the curtain, and looked at Yang Lui's shore of the lake, admiring it. Master, the villain was really comfortable. There are 9 continents in Haoran, and there are 14 states in the Qingming world. Among them, only Ruzhou is the only place where it is recognized that Wu Yun oppresses Dao Qi. It is only because of the Qijin dynasty in Ruzhou that there is a Lin Shi, who sits in Yashan. In addition, there are many water towns in Ruzhou, so it is also the most troublesome territory for Taoist officials in the Huangqi line of Baiyujing. There is a Changjiang River in Ruzhou, the water transportation is the best in a state, and it is one of the 6 dungeons in Qingming. A man and a woman walked side by the big water, the strong river wind blew their faces and their sleeves rattled. The man smiled and said, "It's a state instead of a continent," which is enough to see the disparity between the two worlds in the transportation of mountains and water. Lin Jiangxian has always been alone before going out, but this time it was an exception. With a young woman by her side, it was Sudian who came to the door not long ago. She came from the small town of Huaihuang County in the old Lizhu Cave, Aquarius Island. According to the Real Seniority, can be regarded as his junior sister, but now Sudian has changed its name to Su Lian Yashan, and has been apprenticed to a disciple of Lin Jiangxian, and the seniority has opened up at once. At the beginning Lin Jiangxian was worried that Sudian would be unhappy, so he made a draft, saying that this was just an expedient measure to hide people's eyes and ears. Baiyujing was no better than Haoran Confucian Temple, and it was easy to be followed by Taoist officials who were proficient in fortune-telling. I never thought that Sudian would not wait at that time. After Lin Jiangxian finished speaking, she simply replied, "As long as she can learn true boxing here, it doesn't matter if she is a handyman who needs to bring tea and water to people every day." Su Dian habitually referred to the other party as Master Lin. "Master Lin, how long is it until the next martial arts review?" Not only did she follow the customs of the countryside, but now she is under the tutelage of others, mainly because of Lin Jiangxian's martial arts accomplishments. It seems that it is disrespectful to call Master Lin. According to the mountain customs of Qingming World, the 100-year-old evaluation compiled by the Xianzhang School, and the 10-year-old evaluation given by Bing Jieshan, the Jiazi evaluation of the 10 warriors, the people who watch the lively are actually not satisfied, complaining that the former is too short. After 100 years, that's all. There are some old faces with no suspense on the list. At most, there is a small adjustment in the ranking. At the same time, I dislike the latter's longevity. Except for Lin Shi, who is the first person without suspense, there are 9 people behind him. The list is almost all newcomers. After all, pure martial arts, often 100 years old, is an old age. Lin Jiangxian said with a smile, "The new list has only been around for a few years, and according to the rules it should be like this, but thanks to the White Lotus route within the Jiazi, a river and lake is not so lifeless. She likes to ask people about boxing and her shots are heavy. Several of the defeated generals were either killed or injured, and they fell out of the list within a few days. Those who were on the list back then who had not yet been approached by Bai-O, were inevitably apprehensive, fearing that they were not good at learning and would lose. Quan was humiliated again and his reputation was ruined. He was not on the list at that time, but he felt that he had hope of being among the next 10 martial arts critics. Young people also began to worry. Is it true that they want to take their lives for a little reputation? Believe it? Before the announcement of the last list, Long Xinpu, who is the patriarch of Bing Jieshan, must have been to the Qingxin dynasty beforehand and greeted Bai-O. After passing his anger, I guess Xiang will also tell Bai-O a few words, let her stop being so sharp. The two walked into the tributary of the Majia River, formerly known as the Dragon. On the hillside where the rivers converge, there is a shrine with flat incense. Along the way there were occasional tourists by the river, but none of them could recognize the identity of the middle-aged man in green shirt. This has something to do with Lin Jiangxian's dislike of showing his face. Yashan is located in the Qijin dynasty, but any ceremony held by the dynasty is at most Lin Jiangxian. A certain direct disciple of Lin Jiangxian came forward. Every time Lin Jiangxian went out to travel, he almost always walked in the city in rivers and lakes. Just like the last time he made an exception to attend the Great Chao sect wedding banquet, Lin Jiangxian just chose a corner to sit silently and used a pseudonym. When a pure martial artist climbs high, his heart and energy always come first, then his fist. He is no different than a cultivator who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The martial artist has only practiced boxing for so many decades. If you don't even think about it, you can't walk to that high place in my heart. Lin Jiangxian said, "You are here, take the White Lotus route as a reference, there is no problem. There is a gap between the two sides and the gap is not small now, but if you work hard, you can always see it back. It's better than being in my hometown, always comparing myself with Shuang Pei. As your imaginary enemy, you are destined to be incapable of getting around in the future. One of them is too high, and Pei Cup is the well-deserved #1 in Haoran martial arts. Don't talk about asking her, you probably won't be easy to meet her. One is too close, in Luopao Mountain in her hometown, and Pei Qian is younger than you, obviously her martial arts qualifications are better, it's okay if you lose a boxing once or twice. When the punches are withdrawn, the opponent is out of good intentions just because your own temperament is not tough enough, then there will be big trouble. So you come here and change to a new environment, it is right. Su Dian said, after all, Bai O is the third in the world, Master Lin, would it be too much for me to pursue her as a target? After all, it's one thing to have anger and it's another thing to have the facts. Lin Jiangxian smiled and said, what are you afraid of with my senior brother? Everything is possible. I will help teach boxing and feeding boxing, and you will no longer be an idiot. But you need to eat one bite at a time. I made a list for you. There are about 5 or 6 martial arts masters on it. You will ask them about boxing within 30 years. It was agreed in advance that as long as you lose a game, you are not qualified to fight with Bai O in this life. Su Dian took a deep breath. I will never disappoint Master Lin. Lin Jiangxian shook his head and said, I'm just doing my senior brother's responsibility, and I didn't have high hopes for you. I just paid off an old debt. There's nothing to be disappointed about. You just need to keep yourself from being disappointed. Although Su Dian has a very low rank in Yashan, the real master is still Lin Jiangxian. In the next 20 to 30 years, Lin Jiangxian will personally instruct Su Dian to learn martial arts and practice martial arts, which may be even more personal than those nominal disciples. The White Lotus root in the Qingming world can be roughly regarded as Pei Cup, the female warrior of the vast world. To a certain extent, Yao Qing, the elegant minister, may be the White Lotus root that was carefully cultivated and copied according to this paradigm and authentic work of Pei Cup. Bai O, the female national teacher of the Qingxin dynasty, with a short halberd attached to her waist, named Iron Room, is a magical weapon recorded by Bai Yujing. Ending martial artist, standing at the top of martial arts for more than 100 years, now he is the third martial artist in Qingming world, second only to Lin Jiangxian in hard work. There were 10 martial arts critics on the list twice, and Bai O was on the list for the first time at the bottom of the ranking. Even so, there is still a lot of criticism. A woman in her 40s has just entered the realm. No matter how good the martial arts talent is, she has never asked the master of the realm about boxing. Even before becoming the master of the 10 realms, when Lotus was in the far travel realm and the mountain peak realm, she was even more famous, and she was still the noble female national teacher. As for Xuanhuan, she didn't seem to have any achievements worth mentioning. As a result, everyone in one state said she was a martial artist. As a talented student, everyone in the outside world will suspect that she is actually difficult under her reputation? Could it be that he deliberately released water so that there was a female martial artist on the list and let her be included in the review? Facts have proved that this is not the case because every 10 years after this, Bai O will follow the order of this list to find the 9th and 8th martial arts critics. And these martial artists who are ranked before her ask each other. One punch. As a result, in the 4 questioning boxings that the world looked at, Bai O won all of them, 3 of them died and 1 survived. The reason why there were no 5th and 6th games was because Bai O, who was the national teacher of Qingxin, skipped several rankings in one breath and took the initiative to go to Yashan Mountain in Ruzhou. She chose to ask the teacher Lin directly. Of course lost. So when she was among the top 3 in the second martial arts review, there was only little criticism left. The only flaw that could be picked out was that she had the hand halberd called Iron Room. It's just that it's not that she ranks among the top 10 people and ranks so high, but that she ranks among the top 3 in martial arts with this magical weapon. Maybe it's a small problem? So much so that Bing Jiashan, who had been suffocated for a long time after giving the list among the dozens of notes, the second one was, whoever has any objection to the ranking, go and ask Bai O. Su Dian asked, Master Lin on the list, is there a soldier who resolves the mountain in Yuan? Lin Jiangxian nodded and said, if there is any accident such as Yuye's sudden fall one day, then your third question is her. Su Dian asked, if I come here will I cause some extra trouble for Master Lin? Lin Jiangxian shook his head and said, I asked you to change your name earlier and recognize a low-ranking Yashan martial artist as your master, not because Yashan is afraid of causing trouble, but to make you better in martial arts, concentrate on boxing and don't have to be distracted. A dazzling identity can save a lot of trivial matters. Of course, it's also a kind of temptation for me to meet you for the first time. I'm mainly worried that you are young and energetic. If you recognize your senior brother, you will not know how high the sky is in Ruzhou. Whether it is a pure martial artist or a cultivator, your heart is biased, or if you have something to rely on, your achievements are often lower. Lin Jiangxian said with a smile, actually Bai Yujing has an internal list. There are not many names less than the number of hands. It is said that each of the 3 headmasters can add or tick off a few names as long as they stay in the list. The ones on the list exist as exceptions that are completely unconstrained and supervised by Baiyujing, and I happen to be one of them. Of course, Lin Jiangxian also heard about this kind of secret. He could never go to the top of Baiyujing to read this account book. The big headmaster Ko Ming wrote 2 names on it. Shen Duguan Sun Huaizhong and Li Piefeng worked hard. The second head taught Yudo and only wrote 1 name, Baolin. Lu Chen wrote a long list, but most of them were crossed out on the spot by senior brother Yudo. The last remaining names were less than 5 people, including Huayang Palace Gao Gu Baigu Jinren, and the latest one Zhang Fenghai, who had just betrayed Baiyujing. And Yashan Forest Master is not the name written by the 3 headmasters, but written by the Taoist ancestors. It has been more than 3,000 years since the last time Daozu wrote by himself. The name Daozu wrote that time was Lu Chen. These, of course, is Master Lu, a guy who was full and supported. When he came to Yashan and Ruzhou for a drink one year, he took the initiative to leak it to Master Lin. Because the matter was too confidential, Lin Jiangxian didn't explain the content to Su Dian in detail. Su Dian asked curiously, "Master Lin, how powerful can a martial artist like you be when you deliver a punch?" Lin Jiangxian thought for a while and seemed to be really stumped by such a simple question. After a moment of silence, he smiled casually. "Among the martial arts colleagues, it seems that there is really no reference. It is roughly equivalent to the full strength of an Ascension Realm Sword cultivator. Strike. Yashan is a jianghu sect that has only been built for more than 100 years. The family is not enough, and there is no such isolated cave in the world. Otherwise, I can practice a few punches to give you a more intuitive impression. In this Ruzhou in the world, I should not use all my fists. The movement may be relatively large, and the Qin Tianjin in various countries will definitely report it to Baiyujing. Today is different from the past. It is better to be quiet and not to move. You need to watch the fire from across the mountain." Su Dian asked, "Master Lin, with the rise of Bingji Shen, will it take away part of the martial arts of Yashan and Ruzhou?" Lin Jiangxian laughed dumbly. Dian Su knew that he had asked an inappropriate idiot question. It turns out that Bingji Shen in Yongzhou has flourished in the martial arts movement in the last 100 years, and there is a sign that it will compete with Yashan and Ruzhou. Because the sect has 2 young martial arts masters, a man and a woman on the list at the same time, watching together. The Taoist name is Riding the Whale. In Yu, the Taoist name is Yu Qing. On the top of a mountain at the same time, there are 2 martial artists who are among the world's martial arts critics. One can imagine the greatness of martial arts. Although there is Master Lin sitting on the top of the mountain in Yashan, even Zhao Hechong, the first apprentice of Master Lin, a martial arts master who was originally regarded as a stable leader, was not included in the list this time. And Bingjie Mountain is also one of the few Taoist officials in the Qingming world who can practice both Taoism and martial arts. The reason why they can't rank among the top Taoist sects is that the ancestors of all dynasties are almost meaningless. In history, no one has ever been able to. Among the 10 people in the world, 10 candidates. If it is said that Bingji Shen has found another way, since the martial arts has suppressed the immortal energy, then simply turn to the martial arts master in the sect who wholeheartedly cultivate. It is completely possible to pinch the tip of martial arts geniuses from several states around Yongzhou. As long as the mountain gate is opened and martial artists other than Taoist officials are recruited to the outside world, I believe that young girls who are willing to take the initiative to rush to Bingji Shen to learn from their teachers will definitely. There is an endless stream, and several state courts and first-class immortals are also very willing to send martial arts geniuses within their respective jurisdictions to Bingjie Mountain, and they will be the best Taoist guardians for their own heirs and young Taoist officials when they go down the mountain for training. Unlike today's 14 states of Qingming, Wufu only recognizes Yashan, and Grandmaster only recognizes Lin Shi. After a long time, such as 100 years later, a little longer, 300 or 500 years, Yashan Forest Master, after all, is only a pure martial artist with a limited lifespan. The warriors of Bingji Shen are uniquely endowed by nature. As long as they enter the hall, Yangshuo will start every 300 to 500 years. Lin Jiangxian explained with a smile. The combination of martial arts and law is actually a sieve. The most embarrassing thing is that it is the great talents that are sifted out. Solving the mountains is a self-awareness. As for a few special cases, isolated cases, and what can be proved, this kind of person, under Pei Bai's hands, can be Chao Ci, and in other places, it will be Chao Ci. The difference is only a few years before he becomes famous. In short, Bing Jishan can make the dojo grow stronger and deeper by pinching the martial arts, but it will never become the second Crow Mountain. Unless Bing Jishan can find one or two pure warriors like Chao Ci and Qin Pingun, they will collect disciples and spread their branches. Su Dian said, I heard that Bing Jishan Taoist officials have the tradition of 1,000 years of doom. Occasionally Taoist priests can live for 1,000 years. Does it have anything to do with this? Lin Jiangxian nodded and said, if it weren't for this, it's just a matter of collecting dozens of martial arts secrets and cultivating a group of preachers who focus on teaching boxing. How can the world's top dojos not take advantage of this huge amount of money? Su Dian said, it's like a landscape colliding with each other? Lin Jiangxian smiled and said, this analogy is quite good. Lin Jiangxian once went to the Bingjia Mountains and met Qiguan and Yu from a distance. The former was actually very talented, and he did not lose to the first disciple Zhao Hechong, but deep down this person still lived in seclusion in the mountains and yearned for longevity. The Taoist is self-proclaimed, and she admires the knowledge of the headmaster Lu Chen the most in her life. The latter is more like a pure martial artist, but unfortunately, there is no guidance from a master. Apart from practicing with her brother Xuanhuan, she has no idea what above the first level of Guasian is. Arrived and she still has the biggest problem, she is too afraid of losing her punches. From Lin Jiangxian's point of view, Yu, who was already in the nascent soul realm, would have a big problem if she wanted to be in the upper 5 realms in the future, and her martial arts climbing to the top was too smooth. Just because of her inner demon, she is destined to be an invincible Yu, and the inner demon will crush a Taoist heart of Taoist Yu and all the hearts of Wufu Yu into pieces. The grand occasion of the top 10 warriors in the world, Wushan occupies the second place, may not last for a few years. Therefore, not long ago the mountain master Bing Jishan, who had also anticipated this matter, secretly sent a letter to Yashan, hoping to ask Master Lin to help once. If it wasn't for Su Dian who happened to come here to recognize relatives, Yu could be one of the targets for mutual training of martial arts with his junior sister Su Dian, and Lin Jiangxian would ignore it. Therefore, when Yashan replied with a letter to Bing Jishan, it was considered to agree to this matter, but the latter unexpectedly sent a sincere letter of thanks to Yashan, promising that the main members of the Bing Jishan Patriarchate will be there soon. Come to the Qijin dynasty in Ruzhou to participate in the birthday celebration of His Majesty the Emperor, and then come back to harass Master Lin. In fact, if Master Lin of Yashan was too lazy to reply to a letter, Patriarch Bing Jishan had no choice but to go to a certain compatriot, landlord in Baiyujing for help. But in this way the old mountain master will be ready, and he will definitely be scolded by his own patriarch who is too high, Qingling, in his patriarch's hall. The Taoist priest with the Taoist name Qingling is the only old man of the same age as Sun Huaizhong and Gao Gu, who secretly went to Xuandu and Qizhou to look for Wang Sunday. In Yongzhou there are indeed a few cultivators. In addition to the fact that the fall was like Long Xinpu who was eating, and the grandson of Zuanduguan as well as the predecessor of Jiang Zhaoma, Zikalu, they were all from Yongzhou. Now Bing Jishan, there is still a young Taoist official who is only half 100 years old, and his fame is even greater than that of Qiguan and Yu, who are on the list of martial arts critics. Fuchuan, the Taoist name is Xianshan. Not yet 50 years old now, he is a close disciple of the contemporary mountain master. After more than 30 years of cultivation in the mountains, he has been praised by the outside world as the second of Zhang Fenghai in Baiyujing and Yaoqing in Yongzhou. On the side of Bingjia Mountain, from the mountain chief to the members of the ancestral master hall, but the house kept reporting, desperately clarifying the matter, saying that the qualifications of our family's Fuchuan are only acceptable, you don't want to spit people. Does anyone believe it? It is only said that Zuanduguan and Bing Jishan once fought for this cultivator embryo in Yongzhou. In short, it was very unpleasant. In the end, Fu Quan chose Bing Jishan from his hometown in Benzhou. The reason given by this child back then was very interesting and he was close to home. Fortunately, Sun Guanzhu, who was in Zuanduguan at that time, went out for a long trip and disappeared for many years. Otherwise, Bing Jishan would not dare to tear up his face with Shen Duguan so much, and he would also fight for the talisman to return to the mountain. After all, it was the young man Zuanduguan found earlier, so Bing Jishan was more or less justified. Even so, Long Xinpu bravely and secretly worked hard to block Xuandu Guanjiangxian's menacing line of sword soldiers to Jishan. It is rumored that Fu Quan, who was still a young man at the time, could virtually eliminate the grievances in the mountains with just one sentence, so that the two sides would not have a gap in their hearts because of this. If Taoist Sun personally took me to Xuandu Temple to practice, I wouldn't have to hesitate. I would immediately leave with him and hesitate for a while. It would be disrespectful to Taoist Sunday. It's very spiritual. When Sun Daoyuan traveled home, he heard the words, stroked his beard and laughed and praised Fu Quan. Good boy, treat people with sincerity, very like Qinzai Daoyu. Soon there was a saying that there was a nose and eyes, saying that Xuanduguan Sun Daoist said something personally. It's all nonsense, it's too unreliable. What Zhang Fenghai is the second Xiao Yaoqing? It is clear that Zhang Fenghai is the second Fuquan. Yaoqing has to call himself the old Fuquan. Now that Taoist Sun has clarified so much, the newspapers on the Biezhou Mountains will not continue to make Fu Quan famous. After all, Taoist Sun holds the most vengeance. You refute the poor Taoist. The poor Taoist is clumsy and can't quarrel with you, so you have to ask you to come from your family Taoist temple to sweep the floor. I really don't believe it. If anyone goes to Xuanduguan to be a guest, of course, it is a real guest in the literal sense, as long as you see those Taoist priests whose robes are not in Xuanduguan style walking on the road and seeing them carrying brooms and toilets. Yes, it's better to be a little respectful because their realm is definitely not low. As for Jiang Zhaoma of the Ziki building in Baiyujing, he has practiced both Taoism and martial arts in this life, but he has never been included in the martial arts evaluation. Therefore he was reputed by someone as the Tao boy who guards the gate of the mountain of martial arts in the world. Therefore it is referred to as door boy. As for who is the someone who dares to ridicule a landlord of Baiyujing like this, you can use your to know who it is. They all speculated that Bing Jiashan was so daring, it was most likely the result of someone instigating him. In addition, earlier, every time Xianzhang Mountain selected the 10 people in the world, they were accustomed to have an 11th candidate, and this person in Xuanduguan Sun Daoist, one was called the 5th person who could not be beaten by thunder, and the other was the 11th. This monk who has been ranked 11th for more than 10 consecutive times is the first person on the mountain in Ruzhou. He has an excellent relationship with Taoist Sunday. His surname is Zhu, and he calls himself someone. Therefore, the last hidden official of the Sword Qi Great Wall at the time became the Qin Shi of several young people in the world. After learning about this, the Qingming world felt that the three of them could get together to drink at a table. It's a pity that Zhu someone failed to keep the title of 11th under heaven this time. Now the two great female masters except by O on the list, in addition to Bingji Shen Yuang, also come from a place called Pipa Peak in Yuzhou, and the woman is Gu Yang'e. She was born out of nowhere and was born out of nowhere. Her family background and teacher's inheritance are unknown. These two female masters were in a similar situation to Bai's first time on the list. They were both selected, but they were criticized and they were not small. Xian Du Guan, Taoist's son, stood up again and said a fair word. After the scars are healed, the pain is forgotten, and they have to be slapped on your face to know the pain. Wuxia also has a similar view, but he said it more elegantly, which is also in line with Wuxia's consistent style. What's wrong with the woman? This is called Missouri Shua's crescent eyebrows without heroic spirit, not flattering to the king at the foot of the mountain, but teaching the immortals to bow down on the mountain. Su Dian asked a question that had been buried in his heart for many years. Master Lin, the reincarnation of the Taoist monks on the mountain will almost always be incomplete. Yin, can you still be counted as that person back then? Lin Jiangxian smiled knowingly. What do you think is the most fundamental reason why people are human? Su Dian shook his head. Lin Jiangxian stretched his finger to his heart, then raised his arm and clicked on his temple. I think it is these two places. The intersection of human heart and memory is a human being. Lin Jiangxian stopped and asked with a smile, can you imagine that I'm walking all the way with Lin Jiangxian standing at every step? If that's the case, ask me about boxing, how can I win? Su Dian was stunned. Lin Jiangxian smiled and said, I'm just a pure martial artist. Of course, I can't reach this level, but there are people in the world who can do it. Su Dian, the world is very big and only when you climb high can you see far. The footprints of the Buddha walking through the world are like a Buddha standing in the world, and the Buddha Dharma is immeasurable. Daozu left the dojo, went out the door and made the robes and boots. Another example, the sound of books in the world is the power of the most holy masters. Lin Jiangxian raised his hand, and the snow-white sword light flashed suddenly. After receiving a letter from Fei Jin, he opened it and looked at the content and said with a smile, I have to go back to Yashan. There are guests. Su Dian clasped his fist to say goodbye. Lin Jiangxian's toes lightly tapped, and a cyan rainbow light cut through the sky. Xia Xinan, a sword fairy from a foreign country who visited Lizhu Cave, and Lin Jiangxian, the first martial artist in the Qingming world. His true identity is the sacrificial official who intercepted all the martial arts of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Coupled with Hao Su, a criminal who is already in Baiyujing, he just doesn't know when the last hidden official, Qin Pingan, who is a colleague, will appear in the Qingming world. In the boat on Xiuqi Lake, Zhang Lu Changming narrowed her eyes and lowered her head to drink tea. Her golden eyes were full of brilliance. Since ancient times, strangeness does not separate families, and one strangeness attracts several strangeness. First, Bai Yi took the lead and successfully watched the birth of the first sword cultivator in the Taoist world. With a single stroke, the whole body was moved. At this moment, the world seemed to open a door and visions appeared everywhere. In a blessed land, 4 sword cultivators appeared at the same time. In the land of Nanyuan country in Jianghu, a weak woman who yearns for the rivers and lakes but cannot travel far because of her status. She is sleepy in the boudoir, resting her cheeks with one hand, yawning, and casually flipping through a book she collected and compiled by herself. The booklet is filled with frontier poems and sword-chanting poems. In an instant, the woman only felt cool and refreshing. This beautiful lady who was born weak and sick, was instantly bright and light as a feather. Then she felt nauseous, dizzy, abdominal cramps, and her stomach began to turn upside down. Turning her head, she began to vomit on the ground. For a while the house was filled with a foul smell. She thought she was the woman who died in the book. She vomited out and finally stopped retching. The sweaty woman stretched out her hand to cover her heart. In a trance, a scalding fire dragon wandered from the heart orifice to the meridians and rushed to her palm. She looked down and saw that there was a line like a winding line. She hurriedly spread her palms and shook her vigorously, and finally she threw a bright red pocket dagger, more than an inch long, hanging in the air, and then a magical thing like the legendary sword pill started to surround her. Rotate like a bird leaning on someone. When the maid who heard the sound saw this scene, she saw a ghost during the day, and was so frightened that she fainted on the spot. In the desolate land bordering the grasslands of the northern Jin kingdom, a bearded ranger riding a donkey and carrying a sword, with a face of 100 years old, full of alcohol, swaying, drank the last sip of crude shochu, and threw the jug far away. He snorted and suddenly widened his eyes. He spit out a mouthful of his alcohol, and a light hovered in his sight, slender as a finger, radiant and radiant. The man rubbed his eyes, and it was vaguely seen that he a strange short sword wrapped in precious light. The blade is narrow and pitch black as ink. There was a dark-skinned, sturdy young woman on the grassland. Although her appearance was not a beauty, her unusually full and elastic round buttocks made her whole person reveal a kind of exuberant anger. Inside the tent, the woman was breastfeeding her child. The cyan meridians set off the towering and became whiter, just like the beautiful suet and jade she had picked up from the riverbed and piled up on the table. When she was a girl, she picked up a rusty bronze ancient sword and hung it on the wall. At this moment, the woman stretched out her fingers and pinched her bulging chest. She suddenly raised her head, her face was blank, and she heard the sound of swords on the wall. In a Taoist temple where incense is prosperous in Songlai country, a young Taoist boy squatted on the steps with a broom in his arms. Watching the incense smoke rising, he was fascinated, and in a trance he saw a wisp of incense condensing into a line, as if it had spread to the sky. The young Daotong raised his head and stared blankly at the long line of incense. Changmin spoke with the mountain master about this matter with the voice of his heart. Qin Pingan replied in a heartfelt voice, "I see, don't bother, just record it in the book first." The goddess of the Dai Mountain Temple threw a freshly caught perch into the fish basket, turned her head and said to the man in the blue shirt, "You are so strange and you are not the same as me, why are you not popular at all?" Wu Jiang, who was sitting cross-legged, stopped drinking, slapped the scabbard and said angrily, "How arrogant, how can you scold someone so well?" Xuanhuan, who was not far away, also turned to look at the green-shirt guest beside Wu Jiang. In fact, he has long recognized Wu Jiang, but there is no need to greet him deliberately. The female mountain goddess Green Waste Empress, who named the ancestral temple as Beggar Field, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you take the liberty to ask, what kind of cultivation method do you rely on to achieve such a posture? Today's world is full of strange, what is the most valuable? Of course it's a way. If it can be used for reference, it will be a valuable avenue. Birds have the way of birds, snakes have the way of snakes, Qi cultivators have their own way of breathing and breathing, gods have the way to shape and temper their golden bodies by drawing on the incense of the human world, and ghosts also have their own ways to go. It is only said that in today's world, there is an extra kind of copper money on the mountain, which can condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qi practitioners other than the gods of mountains and rivers can even eat it. The Hushan faction has the largest amount of this kind of immortal money. In addition, the secret treasuries of the imperial courts of various countries have reserves, but there are more or less. Then there is the cloud-shrouded and difficult-to-find reverence building, which seems to be extremely wealthy. As the goddess of the mountain in an ancestral temple, she always has to recruit troops and horses to gather all the ghosts and narcissus within her jurisdiction. It would be best if there were a few more Qi practitioners who could be worshipped at the Qiwacheng Mountain Temple. Seeing the playful expression of the man in the green shirt, "You fool, do you think him a fool?" The green-waisted lady was a little embarrassed. Where in the world is it not a market that can't be profitable and can't afford early? She hesitated for a while. He took out a golden copper coin in his sleeve and said with a smile, "Of course it won't be unpaid. It's not just boasting. This thing is rare. It's unique to Daishan. Just because my family's begging field has an old temple blessing, it's a ghost and the identity is unknown. Who came to me last year? I only know that he was a craftsman before his death and he was best at finding dragons and acupoints, choosing beautiful water and soil, blowing fans, smelting and casting. More insider information should not be disclosed. For example, the copper coin in her hand, which she herself does not know the value of, is the most surprising thing about turning the incense of the temple into reality." Chen Pinggan's face seemed to be the same as usual, but he was actually quite surprised. It turned out to be the prototype of a gold and copper coin? I just don't know if the copper coin in the hand of the goddess of the mountain is the first carved mother coin. It's just like setting up a street stall to do business in Baozhai. If the buyer is surprised, don't blame the seller for killing the pig. So Chen Pinggan just glanced at the golden copper coins and said indifferently, "Fulu. I practice the way of Fulu. But this Dao vein is not easy to practice and the threshold is very high. Whether it is successful or not depends on fate. It is not the same as ordinary Qi cultivators. You have thousands of secret books and spiritual books explaining this Dao. You are already a Qi refiner who eats the clouds and drinks the dew and rides the clouds and mists, and you are still drawing talismans." Wu Jiang followed the chick to peck the rice and nodded vigorously, but in fact he was at a loss. Of course there is nothing difficult in the world, only those who have the heart. Learning the Tao is the most important thing in getting the law, and the magic lies in people after all. Chen Pinggan wanted to put on a gesture of stroking his beard and laughing, but then he remembered that Wu Di, a Taoist priest who set up a fortune-telling stall, shook his sleeves, took out a yellow paper talisman and said with a smile, "Follow the talisman and refine your energy. It is difficult for scholars to enter the house, and it is extremely difficult to draw them, but I still have a small inventory of talismans here. Except for the talismans for personal use, which are used to deter evil spirits, defeat evil spirits, and walk freely in the world, there are no taboos. In addition, my generation of cultivators pays attention to a dharma that is not lightly passed on, and treasures that are not exposed. If it is not fate, then it should be kept secret. Today in this autumn lake I met with the goddess of the mountain and talked a few words. It must be a mystery. There is God's will of fate in it. There are not many ready-made superfluous talismans on my side, but only 3. They are by no means precious. If you want to come here, it is always slightly more difficult to cast money than your temple. Congratulations occupying the landscape and spiritual veins. The material of this charm is precious, and the mysterious power is hidden. Let me and the goddess of the mountain talk slowly whether to buy or not. Buy it, listen to it before making a decision." Listening to Chen Pinggan's eloquent words, it is interlocking and reasonable. Wu Jiang on the side looks strange and his mood is extremely complicated. What Chen Jianxian and that Xinjia drink, aren't they all fake? Wu Jiang, who knew Chen Pinggan's identity, was so skeptical. The well-informed empress with green waist was naturally even more suspicious. Unexpectedly at this moment Xuanhuan, who had been silent all the time, put away his fishing rod and said, "I bought 3 talismans. I beg the immortal master to make a price." This is what Chen Pinggan deliberately suppressed first and then raised, because the one who really knew what was going on was actually Xuanhuan, who had a first glimpse of Qi Lianqi. Xuanhuan can't help you." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Since we have a predestined relationship, why bother talking about money? I'll just give you this mustard seed talisman." Gently twisting his wrist, he threw the talisman to Xuanhuan. It was not unusual for it to be as fast as an arrow, but what was unusual was that the talisman floated slowly like a human. Xuanhuan exhaled softly and did not pick up the talisman with his hand, but just hung the talisman in the air in front of him, and then took out a small Wangwali painting box, and the talisman gently fell into it. Xuanhuan put the talisman and the wooden box into his sleeve, thanked the immortal master in green shirt, turned around and started fishing again with the rod, without even mentioning the business. Qin Pingan snorted. Are young people today so ignorant of martial arts? Seeing this scene, the goddess of the mountain covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. Wu Jiang is full of slander, stealing chickens will not lose rice. It seems that Qin is not an old jianghu. Qin Pingan laughed heartily. Wu Jiang, you don't understand, this is called long-line fishing for big fish. Wu Jiang immediately said solemnly, it is necessary. Qin Pingan patted the young chivalrous man on the shoulder, and in the tone of a senior jianghu, he said earnestly, I'll introduce my great disciple of the founding mountain to you when I have a chance. After I learn boxing, I have to find someone to learn from and to practice my hand. The ability is really not true, in the end is gold or copper and iron. Wu Jiang didn't know the knowledge here for the time being. After all, he was young and agreed. Wu Jiang asked with his heart. Qin Jianxian came here this time because he was invited by sect Master Gao to participate in the discussion in Demugwan? Qin Pingan nodded. Strive to make one truth clear, the world is still yours. As for whether you believe it or not, toast and fine drink for yourself. The blue waves are vast and the eyes are blue, and the green mountains and flowers on the lake are about to burn. Sword of Coming Chapter 1194. Chapter 1194 Duo Qingyun Yuqing Palace. The peach blossoms of Xianxia City are as famous in the world as Xuandu Temple. Dong Huafu is here to practice swordsmanship, ignoring the cold and heat outside the city. The other 8 fellow sword cultivators have all started to practice the dozens of sword techniques taught by Xianxia City. The ordinary Yushu City Taoist officials, even sword cultivators, can only rely on honesty to obtain these superior sword techniques. Realm rely on merit. Only Dong Huafu just silently wrote down those sword tricks, but did not practice these sword tricks that money can't buy. In addition, Dong Huafu is the only one of the 9 people who has never been granted the Dao Dao by Baiyujing Yushu City. Regarding this matter, it is not that there are some discussions inside Yushu City, but they were all suppressed by Wang Yu. Wang Yu, one of the 2 deputy city lords of Xianxia City, is a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a golden hibiscus crown. He has a mild temperament and speaks very well. He often comes to the thatched hut to chat with Dong Huafu. Today, the position of the city lord of Xianxia City is still vacant, and there are different opinions on who will be in charge of a city. The 2 deputy city lords, wuxia, is in the realm of immortals, and the other female crown, Xiao Feibai with the Dao name Imo Do, is also a fairy, but she is also a Taoist sword fairy with excellent swordsmanship, so Xiao Feibai fills the lack of city lords and is better than Wang Xing. The voice is higher. But what's interesting is that Xiao Feibai and Wang Yu are Taoist companions, so no matter who takes over the city of Xinxiao, it is considered that the fat water will not flow to outsiders. The problem is that these 2 Taoist companions are only in the fairyland, and as the city owner, they are a bit mediocre, after all. Therefore, a variable appeared not long ago because an outsider came to Xinxiao City, Jianzuhaosu. Although this criminal officer is unknown on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and is not even among the top 10 swordsmen at the top of the city, the flowers bloom in the wall and the fragrance outside the wall is the big monster in the realm of Xuanpu. The key point is that this big monster is still the city owner of the Xianzhou city, which is known as the highest city in the world. Therefore, the officials of the 12 floors of the 5 cities, including Xinxiao City, are now guessing, is it possible that Hao Su directly serves as the lord of Xinxiao City? There is a guest here at the thatched hut. It is an old rule that the owner is very poor, and the guest must bring their own drinks. This is called robbing the rich and helping the poor. Dong Huafu picked up the white bowl, took a sip of the peach juice fairy brew, which tasted delicious no matter how he drank it, and asked curiously, Lord Xuanhuan, I heard that you are going to be a high-ranking official again? According to the second shopkeeper, drinking a cup instead of a bowl will taste at least half the difference. The other 8 fellow villagers are now Taoist priests in Xinxiao City, and they all get along very well. The 8 sword cultivators who were not very young would go to Hao Su to ask questions occasionally when they encountered a spiritual barrier. At the beginning Hao Su would explain their doubts in detail, but it didn't take long for Hao Su to sign a contract for them. 1 rule 1 question. That is to say, every sword cultivator in a certain realm can only ask Hao Su once, and the next time he asks a question he can only wait until the realm is broken. In front of me, this sword cultivator who belongs to my own family, is really prosperous in official affairs. He can become an official wherever he goes and he is envious. Hao Su shook his head and smiled and said, "It's just a rumor. I made an appointment with Lu Chen before I came, and am only a guest of Xinxiao City." Dong Huafu asked, "Is it because I know that I can't be a good candidate so I sell it well, or is it really good, but I don't want to be a good candidate?" Hao Su said, "If you want to be, you can be, but it's not necessary. Too much mundane affairs will only delay sword refining." Dong Huafu raised the wine bowl, hung it in the air, and asked, "Is this the reason why the criminal officer can't take a sword in the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Hao Su looked sad, shook his head and said, "I have some difficulties and dare not die. But I have never used a sword to kill a demon. After all, it is a fact. I am ashamed of the trust of the boss Jianxian. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, to lure every sword immortal out of the city to fight, every wild monster or domineering arrogant or seemingly reckless shot, is often a far-reaching insidious calculation. In the wild world, in order to obtain a feat of beheading the sword fairy, it can be said that everything is done. The bait for setting up ambush can either be the siege of some young sword cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Qi without killing them, or it can be the wild demon clan being attacked. The demon is forced to use his life as a bait. On the wine table of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was once a saying that it was said that it was first passed down from the Summer Palace. Every sword immortal who grew up died at least 5 future sword immortals. Dong Huafu nodded and said with a grin, "Being such a big official, the realm is still high and you are willing to say such soft words to a junior like me. The criminal officer is still a little conscious and everyone has a hard scripture to read. No, I mentioned it, let's go." This is also the reason why Hao Su is willing to come here often with wine to challenge. At least a few sincere words can be heard here. No matter the realm, the wine table in the world is on an equal footing. Dong Huafu asked, "With the realm of a criminal officer, why don't you go to another city to get a job? An Ascension realm sword cultivator where is not a sweet pastry." The position of Xinxiao City on the 12th floor of the 5 cities of Baiyujing is neither low nor high. Hao Su said, "I still have the title of a former criminal so I can take care of you here. In the Feixing City in the colorful world, the new criminal officer is Qi Shou, but Ning Yao is only a hidden officer so Hao Su really belongs to the former criminal officer in a strict sense." Dong Huafu raised his head and looked into the distance. The giant city was hanging high, immortal. Lingbao City is the place where the second headmaster Yudo attained Taoism, and Nanhua City is the dojo where the third headmaster Lu Chen was taught. The Green City, also known as the Jade Emperor City, was once the preaching place of the great headmaster Ko Ming. It was the first city built by Baiyujing. Only the Ziki building built by Taoist ancestors was the same age. As for the Yunshui building and the Linlang building on the 12th floor, they are all Dao veins passed down by the great headmaster. For some reason, Jiang Yunxing, who had just been the city owner of Qingzue City for a few days, soon retreated. The outside world speculates that Jiang Yunxing has achieved a great fortune, and he has to complete a feat of breaking through the 2 realms in a few years and ascending the Tao. In fact, this speculation is not correct. Zhang Jiaolu had hidden in the sleeve of a Taoist robe he named Beat the World's Smart Places, and once hid a transfiguration demon captured from the sky, and then quietly threw it into the Taoist heart of Jiang Yunxing, who was promoted and rich. Just because the so-called Tao is 1 foot high and the devil is 1 foot high, the city owner of Green City is not so easy to be. If Jiang Yunxing can't defeat the inner demon, I'm afraid he can be reincarnated directly. There are at most 2 deputy landlords on the 12th floor, and they must be priests in the fairyland to be competent. However, there is no quota for the number of deputy city lords in the 5 cities, ranging from 1 to 3, depending on the city lord's personal preference. The height of the 12th floor of the 5 cities will be raised and lowered to varying degrees according to the accumulation of merit for each jiazi. Dong Huafu asked curiously, "Lord Criminal Officer, do you know where the headmaster went?" Hao Su smiled and said, "This kind of Baiyujing's first-class secret. I'm an outsider, where do I know where to go? Next time Lu Chen comes here as a guest, you can ask him yourself." I have to admit that Lu Chen is a wonderful person. The peach in Xinxiao City and the Jade Emperor Plum in Qingzue City are all recognized as the delicacy of Xinjia in the world. Green City is located in the northernmost part of Baiyujing. The city has one of the top 10 caves, the Jade Emperor Cave, the second of the 36 caves, the Lingshou Cave, and the Axe Cave, and it also occupies 3 of the 72 blessed places. This is the only one in the entire White Jade capital, and even after reading several worlds, I can't find a second one. In the Qingming world, the mountains are the most fortunate. Heaven is divided into yin and yang, the universe is opened, the turbidity begins to be divided, the earth merges into Haida rivers, the sun, moon and stars are attached above, the spiritual energy is formed into the Yuezhan mountains, and the lower cave is a blessed land. Within the 14 prefectures there is no such thing as the 5 sacred mountains in all countries, but each state has a famous mountain with the name of town. Among them, the 4 major states including Yuzhou can also receive the Yu number, which is somewhat similar to the mountain. A xianxia in the officialdom also leads the title of Taisher, and the rest of the 10 towns do not have the name of Yu, but only receive the town number, so the mountain is commonly known as the 4 towns Yu and 10 towns. For each Xianhuan, the gods have built Jingshi governance offices, and the remaining 10 mountain kings are slightly lower. Today the 2 deputy city lords who were supposed to participate in the Yuqing Palace discussion, actually visited the thatched hut together. Hao Su could of course see that they were both yin and gods out of their bodies. For the great cause of Xinxiao City and the inheritance of incense, this couple really worked hard. Sure enough, Wang Yi called him by his first name and said straight to the point, "Hao Su, while Yuqing Palace has not yet discussed your identity arrangements, my wife and I are willing to recommend you as the city lord of Xinxiao City. As long as you nod your head, we will be at Yuqing Palace." Bian's real body has the confidence to discuss this matter with the 2 headmasters. The entire Xinxiao City's own patriarchal hall has already made a decision, and they all feel that it is feasible for Hao Su to be the city owner. Hao Su was also unambiguous and shook his head directly, "This kind of hot potato, don't eat it. For Jianxiu, everything is virtual, only the realm is the most real. Hao Suji is pure swordsmanship in the 14 realms, and has nothing else to ask for." Hao Su said frankly, "Xinxiao City has a limited background. If I were to be the city owner of Green City, I might consider it. As the city lord over there, you can logically occupy one of the caves, open it up as a dojo and practice swords with half the effort. In this city of Xinxiao, which has only one blessed land, Hao Su doesn't think there is any benefit to being the city owner." Xiao Feibai smiled bitterly and was speechless. He glanced at the husband and he was expected by you. The other party really didn't like a city of gods where a clever woman can't cook without rice. Baiyujing has 5 cities: Green City, Lingbao City, Nanhua City, Yushu City, and Xinxiao City. Previously, because there were 9 more sword cultivators in Xinxiao City, which had dropped and dropped again and again, finally rose 100 zhang in height, only the degree of elevation was ignored in the majestic Baiyujing. But Xinxiao City stopped the decline after all, which is more important than anything else. Although Qingzue City has been declining since the great headmaster stepped down as the city owner, the height of landing is the highest among the 5 cities, but it is better than the rich family. Complimentary words. Compared with Xinxiao City, it is like the former only has a small summer money, but the latter has a grain rain money, so it also spends a snow money. Who is more prosperous? The answer is obvious. Now the height of Xinxiao City, after being surpassed by Yushu City, was already at the bottom. The problem is that it is only at the bottom of the 5 cities. In the past 500 years, it has been surpassed by the 2nd floor. If it goes on like this, Xinxiao City will really not live up to its name. Just like some harsh words from the outside states, it is better to change its name to Shengxiala, and the ranking will be much better. Yao Kejio, the old city owner with the Taoist name Ancient Gu, has died and disappeared in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old Taoist priest was also the master of Wang Yu and Xiao Feibai. There are more than 6,000 Taoist officials in the city. For nearly 1,000 years, there has not been a great Taoist official who dares to say that he must prove the qualifications of Taoism. Both Wang Xie and Xiao Feibai believed that they had no hope of entering the Ascension realm in this life. In this way, the next city owner of Xinxiao City must have enough realm to be able to carry the beam, continue the incense for Xinxiao City, and revive the Taoism. Hao Su clasped his fists and said, "I'm really sorry, I have a lot of trust." Wang Wei sighed. Disappointment was inevitable, but he still smiled and said, "I dare not force others to be difficult. It is already a great blessing for Mr. After the 2 deputy city lords and officials left, Hao Su smiled and said, "Dong Haitan, do you recognize the hidden officials so much?" Dong Huafu nodded and said, "I'm too lazy to use my brain. He thinks about everything, and Qin Pingan has a feeling that I can't tell, which is unusual." Hao Su asked, "Tell me about it." In fact, as a criminal, he didn't say a few words about Qin Pingan, who was a hidden officer for a long time. Dong Huafu hesitated for a moment, "Just talking about one feeling such as walking on the road, even if I don't know you, but I can feel the qi in you, the deputy city lord Xiao Feibai, even more, you just don't see it." It's easy to provoke even if those fellow villagers are younger than me and have a lower level than me, but I can clearly feel the chi in them, which is getting heavier and heavier every day. Official style, literary popularity, arrogance to reject people thousands of miles, villain success, aggressive arrogance. In short, there are many. Anyway, it is a vague feeling. Wuxia may be an exception, so he is a bit like Qin Pingan. Hao Su was silent for a moment, then said one word, ping. Dong Huafu took a sip of wine, nodded and said, that's the feeling. Walking, talking, facial expressions, eyes, sitting down to drink. The feeling that Wuxia gave me is that they are all plain, and they don't make people feel arrogant, nor the kind of indifference that has no desire and no desire. On the contrary, they are very popular, but no matter what their status, they are worthy. You cannot get along with such people, but it is difficult to hate them. The highest place in Baiyujing has no official name, commonly known as Shangqing Pavilion. Daozu occasionally preached here. As a rule, except for the 3 headmasters as well as the younger disciple, the Taoist priest Shan Qin, they are not allowed to set foot here without authorization. The Patriarch's Hall in Baiyujing is called Taiqing Hall. Apart from the Taoist Patriarch and the 3 headmasters, there are only portraits of Taoist officials in the Ascension realm of the past dynasties. However, Baiyujing's Zhu Shitang was discussed in a fairy tower called Yuqing Palace, which belonged to a unique landscape and secret realm, and was not located in any city or building boundary. Today, a grand meeting is being held in the Yuqing Palace. Those who are qualified to participate in the discussion, in addition to the chief and deputy city lords and landlords of the 12th floor of the 5 cities, also specially invited some no official and light Tianxian Daoguan, who are very old and have very old qualifications. They have been full-time city lords and landlords for many years. A Yuqing Palace as if hanging in the void. The clouds are blooming and the Taoist officials are standing. To discuss matters behind closed doors, one of the agendas is that Headmaster Lu suggested that Jianxiu Haosu, who served as the guest of Xinxiao City, deducted half of the merits of moving Mingyue outside to Qingming in advance. If Haosu is in the Qingming world in the future, Baiyujing will not be held accountable for killing an Ascension realm. As for Baiyujing, what should be done? As long as Haosu goes out, he will take revenge when he should. Baiyujing also ignored it. According to the rules of the Yuqing Palace, the Taoist officials could refute any of the will of the 3 headmasters, but today all the Taoists saw Headmaster Yu and didn't say anything, so they pushed the boat without refuting Headmaster Lu. But then Lu Qin added a sentence, and there was not so much silence in the council hall, and some Taoist priests sneered on the spot. It turned out that Zhangjiao Lu began to be confused again, and suggested that Haosu should be allowed to ask any Taoist priest for the sword in Baiyujing with the remaining half of his merits, but he should not be held accountable. Seeing that the situation was not right, Headmaster Lu became anxious. In fact, I found a few close friends, brothers and seniors who believed that they had a good relationship in advance. All of them were agreed. Headmaster Lu personally came to the door and greeted them with anger. It is only said that Wang Dongji, the owner of Linlang Tower, had just treated Master Lu a cup of tea before he came to Yuqing Palace to discuss matters. Zhangjiao Lu spoke with spittle everywhere. He went through all kinds of hardships, dangers, and his life was hanging by a thread. Only then did he pick up the coral pen holder that was leaked from the Wild Jade City. Today's business, what do I say? You Wang Dongji must not nod, give your brother a show? Relying on these unscrupulous guys, the posture is unreliable. It doesn't matter, Pindao still has a brother. Yudo looked at the younger brother of that talisman, and finally spoke. In the 100 years that Lu Qin was in charge of Baiyujing, the guest of Xinxiao City, Haosu asked who the sword was with, and he deducted the remaining half of the merits and deductions from Lu Qin's side. Lu Qin immediately clarified, everyone, it's okay, it's just deducting the merits of Nanhua City, and the injustice has the first debt, and the owner, whoever wants revenge in the future, still has to look for Haosu. Thousands of thousands don't come. Poor Daoist stubble. Mrs. Wei smiled and said, correct, just now, City Lord Lu made a mistake. It is to deduct the merits of teaching Lu Qin, not to deduct our Nanhua City, and it is necessary to distinguish between public and private. The other 2 deputy city lords of Nanhua City publicly agreed with Mrs. Wei, without giving any face to their own city lords. Zhangjiao Lu should be the city owner for this purpose. He really has nothing to say. This is called convincing the public and winning people's hearts. Lu Qin looked at Wang Yu, who shook his head. Lu Qin felt a little regretful. In fact, it was very suitable for Haosu to be the lord of Xinxiao City. But there was no way Xinxiao City couldn't give Haosu the private dojo he wanted. As for Qingsui City, Haosu should definitely not be in charge of this city. If Lu Qin dared to open his mouth, Yuqing Palace would be able to drown Headmaster Lu with saliva today. In addition, the number of deputy city masters is full, or it has always been a quota. Not in Baiyujing. Even if Lu Chen had some ideas, he would not agree with senior brother Yes' temper. Otherwise, Hao Su would go to Qingzue City to be the deputy city lord, which would not be bad. Xiao Feibai used his eyes to signal to Master Lu to say something fair. No matter what Hao Su thinks, it is the decision of the Yuqing Palace when raw rice is cooked, and Hao Su is put on the shelves. Zhang Jiao Lu actually yawned and began to close his eyes to rest. Today in the Yuqing Palace, the oldest Taoist officials are of course Huang Jieshou, Pang Ding and the others in Baiyujing. However, there are also two youngest juniors who are exceptionally involved in the discussion. They are too young. At this moment, they are in the Yuqing Palace, like a young blue crane standing on the blue sky. Several major events have happened in Baiyujing recently. First, 9 sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi entered Xinxiao City to refine their swords. It is said that one of them, a young sword cultivator named Dong, has excellent aptitude, and he is also a descendant of Dong Sangin. Then there is Headmaster Yu, who has not accepted an apprentice for a long time. After 600 years, he finally accepted a direct disciple from World. Then there was Hao Su, the judge of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, who flew from the Bright Moon to Xinxiao City and settled here. It is said that Baiyujing is very likely to give away a city lord position. Jiang Yunxing, the gatekeeper of the Hanging Mountain in the past, was exceptionally promoted to be the Lord of Green City as soon as he became an immortal. It is said that it is out of the ordinary, except that Jiang Yunxing has become the long history of Baiyujing. There are only a handful of people who are not the full-time city lord and landlord of the Ascension realm. And because of this matter, it directly bypassed the Yuqing Palace discussion, which belonged to the two headmasters Yu Dou and Lu Chen. Finally, it was Zhang Fenghai from Yushu City. On the day he left Yanxia Cave of Jinyue Palace, he betrayed Baiyujing, chose to establish his own business, and found Run Yefeng, an unknown Qi trainer Lu Tai. This brand new sect that was born out of nowhere has only 6 members, which is enough to attract the attention of the 14 states of Qingming. It's only because of the cultivators in the genealogy, in addition to the hard work of one of the 10 newest warriors in the world, there is also one of the alternates, LV Bixia, a loose immortal. There is also the female patriarch of the Yongzhou Xianzhang school, who is said to have passed away long ago, and the teacher of the Taoist Shiyun. Yuan Ying, once one of the 10 young candidates in the world, has 2 preachers Lu Qi and Chao group from Shiyu Fudi. That's why it seems so strange that Lu Tai is the deputy suzerain, and he is also the chief worshipper. Outside Taoist officials, few people can make Baiyujing so hot. Zhang Fenghai is one of the few exceptions. Whenever Zhang Fenghai is mentioned, Baiyujing Taoist, regardless of his realm or his Tao lineage, is very sorry. After all, with Zhang Fenghai's aptitude for Taoism, it seems that there is no problem with being a Taoist ancestor. The key is that Baiyujing lost to Zhang Fenghai with this entry and exit. The city lord of Lingbao City, Pang Ding, whose name is Humble Heart, asked, "Where is that Lu Tai? How did he get mixed up with the traitor Zhang Fenghai?" A Lu character, the old Taoist word, is quite heavy. Lu Chen began to look at his eyes, nose and heart. He was absent-minded and traveled thousands of miles. Could it be that all the people with the surname Lu have something to do with the poor? The 2 deputy city lords of Yushu City, Guijie and Xiao Xiang, snorted coldly while the other asked directly, "Dare to ask Pang City Lord, my junior brother Zhang Fenghai, why is he a traitor?" Pang Ding squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Junior brother? Could it be that I remembered it wrongly? Zhang Fenghai just left the Baiyujing Taoist status, and still keeps the Yushu City Taoist ultimatum? Not long ago the old Taoist priest who drank a jar of long live wine in the bright moonlight, Su Zujing, held a whisk in his hand, and the judge of Yushu City, who is known to be soft-hearted and good-natured, sneered, 'Does Zhang Fenghai have a Yushu City Dao? It's none of your business in Lingbao City.' The master's close disciple, the younger brother Zhang Fenghai, is the biggest, not of their brothers, no one. The old Taoist priest Huang Jieshou with the Taoist name Wang, the former owner of Biyun Tower, even resigned as the palace owner of Jinyue Palace not long ago, so the old man no longer has a large set of keys on his waist. Huang Jieshou said, "One thing to say, Zhang Fenghai is not a traitor, he was sent out of Yanxia Cave by Daozu himself." Pang Ding was dumbfounded for a while. Accidentally hit a hard nail. Lu Chen applauded lightly but silently. "Letting you find trouble in the poor way, is it bad luck?" There was a blue cloud beside Zhang Jiaolu, empty. It was Shan Qing, a Taoist priest who was also a disciple of Taoist ancestors, but was unable to attend the discussion because he was far away from the colorful world. In fact, Bai Yujing did not have a high opinion of this closed disciple of the Taoist ancestor in private. Ning Yao would come to ask him about the sword unexpectedly, and he lost a mess, which can be described as a loss of face. Even if the opponent is the number one person in the colorful world, that Ning Yao, I don't expect you Shanqing to win. As a disciple of Taoist ancestors, when did it become so bad? Can he really become the future headmaster of Bai Yujing? In addition, Jiang Yunxing, the new city owner of Green City, was also absent today. Afterwards, in the Yuqing Palace, the high-ranking Taoist officials threw a question to the two headmasters. An old woman, the deputy owner of the Ziki building, was the first to ask, "Do you want to interrupt the grand ceremony of the Yufu dynasty in Yongzhou, or to block the divination result afterward?" Although Yongzhou is the smallest of the 14 states, there is a mountain top at the bottom of the water in Dadu on the border. If the dynasty occupying the shrine of the underwater mountain, if it builds the highest standard altar, it only needs to chop the branches of the camphor tree to check the good and bad luck of the 4 states. Not long ago, the Empress Zhu Xian built a grand ceremony to worship as many as 3,600 gods, and she personally served as the main priest. The camphor tree naturally divides its branches in 4 directions, which just point to the 4 states including Yongzhou and Peizhou. In the Temple of O God, there is a sacred soldier of the Yufu dynasty. The name of the gun is Broken Array. The reason why the Yufu dynasty has been able to stand in Yongzhou for a long time is largely due to this magical weapon recorded by Bai Yujing, because it is a token of love presented by Wuzhou to the founding emperor of Yufuzhou. So who would dare to covet this? If Lu Chen was in charge of Bai Yujing, he would persuade the young empress not to act impulsively, no matter how unreasonable or unreasonable. But the problem is that now it is the senior brother Yudo who is in charge of the world. Therefore, Lu Chen could only persuade the internal affairs of the Yufu dynasty, but could not stop it. So the last time I went to the Lotus Temple in person, the teacher was unknown and could only return without success. The key point is that there is a huge secret hidden in the Temple of the Lotus God, and Bai Yujing is naturally aware of this, because this is the handwriting of the Taoist ancestors. The reason why a mountain shrine was built on the bottom of the water is turbulent for thousands of years and constantly scoured the temple, belongs to the suppression of the martial arts by the water transport of Dadu. It's just because in that Lotus Temple, in addition to enshrining a famous gun to break the formation, it also suppressed one of the former joint cuts. For 10,000 years, the lotus root has been broken, like a giant spirit holding an object, imprisoning the unruly magic weapon for a long time. The headmaster Yudo said indifferently, Fish Fuzhu's creation of the grand ceremony is in line with the rules, and Bai Yujing doesn't need to be concerned. Since the headmaster said so, the Dao officials did not have any objection. The second question in the Yuqing Palace discussion, since that two friends' place is a magical weapon that is an ancient relic, she can refine this thing to improve her Taoism, can Bai Yunlu give her that pair of weapons? The armor that has been banned for many years? To attract her as the chief guest officer of Biyun Tower? In this way there is a guest officer Haosu who is a sword cultivator in the Ascension Realm in Xinxiao City, and there are still 14 Realm Wuzhou as the chief guest officer in Biyun Tower. Before the seasoned and prudent Taoist could finish the matter, Yudo had already said, Wuzhou has offered to offer this pair of Bai Yunlu armor in exchange for her willingness to serve as the deputy owner of Bai Yunlu. I have already know, there is no need to discuss this matter any further. The Yuqing Palace was silent for a moment. Lu Qin sighed softly. Just know. The female crown Wuzhou can no longer be described as a genius among geniuses. Her existence has overshadowed all the Taoist officials in the world at the same time. Qualification, talent, chance, character, achievement. Wuzhou was the best in the world back then. She was born in a small Taoist temple. With the help of several most ordinary Taoist books and a few master-inheriting formulas, she was already in the Jade Pure realm when she was a young girl, and on the way to go out to practice she was awarded the title of the 12 high-ranking gods in ancient times. Part of the key heritage of a founder. After that, Wuzhou made rapid progress on the road of cultivation. Because of this supernatural ability she could both refine things and break through the realm, and she eventually became the #1 refiner in the world. In the past 600 years, Wuzhou's own half-immortal soldiers forged treasures, which she regarded as defective, and gave away, sold at a low price, or even left it somewhere, was recorded by Bai Yujing. There are as many as 16. Bai Yujing neither interfered in the affairs of the Yufu dynasty, Nor did he attract the old dojo to be located in Wuzhou and Yongzhou, which meant that it was a foregone conclusion that Zhu Xian split the camphor and fortune-telling in the 4 states. For a time the atmosphere in the Yuqing Palace was a little dignified. Lu Qin said, "Then continue the discussion. How to deal with that leap moon peak? Xuanduguan's son Huaizhong, Daifishan Gaogu, Qingshan dynasty Yao Qin, have the 3 of them entered the 14th realm? The Great Chao sect and Liangjing Mountain in the territory of Yinzhou arbitrarily built a large formation of crepe myrtle and tampered with the customs of a state. Is it in line with the rules? The results of the selection of 10 people in the world and 10 candidates are extremely strange. Is it possible that Bingjishan Longsanpu is stirring up the water? Has Hongnong Yang of Yuzhou participated in it?" At the end of last year, someone from Hongnong Yang's family erected a flag on the top of a mountain at the site of the ancient battlefield in Yuzhou, threatening to eradicate a demon for the world. Who is this demon? Suichu Palace's literary Gao Ping did not hesitate to join forces with the old man who killed his country and killed him in his previous life. Isn't it the most strange thing in the world? There is another character named Wu Yang under the pseudonym Huanjing in the Suichuang Palace. Helping out, this is not what it is like to add wings to a tiger. Wu Shuangjiang's thoughts and plans have long been known to everyone. Bai Yujing shouldn't raise tigers, let them sit in trouble, and solve this hidden danger as soon as possible. Monk Jiangxiu, who is extremely skilled with swordsmanship, is now in Yuzhou, so he must not be allowed to let him make waves in the territory of Bingzhou and Yuzhou. Would you like him to be a guest in Baiyujing? Dare to ask Headmaster Lu, what is Qin Pinggan's real state now? Roughly when will he reach the first level of the realm of gods? Can he become a swordsman in the Ascension realm? Will this person ask Jian Baiyujing in the future? Sword of Coming Chapter 1195. Chapter 1195. Today Yashan, there is a visitor. 1 man and 1 woman. The woman is the newest master of the top 10 martial artists, Guyanga of Yuzhou Pipa Peak. Lin Jiangxian's 4 direct disciples, 2 end on 2 mountain tops. The eldest disciple, Zhao Hechong. Now Yashan is really in charge of this long-established martial artist. The second apprentice, Qi Huajian, was honored by the mountain as Mrs. Qi. She was a plump and charming woman, and she was also the limit. A certain Zhu from Ruzhou and Zhangjiao Lu, a close friend, praised Mrs. Qi as sweet and cold respectively. In addition, there is Zong Xuechuan and his younger disciple Song Yu, who are now very young warriors on the top of the mountain. According to outside rumors, the reason why the eldest disciple Zhao Hechong did not make it to the list is because Master Lin once reminded Bing Jieshan in advance that if his eldest disciple was on the list, Bing Xieshan Wufu would not have to be on the list in the future. Of course, this assertion has not been proven, nor can it be verified. The key point is that Lin Jiangxian only accepted these 4 apprentices, and as a result, everyone became a talented person, and they all became martial arts giants. To say that Yuan He, the previous master of Xuandu Guan with the Taoist name Qingyuan, this person's aptitude for accepting disciples is indeed enviable. But Yuan He's direct disciples before Wang Sun and Sun Huaizhong had several groups of direct descendants, and they were added together one after another, and there were nearly 20 people. And Lin Jiangxian took in 4 martial arts prodigies in just a short period of time. Therefore, some people laughed and said that if Master Lin was more diligent in accepting his apprentices, that soldier Jieshan would cry and become poor, or if a state accepted a direct disciple, they would first learn boxing with Master Lin for 20 or 30 years, and then return to their hometown to establish the Yashan branch. If you are not careful, it will be the pattern of the world's martial arts, half in Yashan. This is the consensus. It's just this kind of words, don't talk nonsense, everyone knows it well. One of the visitors, Guyanga, was in a fight with Song Yu and Yashan. In fact, they were 1 level apart, and the question was also proposed by Song Yu. 2 female martial arts masters, a closed-door question-and-box competition. Of course, it's not the kind of life and death. A senior on the mountain who came here with Guyanga as a guest, sitting cross-legged on the futon at the moment, with a youthful appearance, extremely handsome, twisted a folding fan in his hand, nodded in admiration and said, "The female master, when you fight, it is just beautiful. It's really pleasing to the eye." Taoist cultivation relies on self, enlightenment by mind, 1 opening to 100 openings and enlightenment. Wufu's ascension really depends on a diligent and down-to-earth person, relying on hard work. Whether or not Mr. Lin, his friend, is in Yashan is of little importance to Zhu. As long as Mrs. Qi and Miss Song are present, it is enough. One is not for nothing and both are earned. On the Yashan side, the 4 direct disciples of Master Lin, together with the younger disciple Song Yu, 2 men and 2 women were outstanding. Gu Yang's punches were light and Song Yu's punches were heavy, and someone Zhu couldn't take his eyes off of them. The big cultivator has good eyesight. Every time the 2 women get hands on hands, the undulating scenery like water ripples is especially moving. When they tacitly agreed, they exchanged a pure infuriating gap. He was finally willing to turn his head and say to Mrs. Qi, "I'm on a long trip, passing by the Qingshan dynasty and Yixiang is not there. Bio still admires Master Lin very much. After all, no matter how many beauties there are in the world, they can only be divided into 2 factions. The moving water is as quiet as a mountain, and Mrs. Qi is just sitting there, with exquisite curves and undulating peaks and mountains, which are extremely beautiful." In the face of someone Zhu's speechlessness, Mrs. Qi just nodded and didn't speak. The other party's nonsense is a little more and she will use the killer, just call the Taoist priest's real name. There are 10 people in the world who have been evaluated once in 100 years, and the selection of the abbot of this list is made by the Yongzhou Xianzhang faction. As for the martial arts evaluation of the first time in Jiazi, Xieshan, a neighbor of the Xianzhang faction, was in charge. Among them, the top 10 people in the world who have been evaluated once in 100 years are easy to say. The next few, because of the Taoism of being selected as a monk, do not care whether they are ranked high or low. The selection above is the most likely to cause external disputes, so the immortal staff sect used a tricky method, often on the top of the 10th tail, to select several candidates, ranging in number as many as 5, as few as 2 or 3. Generally speaking, as long as this 11th is convincing enough, the saliva on the mountain will be small. As a result, for about 1,000 years, there has been an unsuspenseful boil bottle. This Taoist priest is from Ruzhou. According to legend, every time the list is released, the Taoist priests will go to Xuanhuan for a drink, and when they meet, they will talk about their hard work and express their sincerity to each other. One is the 5th in the world, the other is the 11th, and Sun Guanzhu is also the leader of the Taoist sword immortal line in the world. This Taoist priest happens to be also a sword cultivator. It is also thanks to this great cultivator that he is good at talking, has a good temper, and has a vast number of Taoist names. The name of the flying sword is Do Kai. Yi Gaosher, his apprentices also accepted, but he did not establish a school. However, I have compiled several monographs that are highly suspected of not doing proper work, specifically explaining the academic approach of ferry boats and Yujian. The books are full of uncommon terms that confuse Qi practitioners other than artists, such as what small radius turns, the size of the angle of attack, the central axis, the flow rate of the airflow distribution in the cloud layer. The monk has a strange name, so he is called Zhu someone. He had given himself a lot of Dao names, no less than 20, of course Bai Yujing didn't recognize them. Taoist priests like the idle cloud and wild cranes like to travel to various states in their life, and they are not the kind of permanent residents who do not move their nests for a long time. They will stay in a state territory for a short period of a year or 100 years, and collect a number of direct disciples locally. Look at your own eyes and then look at the other's aptitude. And he would keep his name incognito every time, changing the Taoist name, and every new Taoist number was extremely immortal. In fact, Zhu someone is just a self-proclaimed name. Because of his real name he has not been called very much, so that today's young monks mistakenly think that he is called this name, and his real name is impossible to ask. The first person in Ruzhou is the mountain warrior Lin Jiangxian. There is no suspense. In the early years there were 10 people in the world, and the 3 headmasters of Bai Yujing had already occupied 3 places, but there were 14 states in the Qingming world, and they could only compete for the remaining 7 places. Fortunately, it was evenly distributed. It happens that the 2 states are divided into 1 person. Because of the fact that there was a Lin Shi in Ruzhou, Zhu, who was the first person on the mountain in Ruzhou, became more and more eclipsed. Fortunately, someone Zhu never cared about this kind of thing, and it was not the kind of helpless resignation, but the false name that he was really bad. Zhu is a member of the royal family of Russia's second largest dynasty, but he is friends with the founding emperor and current monarch of the Qijin dynasty, an anonymous guest in Yashan, and a close friend with Lin Jiangxian at first sight. I am afraid this is also an important reason why Ruzhou has been so peaceful in the past 200 years. The 2 largest dynasties are in peace with each other, and there is harmony up and down the mountain. Zhu and Lin Jiangxian are not the same kind of beautiful men. This ascension cultivator, who has never won a fight and is famous for his all-lose record, has a feminine appearance, unparalleled beauty and a pair of phoenix eyes. As if born with affection. Lin Jiangxian's green shirt fell on the edge of the martial arts field, and Gu Yanghe and Song Yu stopped punching almost at the same time. Lin Jiangxian said, "This kind of question boxing is of no benefit. It's just a routine. Gu Yanghe doesn't have to press the situation and Song Yu shouldn't hide it. Question boxing is not a joke." Zhu someone caressed his palm and smiled, "Right?" Grandmaster asked Quan not to mention any injuries or anything, but to say that he had a fight, and his clothes were a little disheveled, showing a little here, but not completely covering the other side, which is always reasonable. Zhao Hechong and Mrs. Qi were about to get up to make way for their master. Lin Jiangxian waved his hand and just sat beside Zhu at will. Someone Zhu said with a smile, "It's rare for Master Lin not to stay in Yashan." Lin Jiangxian laughed it off. Zhu someone considered himself to have two best friends, Lin Shi from the Qijin dynasty, and Yaxiang from the Qingshan dynasty. One is that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and the other is that they have similar tastes, and each has led the way for 1,000 years. If you want to take a Dao name that has never been used by predecessors and is unconventional, people today have suffered a big loss. In fact, it is very difficult, very difficult. I have to admit that Bai Yujing manages both strictly and leniently, especially the existence of the second Taoist, which makes the peaceful years in the Qingming world, especially the stability of the countries under the mountains, not to mention the wild world. Even the world of Haoran and the Buddhist kingdoms of the West cannot be compared with the world of Qingming. 14 states in the world, secular dynasties and countries big and small, almost all the big battles are in seize the time. At the end of Bai Yujing's second headmaster Yudo's about to step down as headmaster, he began to plan, arrange and deploy troops and horses. The food and grass are not used first, and then the hands that have been moved in the 100 years when Lu Qin was in charge of Bai Yujing. When the big headmaster takes over Bai Yujing, basically the battle that should be fought is over, and it is just time to recuperate. Occasionally border conflicts, a country is divided in the last few years, the two sides will reach a tacit understanding, just because Yudo is about to take charge of Bai Yujing again. In history there are also some big dynasties that have been red-eyed. No matter what, without exception, a pot of cold water from Bai Yujing will be poured down. The so-called cold water may be a majestic rainstorm of spells, and of course it may be a rain of swords in the Ziki building. Only the cultivators at the top of the mountain know the hidden and far-reaching intentions of Bai Yujing. The 12th floor of the 5 cities, especially the lineage of Yudo, is to restrict the vigorous development of that military family to a certain extent. In any case, since the world is generally peaceful, and the rules set by Bai Yujing are heavy, then there are naturally many Qi trainers who can be called xianxia. Anyway, don't be too intriguing, spend time on poetry, lyrics, music, qin, chess, calligraphy, painting and calligraphy. If you are very quiet, you can travel around the world and leave a series of legends and fairy tales at the foot of the mountain. For example, one of Zhu's Taoist nicknames is Ulfping. He didn't realize how elegant it was at first, but when he heard the phrase, "I realized that there is nothing in my heart," the little fish jumped out of the green pine, I suddenly felt that the meaning was very different. Many cultivators suddenly realized that it was really useful for those who learn Taoism to know a little bit of poetry and songs, and to read a few miscellaneous books. There are many confidants in the immortal mansion on the mountain and in the rivers and lakes under the mountain. There is one more thing, Bai Yujing's third headmaster always felt that he and Someone Zhu were very good friends. But Someone Zhu for so many years has been trying his best to distance himself from Headmaster Lu of Bai Yujing. He almost always says to everyone that I really don't know Headmaster Lu and I just know each other. Friends can't do anything right when they say it, let alone say anything. A close friend. The result was counterproductive. The more he explained, the more confused the account was, and Zhu was almost forced to report to the world through Shanshuidi, and he didn't know Lu Qin at all. This is really not Someone Zhu's hypocritical, it's really the reputation of the Headmaster Lu. Just to say one thing, Xuanhuan declared to the public that as long as he was a friend of Headmaster Lu, he must be a distinguished guest of our Xuanhuan. Someone Zhu said with a smile, Ma Zhuxian, the eldest disciple of Pei Cup, has already fallen not long ago. Lin Jiangxian just thought it was an interesting story. It's like an adult with extremely wealthy money and an unfathomable family. Hearing that a certain child from the next-door neighbor's house is very successful, earns money, buys a family business, or fights with people outside and comes home with a bruised face. Of course you have heard it. The eldest disciple Zhao Ku on the side asked doubtfully, how did Senior get the news? Someone Zhu smiled and said, Don't worry about it, the mountain man has his own plan. There are generally only 3 ways for the monks in the Qingming world to learn about the personnel affairs of the other world. The 5 cities and 12 floors each have their own style and characteristics. Comparatively speaking, Nanhua City and Xinxiao City place more emphasis on the news from Haoran Qianxia, while the cities and buildings belonging to Yudo's lineage place more emphasis on the wild. For example, Upside Down Mountain, which used to be connected to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, is an excellent source of news. Bai Yujing will pick out some relatively important news and tell the world. Then, through a trip across the world similar to Zuanduguan's son Huaizhong, he returned to his hometown and brought back some inside information. But it has always been a mystery how many ascension realms there are among the mountain cultivators in the Qingming world today, who are in a foreign land. I am afraid that except for the 3 headmasters of Bai Yujing, no one dares to say what they know. The last type, relatively hidden and with many restrictions, is Bai Yujing's 3-lineage Taoist lineage, the Xiazong built in the vast world, the Taoist heavenly monarchs who are more difficult to meet than to ascend to the sky. Respect the incense through the Patriarch's Hall, and at least mention a few, incidentally, things that do not violate the prohibition and do not go beyond the rules. But almost all Haoran heavenly monarchs and Taoist high sects will be extremely cautious in this matter and will not dare to reveal too many secrets. Furthermore, once some secrets that are considered taboo by Confucianism are revealed, won't the Zhongtu Confucian Temple really pursue it? Yaxing, Suzi, Lu Qi and Chao group who have returned home from Qingming world, are all just cultivators Haoran who have come to the fore. In history, it is not that there is no such kind of Taoist sect, so it has been quietly silent in the vast world. This is still a deliberate attempt by the Confucian Temple to save some face for Bai Yujing. Just say that Yaxing, who has just entered the Confucian Temple a few years ago, once replaced the Confucian Temple and personally held a Taoist temple affiliated to Bai Yujing Yudo in Luxiazu. When Yaxing arrived at the gate of the mountain, there was no nonsense at all. Half a sentence, remove the plaque, go to the Zushi Hall, and call all the Taoist priests who have seats in the Zushi Hall. Outsiders don't know what they talked about. Anyway, it turned a huge Taoist temple with a lot of incense into it overnight. The forbidden land, that was forced to close the mountain. It is said that until Bai Yujing receives and guides the entire Taoist temple and Taoist priests to go to the Qingming world, they are not allowed to go down the mountain as Taoist priests. It's up to you to vote for another door and the Confucian Temple won't care anymore. Of course, if anyone has the face to try to break away from Taoism first, make small calculations and think that one day they will restore the Taoist ultimatum of the Bai Yujing lineage, and the Confucian Temple will not stop it. Just because of the temperament of Yudo, the ancestor of this lineage, the Taoist priest dares to do such a thing, and the fate of it can be imagined. As a result, this Taoist temple, which has completely cut off the incense, is still a state where Taoist priests can only go out. From the original more than 800 Taoist priests, it has become less than 30 people today and they are still insisting. There is a gossip that is only discussed in private on the top of the mountain. It is not that the second child did not think about it. He planned to take back the mountain Taoist temple in addition to the upside-down mountain with the largest mountain character under the sky, but this is the case. I need to deal with the Haoran Confucian Temple. Then there was no plaque at the foot of the Taoist temple, and there was a Confucian temple to accompany the sages, and the most amazing thing is that this Confucian temple sage who has not appeared in the world for a long time is not only the direct disciple of the most holy master, but also the most respected. One of the disciples. However, this kind of secret matter that is definitely undocumented and cannot be verified as true or false, can only be used as an appetizer on the wine table. Without the slightest doubt, the earliest news must have come from Dao Chang's Sunday. If someone goes to research something with Dao Chang's son, it must be the same sentence. Don't talk nonsense. Pindao never speaks behind their backs and chews their tongues. Zhong Shuoqin made no secret of his gloating, he smiled and said, "How did Ma Zhuangxin fall? It's not like walking with a broken foot, right?" Pei Cup, known as the women's martial god, has 4 disciples, Ma Zuanxin, Dou Fanxia, Liao Qing'ai and Chao Xiai. As for the distinction between named and personally passed disciples, no matter how Pei Bei calculates it, the outside world regards their master and apprentice as a lineage of boxing. The 4 pure warriors are 1 end, 1 mountain top complete and 2 far-flung bottlenecks. If there is no major accident except for Chao Xiai, since the other 3 people are consummation or bottlenecks, maybe it will take a few years of hard work, and they will be 2 ends, 2 mountain tops. In this way the 2 ends and 2 mountains taught by Master Lin is inevitably inferior. After all, among the disciples of Pei Cup, there is also xianxia. Zhu someone earnestly persuaded, Brother Zong, your bad habit of laughing, you can change it if you can. Usually only villains in books can laugh like this. Xuanhuan smiled sweetly and said, Senior, don't give a shit. The beauty asked, and Zhu someone immediately smiled and said, it was xuanhuan who came to the door. As for the specific reason, the outside world does not know. Anyway, it was just a fight and Ma Zhuangxian was unable to fight back. Well, just follow your master is almost the same as a martial artist from the same border. It's a pity that this fight was relatively secretive and not well known enough. Xuanhuan didn't publicize it and Ma Zhuangxian certainly wouldn't talk about it. Since both parties didn't talk about it, the outside world of course relies on guesswork. In the next battle between green and white, including by O, you all seem to be optimistic about xianxia, but I am different. Zong Shuaqin said sourly, Senior Sister Qi keeps talking about that xianxia all day long. Anything is good. I really don't believe it. Is there really such a perfect person in the world with flawless martial skills, morality, and demeanor? There were only 3 members of the same family, but as a result, Senior Sister and Junior Sister were both optimistic about xianxia. The younger junior sister was okay. She looked at martial arts fists with pure martial arts. Sister Qi was good and she looked at her face. In Gongdalin, the Confucian temple, 2 people of the same age had a green and white battle, in front of everyone's eyes. On the Qingming world side, although there are hearsays, the mountainside has the view of the mountainside, and the mountaintop has the view of the mountaintop. At the top of the mountain they were divided into 2 groups, each with their own opinions. Some cultivators felt that xianxia would be the best in the world, leaving a large distance in martial arts from Chen Pingan behind him, and a small number of cultivators felt that Chen Pingan had a chance to come out on top, catching up with xianxia and entering the 11th realm earlier. Someone Zhu lost a look at Zong Shuaqin, we both have the same taste. Zong Shuaqin grinned, his white teeth thick. Zhu has a lot of witty quotes which are widely circulated. For example, some people will sigh with embarrassment when they see the favorite fairy married as a woman, but it is a pity that they are married. Someone Zhu comforted, wouldn't it be better to marry someone? There are also a lot of dirty words like, 1 fight 2 never lost. Of course, someone Zhu would deny it time and time again, no, I never said such a thing. Zong Shuaqin glanced at Zhu, he couldn't help but gather his voice and whispered with Qihua, Senior Sister, take it easy, this guy is full of bad water. It hasn't been a day or 2 since he hit you, he's another one to mention it. The master who turns his face on the waistband of his trousers has a lot of confidants, too many to count. Someone Zhu's expression changed slightly, I regard you as my good brother, do you regard your brother as a certificate of honor? A question box with no suspense. Xuanhuan is one of the top 10 people in the world of martial arts critics. He doesn't overwhelm the realm and he fights Song Yu who is still in the mountain realm. If there is still suspense, it will be strange. After the master spoke, Song Yu did not dare anyone to keep any reservations. It's a pity that there is still a clear gap with Xuanhuan. Song Yu, whose skills are not as good as others, was finally punched in the heart by Xuanhuan, and his figure slipped out several meters. Stepping on the ground, he was on the verge of falling. Song Yu wanted to clasp his fists in return, but all of a sudden the 7 apertures bleed, but he couldn't say a word, and it was difficult to raise his arms. Mrs. Qi said with an angry smile, this girl, she has lost even if she loses, how dare she try to be strong, I'm really not afraid of the sequelae. Zhao Hechong said, there's still half a punch. Standing in the center of the martial arts field, the heroic Xuanhuan took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to wrap the braid behind him in front of him. In an instant Song Yu collapsed to the ground. The Wufu Jinqi that was left in Song Yu's body suddenly collided in several key meridians, causing Song Yu to faint on the spot. Zong Shuaqin was a little shocked. Does this mean that as long as Xuanhuan's fist gets on his body, hidden dangers are buried in the body of the martial artist who was asked about the fist? If Xuanhuan kills the killer, wouldn't the body of the junior sister be like a firecracker? Zhu's thinking is always different from that of ordinary people. Looking at the braid hanging in front of Xuanhuan, it is like a stream flowing between the opposing peaks. This is the uniqueness of Xuanhuan's boxing skills. Her ancestors were born as subordinate officials for generations. In addition to inheriting family education, as long as there is a battlefield, she runs wherever she goes. Xuanhuan is also good at vipassana. At a young age, he subdivided the human bodhi's bones and meridians into mountains, water systems, and chifu as lakes, naming them separately and forming their own system. Therefore, in the opinion of Zhu, this is the master of martial arts who has really stepped out of his own way. As for the masters of Bing Jiashan, Qi Guan and Yu Yu who are also on the list, they rely more on the inheritance and talent of their teachers, and they are closely matched with Gu Yan of Pipa Peak. The gap between the songs is not in the 1 or 2 rankings, but in the high level of the road of martial arts, and more in the depth of research on martial arts. Gu Yanghe clasped his fists and said, "How much offense?" According to someone from Zhu, Master Lin pays the most attention to etiquette and fairness. You go to Yashan to teach Song Yu a boxing session. If you are a master, you will definitely return the courtesy. Lin Jiangxian smiled and said, "In the next question boxing, change the method." Gu Yanghe teamed up with Qi Huajin, Zhao Hechong and Zhong Xueqin teamed up, and the one who fell down would be considered a loser. Among the 4, only Zhong Xueqin was a warrior at the top of the mountain. So Gu Yanghe frowned slightly. Didn't he join forces with Zhong Xueqin? Does this mean that Zhao Hechong's boxing is higher than his own? Someone Zhu clapped his hands and laughed. Okay, it's really a once-in-century martial arts grand occasion. Mrs. Qi stood up and instantly looked like 2 people. She made a fist with one hand and gently twisted her knuckles. Zhao Hechong looked as usual, first clasped his fists to salute his master, and then walked slowly to the martial arts arena. Zhong Xueqin interlaced his hands and fingers, turned his neck and said with a smile, "Senior Sister Qi, the opportunity is rare, we agreed in advance. Punching and kicking can be done anywhere, just don't hit your descendants." Mrs. Qi smiled and said, "It's easy to say. Junior brother's wedding wine is always something to drink." She first wakes up her junior sister Song Yu who has fallen to the ground. In fact, it is a fist that shakes away the aftertaste of Gu Yang's fist. Then she puts her fingers together and beats Song Yu everywhere, making those sounds like strings of a violin. The fine fists scattered all over the body of the junior sister were expelled to some unimportant mountain water currents. Next, how to deal with these chaotic ministers and thieves? It was up to Song Yu to adjust his breath. Song Yu's face was snow white, and he staggered back to his original position. Someone Zhu hurriedly said, "Miss Song actually doesn't lose much, especially the few punches you created, but you just lost in the realm." Song Yu turned a deaf ear. Lin Jiangxian glanced at the little disciple. Song Yu immediately clasped a fist with someone Zhu in a salute. Lin Jiangxian said, "Look at the boxing with your heart first. Then when you are recovering, think more about it and figure out where you lost. If you don't understand, go to ask Gu Yanghe for advice. After 3 days you will ask Zhao Hechong about boxing. In 1 the identities are exchanged and you come to imitate Gu Yang's boxing moves." Song Yu said obediently, "Master, I understand." Zhu Sun was so envious that he could not receive such a sensible disciple. Song Yu's greatest aptitude for martial arts is stealing. If you put it nicely, it is to imitate the moves of other masters and even fist intent. Lin Jiangxian said, "Before going down the mountain I told you to pay attention to 3 kinds of people, the ordinary master who has never learned boxing, the disciple from the outside world who has just learned boxing, and the martial artist who has achieved little in boxing. Do you have any experience?" Song Yu said with a guilty conscience, "Master, I've read it very carefully, but I haven't figured out any way." Lin Jiangxian said, "The vulgar master, the whole body, the muscles are stiff, in the words of the boxing master, it is a hard support when walking because the vulgar chi turbidity cannot be separated from the turbidity, so the breath is chaotic. The body refining realm of beginner boxing and then to the chi refining realm, the turbid chi turns clear and becomes softer, which is similar to the pursuit of immortality by chi practitioners, seeking a lightweight flying lift. What is home learning? Orally taught by heart. That's it." Seeing that Miss Song became more and more confused, Mr. Zhu was the worst at seeing a good-looking woman being wronged, so he had to take the initiative to remind him. "The same is true, the feeling that Master Lin really wants you to remember is that Gu Yanghe has just hidden it on you. After the half-fist hit, the process of being paralyzed. This almost extreme posture stretch, even if it is forced, if Wufu can accurately capture it and then continue to imitate it besides asking people about punches, the whole person will being in this almost natural and mysterious state is an unknown benefit. It is similar to the return to basics of Qi practitioners. I am afraid this is also the biggest intention of Gu Yanghe to teach you boxing." Lin Jiangxian nodded. Mr. Zhu twisted the folding fan in his hand. "Miss Song, you should also pay attention to what Master Lin calls a mass of chaos. This is a university question and a great realm. As for the specific knowledge, Mr. Zhu is not a pure martial artist after all, so I can't tell. I only know that Master Lin points out the boxing technique, and it has always been targeted. While Song Yu carefully observed the questioning process at the martial arts field, he had to listen carefully to the teacher's teachings and Zhu's suggestions. In the martial arts field, there are 4 well-deserved heaven's favored sons and masters of martial arts. In their rare questioning boxing next, Zhao Hechong was actually protecting Zhong Shuaqin. Gu Yanghe and Madame Qi were both masters of the same realm and friends for many years, and they cooperated seamlessly. Gu Yanghe, who occupies a peak in Yuzhou but does not establish a sect, is the 8th person in the world of martial arts, 1 rank higher than Yu, who is a soldier, and his real age is unknown. She and Lin Jiangxian's second disciple Qi Huajian met by chance. They have been friends for many years. Every time Mrs. Qi goes out for a long trip, she makes a special trip to Peak. Zhao Hechong felt that the reason why Senior Zhu came to Yashan as a guest was to help Gu Yanghe match up, to ask Master about boxing techniques, and to see the second and younger sisters by the way. Qi Huajian is a swordsman, and he has the same martial arts skills as Qi Gu, the martial artist of the Qingxin dynasty. So people often ridicule Qi Gu. Are you a distant relative of that Mrs. Qi? Qi Gu also echoed, I want to hug her thigh. A good-looking woman and a good-looking woman, if they walk together, are mostly subtraction. But if it is an addition, it means that these 2 good-looking women are really good-looking. On the martial arts field, poor Zhong Shuaqin complained so much that he couldn't remember how many times he was beaten with a knife by senior sister Qi. In addition, the elder brother Zhao Hechong punched him from time to help Zhong Shuechuan break up Gu Yang's hidden fist intent in time. Someone Zhu commented, Brother Zhong can do it. It looks like a 3-in-1. One person in the top of the mountain can actually pick up 3 out of the 3. It is also a good talk to spread it out. Zhao Hechong stretched out his hand to hold the side of Zhong Shueqi's head. The latter flew out instantly. Zhao Hechong exchanged punches with Qi Hua, and then Gu Yanghe used to make a strange sword, stab Zhao Hechong's neck Shuai to point. It can be regarded as helping Zhong Shuechuan to prevent disasters. This acupoint is quite crucial. It is called Shuixiandi in martial arts, and it is known as Xiaoshimen. It means that the real qi of the earth is like water surging and transpiring in the sky. It is a border between heaven and earth, and it is used as an opening and closing mechanism, but Zhao Hechong does not know what kind of boxing secret technique was used. It seemed to be able to separate out a majestic pure infuriating energy, and in an instant, the vision of qi and blood that was boiled and then frozen was forcibly suppressed, and the infuriating path returned to smoothness. Just now he and Qi Hua exchanged punches. As for the Sidu acupoint of his arm that was rubbed by her fist, Zhao Hechong clenched his teeth a little. The side face of Qi Huajian, who retreated, hit the second junior sister's head, and Qi Huajian's eyeballs were instantly covered with bloodshot, and blue veins burst out on her forehead. Fortunately, this time was not in vain. Gu Yanghe still used his to form a sword finger, and he shot very quickly. He tapped Zhao Hechong's back successively at the Shinto Lingtai and Jiang 3 places from top to bottom. Big, like a Taoist temple ringing a bell. Outsider Zhong Shuaqin's scalp is numb. Gu Yanghe really can do it. In exchange for having suffered these points a few times, he must not fall directly? In fact, it was Zhao Hechong who was really 1-3 because according to Master Lin's rules, his younger brother Zhong Shueqi was a burden, and would only make Zhao He throw punches and beat his hands and feet. Of course, Zhao Hechong can bet. Before Gu Yanghe or Qi Huajian beat Zhong Shuaqin, he will defeat one earlier and faster. But the problem is that they are both martial artists and have a good heart. The two sides cooperate very well, especially as a swordsman. Junior sister Qi has a tough physique and is different from ordinary people. Even Zhao Hechong would not dare to say that his physique must be more stable than Qi Huajian. Of course, the most important reason is that this competition is really just a competition. The final result was that Zhao Hechong was knocked to the ground by Gu Yanghe and Qi Huajian. He lost, but there was no embarrassment. Zhao Hechong's breath was still calm, and he reached out to pat the ground and stood up. On the contrary, Zhong Shuaqin only felt that the whole person was about to fall apart. Lin Jiangxian nodded and said, "Okay." The four of them returned to their seats, and Gu Yanghe reached out and gently held the braid hanging in front of him, adjusting his breathing. She glanced at Zhao Hechong, worthy of being the first disciple of Master Lin. Qi Huajian stretched out his hand to straighten his temples, hair and clothes. Just now, senior brother Zhao had a few punches and he really didn't care about his friendship. Zhong Shuiyu grinned and his fame was ruined. It is estimated that he will be ridiculed by Song Junior sister for the next whole year. Song Yu's eyes shone brightly. It's a pity that I can't see this peak questioning boxing with my own eyes. Regarding the rumors about Chao Ci, she had already heard calluses in her ears. Coupled with the famous young hidden official, this is good, and there is one more peer who can be an opponent. It's not an opponent anymore, it's the object she must surpass in her life. After all, I heard that they have all reached the level of the end. She couldn't imagine that two warriors of the same age as herself could have such a high level and such a magnificent boxing technique. Xianxia nodded. She confessed that she had asked xianxia about boxing, and she would definitely lose. But Qin Pingan, who has lost several fights to xianxia, can she always give it a try? Mrs. Qi's voice is naturally charming and has a unique softness, and she said softly, "After all, xianxia is more beautiful." Zhao Hechong said with a smile, "Xiaoxi's boxing intention is neutral and peaceful, and it is impeccable. Just like Beta Sheng Zheng Juzhong plays chess with others, there has never been an immortal hand. Wu Fu is a face-to-face enemy, and it is very hopeless to think about it, especially when he is older. The same-level martial artist who goes down all the way down to the sub-chess is really desperate and boring, and he is destined to not learn the magic of Xiaoxi's boxing. On the other hand, Qin Pingan, his boxing skills can be described as consummate. He integrates the strengths of various masters and hundreds of schools, and he eats 100 schools of food all the way. It is not easy to be able to cast a furnace. If there are two opportunities to ask boxing at the same time, but you have to choose one of the two, then I will definitely choose xiaoxia." Song Yu wondered, "Eldest brother, why is this?" Zhao Hechong smiled and said, "If you lose to xiaoxia, if you lose you will lose. If you don't learn anything you won't be able to learn. It's not a shame to lose to him. But if you have a real fight with Qin Pingan, whether you win or lose, you will lose a lot. Why do you lose money? Others don't understand, but junior sister Song, you don't understand. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qin Pingan and xiaoxia asked about boxing, and they lost more than one game." Song Yu gave his senior brother a blank look. Someone Zhu asked curiously, "Master Lin, what do you think? Who will be higher and who will be lower in the next 100 years?" Lin Jiangxian said, "After all, I haven't seen them before, so it's hard to comment." Someone Zhu changed the question, "Then who will win the next fight?" Lin Jiangxian said, "It's definitely still xiaoxia who wins." In fact, in Lin Jiangxian's opinion, if he only looks at the question boxing as a pure martial artist, I am afraid that Qin Pingan will not be able to surpass xiaoxia in his life. Whether it is the height of martial arts or the strength of boxing, Qin Pingan will always be half a position behind xiaoxia. At the end of the martial arts path, the status is the status of God. Zhu someone smiled and said, Stable. There is a don't lose game about xiaoxia in Hauran. In recent years in Ruzhou, some people have also set up gambling games. Half of the reason for someone Zhu going out for this trip is for this matter. Anyway, I have nothing to do and make some money to spend. In case the stove falls, it's fine. The gambling establishment is a certain ticket bank in Ruzhou. What does it have to do with me, Zhu? Someone Zhu remembered one incident and said, I saw Su Shiyuan on this long trip, and we drank flower wine together on the locked island in Luai's lake. There is an ancient state Lu Shen in the Qingming world, which is a giant lake with 4 islands, hence the name Little Four States, and 2 lake owners sit in it. One of them, Wang surnamed Tai, and Lei Yu the female lake owner who is actually a Hu, delimited the boundary, each occupying half of the water. Wang and Lei Yu, these 2 very long Taoists, are one of the latest 10 candidates in the world. It's just that there is no conclusion about the name of the giant lake. The surname Wang named the 2 waters as Ganhu and Kunhu respectively. Lei Yu didn't care about the other party's territory, and only named his half of the giant lake Leizhe. Wang's personal dojo is located on Maoshan Island, and the ancestral hall was built on Tianqi Island. During his monastic life, he liked raising geese and lived on the banks of a river with peace of mind. Thunderstorm's dojo is located in Meifeng, and a summer residence is established in Longshan. Lin Jiangxian asked with a smile, How do you say it? Someone Zhu commented, A very interesting person. At that time, at the island-locking banquet, in addition to the lake owner Lei Yu, there was also Yang Qing who was guarding the mountain pavilion. This guy Su Shiyuan clearly wanted to eat everything, and he didn't hide his heart. If Yang Qing is killed, he will be lucky. Zhong Shuaqin sneered, How dare you provoke Yang Qing, the mirage? Does this guy know whether to live or die? Song Yu asked curiously, How old are Su Mian and Su Yingyu? I heard that Su Shiyuan is less than 1,000 years old. Are they really siblings? Sister and brother, of course that's true. Mr. Zhu lowered his voice and said, Aren't you curious who their 3 parents are? Zhong Shuaqin said in a low voice, I just heard that their father was a great cultivator who briefly entered the 14th realm, and was taught a lesson by a headmaster in Baiyujing. Song Yu wondered, can the 14th realm still fall? Someone Zhu said with a heartfelt smile, I don't know if there is a fall, but I only know that this senior has great respect for the headmaster of Baiyujing, and always feels that the other two headmasters govern the world. The methods are too soft and the words ramble just because the two headmasters are too talkative, that makes the Qingming world so unstoppable. Mrs. Qi smiled and said, no wonder the two daughters were named so, it turns out that this senior was holding his breath. Zhong Shuaqin said without restraint and said carelessly, having given birth to two promising daughters, why is it that the son of Yupu who has practiced Taoism for nearly 1,000 years is born again? Is it more patriarchal than women? If you talk about the lucky ones of Hongfu Qitian, there are 4 recognized in the Qingming world. The Taoist priest Shan Qin, who received apprentices on behalf of Lu Qin through the headmaster Lu Qin, ascended to the sky in one step and became a close disciple of the Taoist ancestors. Now he is in charge of all Taoist affairs of Baiyujing in the colorful world. The ghost Su Jun, who became a Taoist companion with Chaoga, is of course the unquestionable number 1. The Great Chao sect and Liang Jingshan have now started to build the next sect, and Su Jun will be the head of the 4 sects by then. When Daoist Sun commented on this matter, he said, there is no sect feud in the world that cannot be resolved by a wedding banquet. Yunlu, the king of rice thieves, was fortunate to be apprenticed to the master of Bixiao Cave. According to Sun Dechang's Zhongyun's words, the melon skin is cowardly, the steamed bun has turned upside down, and it is too big to show off. It will be difficult to think about death in the future. Jianxiu Su Shiyuan. A female nun who has a pair of twin sisters is among the 10 candidates in the world this time. The elder sister Su Mian is the master of Qingni Dong Tian and the ancestor of the Dresser lineage, the founder of the mountain in the line of Lian Hongsu. And Su Shiyuan is their younger brother. In addition, according to legend, Su Shiyuan is also an anonymous disciple of the king of Shanin Yuka, Tai, and even swore with the two as brothers with different surnames, namely Fire Officer, the founding emperor of the Hangyang dynasty. Luo Yi Wuxi, the Shade Marquis of Yushang Kingdom of Peizhou. 2 sisters, 1 preacher, 2 sworn brothers, all 5 of them are among the 10 candidates in the Qingming world. Therefore, there are 2 popular sayings about this person in the Qingming world. One is given by Sun Guanzhu, and the other is said by Sun Guanzhu and Lu Zhangjiao. No backer Su Shiyuan, self-reliant Su Gongzi. The Qingming world has long been accustomed to those interesting people and interesting things, as long as Daoist Sun doesn't say a word or two of fairness, and let others say 1,000 words and 10,000, they always feel that the taste is not right. A certain Zhu shuddered and taught a serious lesson, speak carefully, boy. At this moment, a majestic aura wrapped around the entire Crow Mountain like a cloud. Qi Huajian's expression changed slightly, and he glared fiercely at the unobtrusive junior brother. Song Yu even felt that his breathing was stagnant. Lin Jiangxian smiled and said, since you dare to live, are you afraid that outsiders will gossip? The atmosphere that was like a mighty catastrophe covering Yashan became more and more heavy. Lin Jiangxian narrowed his eyes and said, Senior is a mustard seed. If you don't quit the Yashan realm, don't blame me for returning the gift to the Jintong dojo. After a while, Yashan returned to its peaceful atmosphere. Obviously, the mind of this great cultivator withdrew from the realm of the Qijin dynasty. Someone Zhu sighed, Brother Zong, you are in big trouble. This unpredictable disaster is due to the fact that Master Lin is sitting in Yashan. This senior Taoist priest at the same time as Wuzhou has several techniques of pressing the bottom of the box, which can be called shocking. One of them can turn the earth into a water town and a country in an instant. It can also create a wind corridor and water pavilion, and Taoist priests live in it, and finally refine a magic sword with 1,000 feet of red dust. Of course, this person has entered the 14th realm by the way of the road and the right place. About 1,000 years ago, the Taoist priests in Juzhou who were approaching the deadline, worked hard for more than 1,000 years, and they retreated and reunited in just a moment. It is precisely because this move disturbed the appearance of a state and violated the rules set by Yujing that his friend Yudo came here with a sword. Yudo, the headmaster wearing a robe and holding an immortal sword, directly brought the Taoist priest who had just entered the 14th realm back to the immortal realm. At the same time, Qingni Cave and Heavenly Paradise, which were originally connected to each other, were also affected, and Yudo cut off the connection with a sword, and then ordered the cave to be closed. In terms of Tianxin, in terms of selflessness, Yudo claimed to be the second, and no one in the Qingming world dared to be the first. However, these are old things that happened 1,000 years ago, and that Zhuzhou Taoist official, from his success in joining the road to the moment when he fell down, was less than a stick of incense and he was extremely concealed. Zhong Shuiqin turned to look at the master. Lin Jiangxian said indifferently, "If you recover from the injury, go down the mountain, go to the Jintong dojo, stroll around there and then return to Yashan." Zhao Hechong said it was okay, they were all used to it. As an outsider, Guiyanga was speechless. Zhong Shuiqin swallowed and clasped his fists. Lin Jiangxian said, "Guiyanga, during your stay in Yashan we will have 2 matches." Guiyanga radiated energy, clasped his fists and said solemnly, "Junior, I beg Master Lin to enlighten me." Zhu someone was relieved, and he lived up to the entrustment of the beautiful woman. The trip to Yashan was full of merits and virtues. In fact, he and Guiyanga met halfway because they had the same destination, they went together. It's a pity that we didn't talk a lot along the way. It's not that he has bad looks and lack of skill just because Guiyanga doesn't seem to like men. Is there any way for him to become a woman? He, the ruler of the Ruzhou Taoist official, was once the champion of the Zhegan dynasty in Ruzhou, and his talent was naturally excellent, and then he was caught son-in-law under the list, and became the concubine. He is the most proud admirer in the world, the crown covers the capital, and the people are haggard. Look how well written. Someone Zhu always feels that half of Bai's poems are tailor-made for him. The group left the martial arts field and changed to a drinking place. As for Song Yu, his senior sister Qi Huajian pulled him into a pot of medicine. Guiyanga asked, "Senior Zhu, are you familiar with Xuanduguan's son Daochang?" Someone Zhu replied cautiously, "It's an acquaintance, not too familiar." "Let it go. Miss Yang, do you have a personal grudge with Xuanduguan of Qizhou? Or do you have something to ask for with the master Sun Guan, who has never been very fond of hospitality?" "It's alright, I just want to say thank you to Daoist Sun, but Daoist Sun doesn't seem to be in Taoist temple a few years ago, and has never been able to see me. It is estimated that Daoist Sun doesn't remember me now, so I rushed to Qizhou to visit, and I was afraid that I would come to Xuandu. Guan will still be closed." Someone Zhu breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly saw that the wind made the rudder change his words. "Although I am not too familiar with Sun Guanzhu, but Sun Guanzhu also invited me to go there for a drink, which is really true to the old saying, it is better to hurry up sooner. Coincidentally, if Miss Yang is willing, she can follow me to visit Xuanduguan in the near future. With Sun Guanzhu you can be unfamiliar or very familiar." Lin Jiangxian was expressionless, too lazy to expose his friend's hide. Sun Huaizhong didn't have much friendship with Zhu, at most it was a little bit better than a nodding acquaintance. For the monks on the mountain, the two sides really belong to the kind that often meet each other, but if they really care about it, the friendship is average and quite ordinary. As soon as they came, the two sides were not the same people. Zhu someone liked the vassal and elegant, but Sun Daochang was the least willing to talk. Moreover, every time someone Zhu went to Xuanduguan as a guest, he had to go there. Whenever Sun Guanzhu felt that his drink was too boring, he would ask fellow Taoist Zhu from Ruzhou to drink with him. In addition, because of the old guard, every time he saw Zhu, he would grab the latter's arm and persuade him repeatedly. "Why don't you use the real name of Zhu Dezhuang? You are always looking for new ideas. If you don't have one ready-made, why ride a donkey to find a donkey?" Can someone from Zhu agree? If it weren't for the 11th person who was on the line, he would definitely not be able to beat the unstoppable 5th person in the world. Someone Zhu wanted to hold the other person's head, ask loudly and make it clear to Lao Tzu, "What kind of beautiful talk is this famous for the ages?" It seems that in order to travel to Qizhou with Guiyanga, someone Zhu really sacrificed himself, and did not hesitate to throw himself in the net. It is estimated that after entering Xuanduguan with the front foot and walking out with the back foot, as long as the wine you carry with you is not good enough or not enough, then Zhu Dazhuang's real name, not to mention a Qizhou, may be known to passers-by in the whole world. After drinking, someone Zhu took Lin Jiangxian out for a walk. Someone Zhu said with a smile, "Then Su Shiyuan has to teach the secret book C of Su Wen, so he is good at Zhu Yuk and can be worthy of the word Jingju." Lin Jiangxian nodded and said, "I hope to be certified as an ancient golden immortal." "It's amazing." Zhu someone tooted his tongue in admiration and said, "It's amazing to be praised by Master Lin, even if my precious drinks are not in vain." Lin Jiangxian said, "I have something to say." Someone Zhu asked a taboo question that would never be spoken if he was not a close friend. "What do you plan to do with Zhao Hechong and those who will be passed down as disciples? Do you have any ideas?" Not to mention Zhao Hechong, who was Lin Jiangxian's great disciple, the rest of them were not the pillars of the mountain, but they were the backbone of Yashan, either in the distant travel realm or the golden body realm. A few of them, or stealing fists from Master Lin or stealing from Yashan, is the next thing. My friend Lin Jiangxian has never had any knowledge about boxing, but he has always been too lazy to teach boxing. When he meets a good seedling outside, Lin Jiangxian is still happy to give advice and even teach a few boxing moves. The problem is that from the disciple Zhao Hechong to the other disciples, they all have inextricable ties to Bai Yujing, and several of them, at least 2 of them, even maintain secret contact with Bai Yujing to this day. Among them was Zhao Hechong, the first disciple of the mountain. If this kind of thing leaked out, it would be a bolt from the blue for Yashan and the Qijin dynasty. Lin Jiangxian remained silent. Zhu someone sighed, but he just hadn't thought about it yet. Someone Zhu had seen Zhao Hechong on 3 occasions under the guise of his teacher's official business, and quietly connected with the Baiyujing Taoist official who was responsible for regularly patrolling the various states in the world. The first 2 times I witnessed the 2 sides with my own eyes were nearly 30 years apart. It can be seen that the patience of both sides is quite good. From this, it can be seen how someone Zhu is interested in Yashan. The number of times that he quietly followed Zhao Hechong to leave Yashan and the Qijin dynasty may have already passed the number of times. It was the first time I saw them meet in a sneaky way, and they were still discussing how to make Zhao Hechong secure the position of the chief disciple, how to deal with the affairs of Yashan, and how to deal with His Majesty the Emperor of the Qijin dynasty and those generals and ministers. Okay. To win the favor and respect of Master Lin, you must learn the real boxing technique from Master Lin, and at the same time hold real power, especially be careful of that person Zhu. One of them speaks up, the other listens humbly. This unseen meeting is a good meeting and a good meeting. As a result, after meeting for the 2nd time and discussing the business, Zhao Hechong began to complain. After all, he was no longer a fledgling young man. Zhao Hechong was already a martial arts master in the mountain realm at that time. It seems that at that time the Taoist priest of Bai Yujing was also with a Taoist priest of the same age as Zhao Hechong, but the young Taoist priest of Ziki Tower did not speak from the beginning to the end. The last time, just the year before, it was Zhao Hechong's first initiative to ask the other party to go to Ruzhou. The Taoist priest of the Ziki corridor did not show up and was in retreat at the time. Zhu someone is so boring and he is idle anyway, so he has to find some way to relieve his worries. Seeing that Lin Jiangxian never opened his mouth, he shook his head and smiled and said, "In the eyes of onlookers I find it irritating, funny, and a little pitiful. It is not easy for Zhao Hechong to go undercover for this purpose." I remember that Zhao Hechong, who was so aggrieved at the time, finished drinking the boring wine and threw the jug. He directly scolded the Taoist Bai Yujing, who was not famous but not weak, and said that I would stay like this again. Could it be that he would even become the 2nd-generation head of Yashan? Lin Jiangxian finally spoke, not only Zhao's first apprentice Hechong, but also the 2nd disciple Qi Huajin. The day she and I officially apprenticed, she showed her identity. Ruzhou Yashan, the first 2 boxing manuals she practiced were also gifts from Lingbao City Taoist officials, so that one day she could enter Yashan and learn boxing with me. According to the agreement between the 2 parties, within 30 years, the boxing techniques she stole from me will be returned to Bai Yujing Lingbao City in the future. After that, Qi Huajin has nothing to do with Bai Yujing. Since she dares to steal, I will dare to teach her. I want to see if Bai Yujing will be able to make another half of Lin Jiangxian in the next 100 years. Zhu Sun laughed dumbly. Could it be that the 4 heirs around you are all spies arranged by Bai Yujing? That's not the case. Zhong Shuiqin and Song Yu have simple backgrounds and have nothing to do with Bai Yujing. Lin Jiangxian said indifferently, "Take a step back and say that there are all the spies that Bai Yujing has planted by my side. What can I do? Don't forget, this Master Lin is still someone who can claim to help Run Yefeng work hard to figure out when to go down the mountain." Someone Zhu admired, "You can see it. I would definitely not be able to do this for me. There is an extra secret money on the fingertip, which is ground into a square, and the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse are engraved on one side. There are many people handling copper coins in the world, so the yang is heavy. The money in Zhu's hand ranks 3rd among the top 10 famous springs in the world. Spend money rolling on someone's fingertips." Lin Jiangxian apologized for no reason. "I'm sorry." Someone Zhu smiled casually, her sentimental. "It shouldn't be what Master Lin said. Take it back quickly, and he'll pretend that I never heard it." After a moment of silence, Mr. Zhu gently rotated the money and walked to the top of Yashan. He had a wide field of vision and could vaguely see the capital of the Qijin dynasty in the distance. There was no curfew and the lights were full of lights, just like a fireball in the night. Mr. Zhu said with a complicated expression, To tell the truth, the top of a certain tower in Baiyujing invited me to be a guest at his place, and personally promised that as long as I was willing to go and obey their arrangements, not only can I be a deputy, the key is to give me the hope of walking on an avenue. As for who I am, I will not say, just a little bit about the rules that buying and selling can't be benevolent and righteous. I have to admit, I did have a heartbeat. Lin Jiangxian smiled and said, it's human nature to be moved, and it's a strange thing not to be moved. In the world of Qingming, there is an ancient saying without evidence. Besides Baiyujing, there are 14 in one state. This statement can be divided into two parts. One is the 14 states in the world, the land of one state came into being, and there is hope that a monk of the 14 realms will appear. It's not a certain number, but it's a kind of avenue opportunity that has its own providence. Then there can only be 114 states in a state map. It is absolutely impossible for 214 realms to appear at the same time, a state with mountains and rivers, even if the territory is as large as Qizhou, Yuzhou and others, it is destined to not have the Qi number to support the 214 realm great monks. For example, the grandson and son Huaizhong of Xuanduguan in Qizhou, the latter traveled far away to another world, and once lent one of the 4 immortal swords, Tai Bai, to Heiran Bai. In addition to being similar in temperament to Bai Yi, in fact, he also believes that the senior sister Wang's son, who is called Empty Mountain, will definitely be able to enter the 14th realm. Sun Huaizhong deliberately left the boundaries of Xuanduguan and Qizhou. As a cultivator on the top of the mountain, Mr. Zhu knew very well that when Daoist's son went out for a long trip, it was very likely that Wang's son's retreat had reached a certain critical period. It's a pity that in the end, it turned out that Wang and son failed to succeed. Then in this Ruzhou, because of the existence of Lin Jiangxian and Yashan, it almost completely cut off the possibility of someone Zhu breaking the bottleneck. Although Lin Jiangxian is not a Qi trainer, the Qi in a state circulates, no matter if you are a martial artist or a Taoist official. Someone Zhu asked curiously, in the future, is there a possibility that there will be 14 and 14 states at the same time in the 14 states of Qingming? Lin Jiangxian shook his head and said, it's impossible. Zhu, someone asked again, then take a step back and not stand side by side in the same era? In the next 1,000 years or even 2,000 years, will there be such a large number of 14 realms? It's like a village with 14 households. Feng Shui turns around and there is always a day. The only difference is that it is early and late? When Lin Jiangxian heard this, he smiled and said, Lu Chen once said that the small knowledge is not as good as the big knowledge, and the young year is not as good as the big year. Then wait, you are a cultivator and I believe there will always be a bright day. Zhu Sun hesitated again and again, but couldn't help but ask in his heart, Master Lin, what are you going to do? Lin Jiangxian laughed it off. Lin Jiangxian, we've known each other for so many years, can't we tell? I don't and never ask who you want to win to be content. Someone Zhu sighed, Master Lin, it's really boring to chat with you. Lin Jiangxian stretched out his hand and slapped the green bamboo railing on the top of the mountain, and said with a smile, because the wind blows the fire, I don't use much force. If you follow the trend, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Someone Zhu was holding the mill and spending money. The years were long, he was indulging and he indulged in wine and sex. The article was heard by everyone. Then you only need to win once and you can be immortal. Do not seek the reality of longevity with the heaven and the earth, but seek the immortal name of the sun and the moon. So for the time being, you still have to live longer. After all, you need to be at least one level higher. Someone Zhu said, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Jiangxian reached out and brushed over the railing, but it doesn't matter. Someone Zhu said, if the world is really in chaos and Qingming and several states are caught in war, I will strive to ensure the peace of Ruzhou, which requires the help of Lin Shi and Yashan. Lin Jiangxian nodded and said, I said simple things, please continue to say difficult things. Zhu said, if one day something is between the two and the world situation is in a stalemate, I hope Master Lin can help me to break this deadlock as soon as possible, so that the world can be restored to peace and order as soon as possible. A day is a day. Lin Jiangxian said, no problem. In the land of several states, the fire ignited a prairie. Ruzhou is temporarily on the wall, watching the fire from the other side. In fact, the trivial and difficult affairs of someone Zhu were just reversed on the side of Lin Jiangxian and Yashan. As the last sacrificial official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lin Jiangxian is just a veritable pure martial artist, not a Qi practitioner, let alone a sword cultivator. Just like Chunyang Lu Yen, he once said bluntly to Qin Pingan, Master Lin's boxing skills are very high, and his swordsmanship is even higher. And Lu Chen once said to others that with or without a long sword in hand, there are two Lin Jiangxian. The old man Yang of the pharmacy often reads a landscape travel note compiled by Jianxian from a foreign country. When the old man saw Ning Yao, he mentioned this matter. The Sword Qi Great Wall has three officials, the sacrificial officials first, and the criminal officials after. Then naturally everything is ready and only due to the east wind, just wait for the hidden officials to show up. Although Lin Jiangxian is not optimistic about the battle between Qin Pingan and Chao Ci, he is still willing to wait and see for Qin Yingwen's swordsmanship achievements. As soon as a certain Zhu threw his sleeves, he took a few steps back, bowed his head, lowered his head and said solemnly, Zhu de Zhuang, the Taoist official of Ruzhou, I would like to thank my dear friend Lin Shi. Lin Jiangxian clenched his fists in return. Zhu Xie stood up straight, feeling refreshed and all right, little fairy for the time being. Lin Jiangxian suddenly said, you and Gu Yang'e actually don't need to go to Xuanduguan to find Daoist Sunday. If you really want to see him, you might as well hurry now and go straight to Baiyujing. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.